machinery in the wet conditions for the first time. If you've not been with us so far this weekend, we have one trying to change for the weekend. Feather Nightlesson absent, Hope Seater around here, and we have Oliver Behrman deputizing for him. It will be third Grand Prix weekend, and it will be a real test. The plumes astray are rising high along Interlagos in very wet conditions. We have the drivers leaving the pit lane. Unbelievably, we have a green light at the end of the pit lane, and it's that deep theme up for debate. Women will work into the quality book sooner or later down here home. We barely get. I mean, it was already quite wet. As we started coming here from the compound, rain was just coming down more and more. It completely lost any vision of the valley in front of us having the calm spot for rings there. We've ever inhibitor, but looking at it now, again, there's spikes from the north back and Strasbourg, but this does not seem to be quite as heavy as yesterday. Obvious cars were on track, weren't able to do that yesterday. But it seems manageable. But this is part of the issue. You see his bald cars around, that spray coming off the car, it just sort of sips, covers above the racetrack. And Verstappen hinder visited. So the tires trying to balance, fighting the brake, the necessity to get a spine on the forward reactor, a spine on the board, goes the way it was expected. The whole day, other topics. There's no Norris. You can see how wet moves of his class off the circuit with a motor standing off up as he applies the brakes for turn number one. No flag in sector 3 already. He's doing the traditional sort of two-eye line. The lead, William Lawson, is the driver who has brought out the yellow flag, and he is not moving on our driver tracker at the moment. Lando Norris is going down to turn number 1. We'll check in with Liam Lawson, and he's RP in a moment. Remember, can they get times on the no one, or are we going to go into the unprecedented situation of a rule that doesn't exist in the rulebook within racing? The solo back to May 1950, this World Championship began, and we've never had a Formula 1 qualifying session laid out. Right now, we have the clock ticking down, cars on track. I can tell you that William Wilson did get going again. That's good news for Lando Norris, because he will not bear the yellow flag at that part of the circuit. He keeps toes through, and at the moment, he's trying to find where the grip is, where he can apply the power. And remember, this is everybody's first lap of the wet, and the first lap in the wet ever on this me surface. This is very much an exploratory situation. Every lap you're going to see the lap times come down as drivers get a little braver. You know, where the grip in the racetrack is. But if that's, of course, providing the situation doesn't deteriorate anymore, which now that there's cars on trying to count, it's looking how difficult it is to see. You can't even see turn 1 from 50. Lando Norris goes this off in the page. He goes ahead of that at Salomon. They're the only two at the moment. On Carlos Sainz's first push lap, he had to overtake William Wilson into turn 1 a couple of moments before. This is now the RP trying to skate it off the road to bring out the yellow flags. You just see the right front, left front rather, sorry, wide mirror into turn 12. About a new birthday, now you turn around and back on the racetrack. Another important still, as a young Formula 1 driver, deep efficient at getting reversed. You see another yellow flag now in sector 3. That's another heading to the medium guineas to southward of Joe Will and you. As close on, you can see Charlotte Terry's getting that yellow LED board, and you can see the stricken Sauber trying to recover. It's all going for Norris from Albon Findazzi from Sononga, the fight for the time on the board. Now a cleared race, he was coming through about Bill with Poland, had to backed off already. Knew there's about last sector going to be massively effective there for him. Time's still good enough for Flivers at the moment as Russell comes to cross the line. George Russell, a former winner of the Grand Prix now, of the sprint here, and he finds himself trying to improve at the moment. He said the pit fastest time. We got another yellow flag out there momentarily. They're struggling in turn 12. Here's the second car to struggle, locking up this time. Joe Guanyin. The identical carbon copy of what we saw from Lawson there, getting spun around. And these yellow flags are coming fast and big, and that's going to be part of the issue here as we see Lance Stroll doing a very similar thing, just taking to the grass. But if you're on a flyer, but you catch a yellow in front of you, you got to back off. That lap essentially is lost. So it's going to be important. It's going to be difficult to get clear laps. It's going to be so important to just put it all together when you do. But he can't. These drivers are having to just figure this out on the site. And Alonso up to P2. Bullets on the track. Yeah, a bit of a good play, 8th home. That's not too bad, just the grip. Spectacular, but Lando Norris is calm at the moment. In 7th position, his world championship rival, Max Verstappen, easily 5th. The times will tumble with the drivers gain confidence. Temperature, it's open from Alonso, Tsunoda, Perez, Verstappen, Sainz, then Norris. In the elimination zone at the moment, and 3 of the drivers that we saw, they're off the loaded turn 12. Now Stroll and Joe Wilson's just been dropped down by Jones through the 12. Lewis and Stroll. But what's asked now and Hamilton, all the drivers in the bottom 5. Conditions stayed consistent. Doesn't matter, the rain doesn't rip it in to freeze too much or change too much. But you want to be the last car across the line, because the later you can go in this session, the more of the start to come off the racing line, where the cars are consistently wetted, there's formers, they're swollen under that moisture on all the racetrack. And I'm July, I don't know why, but it's going to make each player rid the Euro tonight. You can kind of already see the wheel track fear down into turn 12. They've been one smart across the line. Did they have the best opportunity for the most grip? As see a massive wiggle there. Won the Williams, Frank Colapinto getting his first chase before the machinery in the way, banging onto it. Esteban going under the line once again to improve his time. Follow Pinto, he goes to P6. You had he's attracting the wins into the snakes. I think you relied on the team and the strategist, and we'll give a second on that. I'd even the other way, the drivers need to make the calls. So I'm going to have the strategist to make this decision. What do you think, Manny? Driver Norfolk, so by me as I've often heard fun. Yeah, so just trying to be a bit of calculation now. Well, can you do it? 130, 129, off and stop, turn right down the minute. I think about a 128 is about the point of the intern off of what would come. And then about a 1 minute 20 is about the point that we should be considering the switch to drive. Problem that Octals for the baseline thing he's on R8 is our expectum or being on the rain on the basis of waiting and then try to preempt the injuries would have got enough, but that's been earning. So Mr. Wall Stroll going off once again. We just
And you got a picture for those overhanging the flip lane. It is time for us to laps beginning on sprint qualifying. Green light at the end of the pit lane. Cars one track this resurfaced circuit, and they will be out straight away. Looking back on the windows ticked up and a cloud, and they were queuing and queuing and queuing. Incredible scenes, even entering the circuit was smiling. They are desperate to see 20 of the best drivers in the world show us their talents. Will actually be keen to be one of the first cars out in qualifying, especially these early segments of late that near the cheers as more cars pull out on track. And you talk about the queues coming in, Alex, you experienced that most than most. So, I mean, get out of the bus and bell up the last kilometer because it was so crammed getting in here. And you challenge folks like enjoy the atmosphere that abounds around here. You've got terraces. At times you see, and it's just daunting or doing the flat out blast. We don't talk about this performance eternal level, really. This is wonderful, wonderful. This is the part of the second, talking about the bands I enable with drivers. And up here to the right, instead of those snoots, but natural terrain of this racetrack, you can see a phenomenal amount of the circuit. When it comes to road posts, normally you're committed to see one or two corners based on that signature now, but I had a bunch of different locations around this fact. You can see 80-90% of the circuit. So it's a great place for fans to watch, and the fans have showed up in big numbers. And they're trying to send him to the championship. He's Anna Bannon, and he's backing the car. If you let what you're saying on that, and the Magnusons are now, and if I'm bad, then it's in the car. For Friday duties, this is a spec weekend. He's obviously qualifying for the grid. So even if Kevin has recovered tomorrow, we wish him all the best. It will be on Kevin. There is third race now. We've got one Jimmy Grand Prix and a sprint on his CV. If it all goes to plan in the next 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Well, they were already under 10 minutes and they've got a single lap on the board. Yeah, that's just the nature of this sprint qualifying format, these shorter sessions. As we see Charlotte Blair going to be in first car across the line, just setting a competitive lap. And we'll get a sense here from what the case is going to be, kind of compare it to the times in FP1 this morning. Yeah, the line, there's Charlotte Blair with a 1 minute 11. Sitting small on the board, his teammate, our most recent race winner, a complete performance 1 week ago. The Minister says he slots in behind his 6/10 to second away. And I wonder if Ferrari or Sunny Streak, they will to them here, V2032, where they were just all tired or all inside, but feeling he's been back and Durin. The fact is the driver today. This is the man who was very quick on him, which he also was second fastest. He's just certainly very brave. Made in Grand Prix victory in 2022.
The big invisible theme. The bunts were so bad, the wide heights, while the W big was so low. Adjustments clearly made the qualifying gear. Very curious to hear what these drivers have to say at the end of it. Is we have an Alpine 1-2 right now. First Blair, there's now Sheffield Bill to the two. Sergio Perez is under a lot of pressure, trying to keep his Formula 1 career going, and that's the fastest time. George Russell is up on that in the middle sector, and now it's all about speed as he takes his Mercedes up through the gears and over the line. And it was that middle sector in practice that the Mercedes was so quick in, massive advantage over the rest of the field. Alex Albon was also quick this snoring the Williams competitive, but there you go. Russell with the benchmark, a 110.8. Well, that's pretty competitive compared to what we saw this morning. The track evolution, Alex, we're expecting it to be quite high in this session just because it is a new surface. Every lap that gets run, warm-up are going down, more grips in the corners, and the speed's just going to keep coming. Russell isn't very happy with the brakes. I see where there's Hamilton goes. They're still running that car very low. The sparks from the back tell you that. And his Hamilton going to be 1 grip behind George Russell. Next to Byron's not good. I'm still there. All Messi big fans, mate. Still a tiny fish. Yellow says, yes, if you're Lando Norris, these fastest in the moment as he digs into the 110s. And now we switch to his teammate, two-time Grand Prix winner, Ross Piastri. There through turn 10, now 11, the final lap fader downhill. start coming uphill for 12, and then it's that long line with the Verstappen now taking that purple first sector. He's on a flyable up in Piastri new up the hill. Well, Piastri is currently battling the tiny page up against the guy that he used to race in Formula 2, because he's Liam Lawson at the moment. Lawson has found a superb time, as Piastri shows the track getting quicker and quicker and quicker with every lap that they won. The track temperature is at 40 degrees, the air temperature is at 21. There it is, Max Verstappen, world on championship leader. My goodness, 7 points. Let's all be about those dudes showing that half case that we saw at Molly Vernon this morning was legitimate. See that middle center, this Ford Max lost a bit of time to the Mercedes earlier in the day, still not as strong as the McLarens through their Reiner. Up to the car past 200 miles per hour and going to 4th position. Behind Lawson, behind Hulkenberg, and behind our fastest driver. On Bottas, Stroll, Joe, and Colapinto in the bottom 5 is the slow groove down the hill. None of here. There was a really recipe important to the that they are searching for answers earlier on me. There are 15 times with plenty of elevation, there's plenty of jeopardy, and there's plenty of excitement heading your way across the next minimum 90 minutes of racing action. With both titles up for grabs, this is Formula 1. It's the C5, the C4, and the C3. It forgets to slick running. It looks like the intermediate territory out there at the moment, but it is warped, it is humid, and it is drying the wet circuit. The pictures of a magnificent venue. Goal signs be starting from the pit lane. New gearbox, new power unit. Joe Biden even nothing to lose at the back. Please switch on those tires. Nico Hulkenberg is in 18th. Max Verstappen, 5-place grid penalty, and finds himself dropping down to 17th near the order. 6th speed is fan favourite Franco Colapinto. Next, returning to Formula 1 for just his third non-free start. He's all at the bed. Lewis Hamilton goes from 14th on the grid, and he is looking to make amends after a really tricky time in the wet and in the dry. Next up is third head-face Gasly. Here's the second Alpine on the grid. Next is Sergio Perez. Valtteri Bottas. This his best start since the Chinese Grand Prix all the way back in April, where they're losing on China go to our top 10, and it includes 2 Aston Martins. Doniford, who crashed. It's Alonso and Ed Stroll. The team you work their socks off to get that to work is only better. So we're expecting for rain 30 minutes into the race. Then it was a fairly short period of, and then a brief period where it started raining, and then a much heavier amount of rain coming after that. So to conclude, lots of rain. For our top 8 that begins with Oscar Piastri, Bennett, it shouldn't have been Alex Albon next up. He's been drawn from the race. There is an empty slot, 7th on the grid. Charlotte Paris in 6th, and a formidable performance in the wet. The bunch of BRBs, Lawson is in 5th. Sonoda is in 3rd, his best ever start in Formula 1 qualifying. Esteban Ocon is the driver in the They use in 5th position for Alpine at the front of the field with a golden opportunity. Championship, 2nd place man, Lando Norris, 44 points back for a 25 awarded to the winner. George Russell is uninterested in championships battles. He finds himself 2nd on the grid. Massimo chasing just a 3rd career win. Yuki Tsunoda chasing a maiden podium in Formula 1. Deep breath all around, folks. This is going to be something special. In the commentary box, I'm Alex Drakes, and trying to make sense that everything that we see on circuit, your friend Divide, Jade said, look, there's a lot to try to make sense of right now. It's a huge challenge for all these teams, all these drivers, the engineers, the strategists. There's so much going on, and there's so much that could potentially still happen. Me for rain in 10 minutes, rain in 20 minutes, then it's going to stop, then it's going to start again, heavier, lighter. There's just so many variables going into a race that was already littered with variables due to the fact that the track has been gave to sprint foreman. The grid clears, at the start of the day, with doubts that you would see any motor racing. That's all. After a incredible qualifying session, this is round 21 of 24 in this unforgettable season. Alex Albon is withdrawn. He's out to the race before it begins. Carlos Sainz is in the pit lane, and there have been frantic repairs to the Williams of Franco Colapinto, Fernando Alonso, and Lance Stroll. The orbit for the green lights on the gantry is now. The formation lap is underway, and George Russell does effective Lando Norris. Statement of intent. Not strictly meant to do that. Well, Lynn had a pretty big lockup going into turn one, so a nice opportunity to force this thing to get to practice and start in the wet. See, Gasly was a little bit slow getting away. One of the parts queuing up behind. Getting rolling now. I don't know if that's just to try to create a little bit of space, give them a chance to test out the grip in these corners a little more on this formation lap. Championship leader Max Verstappen shaky his head. But he's not been in this position for a while. He had always made Q3 in the first 20 Grand Prix qualifying sessions of the year. Until this morning, this is a Super Sunday. We are running both qualifying and the Grand Prix on the same day for the first time since 2019. Neither Norris has filled his ball points back in the Drivers' Lawn Championship, retiring Vin Ferrari by 15 ball points and up for the Pit Legends. Stroll finds himself up forward to mention that, and he has got himself into difficulty. That's the number 4. He's had some issues here in qualifying section where Fernando Alonso was teammate fit the barriers. I'm figuring, look, what happened, just coming down the straight, and really locking almost immediately on the brakes, and he does make contact with the wall, damage to that front wing before the race even starts. Terrible for Lance Stroll. Now to all that will add for Ashton Nelson, films the nation in the grandstands at the garage. We're nearing that Lance Stroll have not managed to get that car going. I think we're going to make an aborted start here, because he's stuck in the gravel for the second year in a row. A car finds themselves out on the formation line. And of course, Stroll clear last year, but this one's bizarre because Lance stopped on the pavement. Lance tried to drive back onto the circuit, flung the gravel, and the car was not beached, it looked for. You are correct, James. What I knew it was ready that though it looks like he just tried to drive straight through it. That's the gravel track's designed to slow a car down at speed if you don't have any momentum. Going, the chance of it getting stuck were that much higher. This to do a couple of things. Surely your race control will put the yellow lights on the gantry and send them rounds. You wouldn't send a first lap towards a car this peaks in the gravel. Normally. This is not normal. It has not been normal. Well, all the way through. Not much about the which is normal at all. Okay, one championship is in the balance for the drivers and the constructors. Long ride on an aborted start. Yeah, we still have a double yellow in track sector 5. That is turn 4 of this famous racetrack. Lance Stroll with his recovery deck on the side about. So I would be astonished if they stopping the race in this condition. Now the crowds are roaring as the cars are piled up for an enormously long time, and the yellow lights illuminate on the gantry. So we're down to 70 laps or free. The starters are brought in a second formation lap down on the importance. I'm not sure of this, but if you'll know, listen to Canal light still closed. Pearl Science stage up there at Canal. Who's in there, engine running, not going to get the opportunity to get it. It was due to radiating. These cars were not designed to sit idle. Race parts made air. I'm not sure if he's allowed to do a lap as well and come back from pit lane, or he's just been at this appearance. Whistle against going soon enough before he has an issue. Dave, the Tinker has gone to rescue the Aston Martin along stream. Set back by nothing. Something into just 5. Canadian driver finds itself watching on at the field, barrel through. The start has been aborted, and so quite soon cleared out of the window. Have we done a small start without a stall from Bentley Buttons? And Franco Colapinto as well. And does Max Verstappen have drive? The World Championship leader, trying to make control to late, is in neutral at the moment. There is usually a way to switch on this, isn't it? I'm sure it's see if I get near an engine now. There we go, there you go. It's found something. Do I call a paper source of part of the book and so on? They're all sorts of procedures at priest limits. I always think so. That it not. I'm starting. Yeah, you have to please do what you like. So there's a yellow light on the gantry, and Red Bull immediately turned around on the umpire and said, "You're not meant to go until the green light." Then there was trouble heading off the line. Katar snips the tire off, and look at this! Look at this! Lando Norris is a short lap here, but it's not that short a lap here. 2.6 miles later, Norris is coming around turn 15. That is the parental corner, as Stroll is still beached. Porto Pinto's ahead of Verstappen. They've got to sort out the correct order. They've got to make sure they don't park up in Alex Albon's empty grids, because he withdrew suddenly he's still classified. The mission is the second Williams. Don't touch Porto Pinto in the order. He's going to try that. And after Williams in the race, well, yeah, you see, notice the issue right there. Got on the brakes, locked it up, and then just decided, well, halfway now, let's move forward. That's the 14th grid spawn. So yeah, he just went up a road too far. But I think, but him doing fouls 14. Someone's going to go on the floor and they're up. Somebody should be in position 14, because somebody should be in position 14. Starting to come unglued in Sao Paulo, if I'm honest. It is turning into an incredible gate, thanks to all the marshals. And we're here at Sunny o'clock this morning. We got qualifying at 7:30 a.m. We couldn't have done it without marshals in a second. Well, because the crown are in, the yellow flags are waving. Now, nobody will have them up in the right order. Yeah, you're right, that one's not on Franco, because he's just used to looking to the forward point and stop. If one position behind, if someone else was out of position, that would have thrown him off. Easy mistake for me. Hopefully this time it's all sorted. This mess was close from the front. Here's what's hope he did the right thing. Aborted start once again. Race control had aborted the start. That message illuminated on the LED board, and the yellow lights around. We're going to have a frontal reset at the Grand Prix. This only adds to the tension. Lando Norris are posted a big time. He's never on career. Simply stayed in disbelief. This season doesn't mean any more tension, and it's explosive. How long was it until this evolution's planet? No, but it's not very dark outside of our country. What's that? That's exactly why I asked. This delay is potentially just more than a massive curveball into the strategies, into the approach for these teams and drivers. I mean, it was starting to look drying in some places out, especially up the back of the hill. Now that dictates the restart procedure. So we literally redid everything. Now we do so with a 10-minute warning. The formation map will start at 10 at 12:47 local time. And the incident involving car number 4, Lando Norris, noted for a starting procedure infringement. Did Lando begin the second formation map before the green lights were illuminated? Quite possible, quite possible. So the yellow lights illuminate to announce to the drivers it is an aborted start. Then, while still flashing yellow, the green light does come on to indicate to the pole sitter to start the next formation lap. What Max Verstappen so astutely pointed out from 17th on the grid was that Lando pulled away shortly after the yellow light started flashing. The first ones did not wait for the green, so that is be starting procedure infringement. We better be looked into. No idea which potential repercussions are for that, if I'm honest, but this is, again, just more drama in a day, in a weekend, in a season that didn't need any more to be an absolutely incredibly exciting weekend. Lando Norris bears before the green lights illuminate on the gantry. That will be over Preston the previous seasons, a penalty for our pole hitter, and the championship pendulum swings again. This was an extraordinary opportunity for Lando Norris, but he is under investigation right now. The picture's clear. He can expect, McLaren can expect, an in-funding penalty. I'm speechless, because they couldn't, there was a weekend, could not get any stranger. You know, stranger than fiction. You couldn't write it like this. Unbelievable. Only the 6th time in Formula 1 history we had to have qualifying on the same day as the race. Wasn't even sure coming in that we're going to be able to do either session. We're getting both in. but not without the drama of qualifying incidents, 5 red flags, magical record finish, highest number of red spin qualifying, tons of damage to cars on race morning. Wonderful job by several different teams to get their cars up and running. Outstanding stories like this one here with Yuki Tsunoda and his teammate Liam Lawson. But now we had a potential penalty coming for the pole sitter who's chasing down the championship leader of the Drivers' Championship. The rule is, if the formation lap has started in the race director decides the start should be aborted, the abort lights will be switched on and the other ones. So don't say aborting start and display full cars should return to the grid and all compressors will be informed the likely delay using the official messaging system. There was no green light, there was no instruction to proceed. And that second formation lap began without the permission of race control. And that, in a season of unusual events, in a weekend of unusual events, is another one to add to the list. This is the first time the Grand Prix start has been brought forward since 1984. It's the first time we've had qualifying and the Grand Prix on the same day since 2019, and in Formula 1 2024, just expect the early experience. It's a sports inclusion that this year is sunshine. And we've talked about the elements of driver safety quite a bit this weekend, with all the different changes and schedule and procedure. You're amped up for the race. You have your pre-race routine, your pre-race ritual. You have the whole starting procedure, everything that you have to do from a procedural standpoint inside the car. And then to get thrown the curveball like this, you got to reset, recalibrate everything, make sure you go through all the proper steps, and then as you start this next formation after 8 minutes, you're about 6 minutes, keep going. It is just another thing added to the difficult challenge for these drivers. They all had to get up much earlier than they were expecting. They all had to participate in a small qualifying session before getting into their cars for Grand Prix. That's not normal for a racing driver in this series at this level, and all of them having to cope with it. So there was not an instruction to begin the formation, but follows it to end, and the majority of the field went as well. Max Verstappen stayed planted on the grid, so when we cut to Valtteri Bottas, Bottas was the first driver we've seen that not done, because remembering the rule book and having a little bit of time to react. Maybe the teams jumped on the radio as well. We'll review all of that and try to bring you a summary of how that was communicated. But we initially thought it was a storm from multiple cars. Instead, it was a deliberate weight break. The knowledge of the rule book is crucial here. This might not be a 5-second penalty to Lando Norris. This could be way more the way you used to see it for a driver being feeble. Let's send it downstairs to Will and Ruth watching this extraordinary day unfold with us. Yeah, thanks to Alex. It's an incredible situation, Ruth, and obviously something which you guys on the pit will have to be prepared for. Now, it said aborted start, but it never said extra formation lap. What are the details around what they should have done, what they should have waited for in this kind of a situation? Well, if everything's working correctly in terms of mic panels and everything else like that, the aborted start procedure is a completely different one to the extra formation lap. Extra formation lap is usually if there's something that's caused a small delay, that you can, everything's clear by the time you get back round. Aborted start is this whole big procedure where we restart the timer effectively, see all the guys get back into the grid, and it's a completely different section of the sporting race. So when the lights are yellow, it's not dirt time. It's basically flashing yellow, like we haven't let go down to the hand down. That light panel will say extra formation. Yeah, flashes that are promoted. It didn't say that. It flashed up aborted start, which means there is no start. Ultimately, everything is paused. So switch it off, wait for the team to come to you, and we go again. We start the whole start procedure again. You know, and it's up to the steward's discretion which they flag based on how long big the delay is. And so obviously now we have an aborted start. We could get another delay because if we get a change in climatic conditions during an aborted start procedure after the 5-minute schedule, the whole system can then stay again. So it does make sense why they put the aborted start, given there was multiple cars with issues. But they weren't 100% sure of the safe start. So ultimately, we get the formation lap. We get to the end of the formation lap. Stroll is off the track, meaning you cannot start the race at that point. Or the stewards realized or determined even do another formation lap, safety, at which point they put up the board that says start aborted, and at that point, that is the point at which Lando and everyone should have switched off their car, should have told what Max Verstappen and all the others did, which was set on the grid, do not move, because they weren't told to do another formation lap. They were told the start had been aborted, and that means resets Orlando definitively the one in the fight to do this a podium. Yeah, I mean, from the information we have right now, it certainly seems like that because, you know, a bullet start isn't a bullet to start. I believe right now we just heard the klaxon, which I believe is a 5-minute klaxon that says it's much harder when you're not on the grid to see it, which means that we're now into the 5-minute countdown, where we now restart the procedure. Now, if we suddenly get rain, that Ryan said, it won't. If you get another delay, nothing to do with the cars on track, or any issues like that. At least not place to clear net operation. This day of drama keeps on delivering. Wonderful to have your company wherever in the world you may be watching. This is a day for the ages. Ponchos on, hoodies on, hoods up, weather incoming. Sam Collins. It's looking dark out of my window. What's it looking like on your radar? It's looking lively on the radar, Alex. There's a big blow. Heavy rain. Just outside the circuit, stuff brushing into the circuit. We might get rain on one bit of the track and not on the rest, but that's going to be a very short move. But then coming in, there's quite a lot of frost on the radar. It's in that there's not. I think there's a heavy shower in that one. The Ironwick moves are into the ball rate. Some serious sales, deeper into the race. Is still that mixed condition race. We're going to see tire changes. We're going to see the wets. We're going to see the inters. Let's hope they get the formation lap right this time because they certainly did do it right that time, Alex. So then, thank you. Update about the weather. There's another update for the weather. You can see it. Attention, this situation. This is anyone's race. This is just wide open. This is anyone's chance. If you keep it pointing in the right direction on the tarmac, if anyone's chance. And we still got a huge amount of time to run on a slicking breezy surface that is drying up at the moment, but the dark clouds are overhead. You have hitter coming, they are looming, the teams are aware, the drivers are aware. You're absolutely right. It was like that before any of this happened on the bot start procedure. This kind of day is the kind of race where we can have incredibly bizarre results. Drivers, teams excelling that don't normally or would normally on this type of track. You can have a first-time winner. You could have a first-time podium finisher on days like this. There are so many variables in a Formula One race on a good day. When you throw in what we've been dealing with all weekend long here, they just go up exponentially. And as that happens, it doesn't matter how many strategists you have, how much computer simulation you've done. There's a certain element of this that is watery, luck, execution on the day, quick thinking, gut feeling. You can't sim that. And that's going to be a huge part of it. Take 3. Relay benign. Orlando Norris under investigation. Buffalo sits on with an incredible opportunity to close the gap down to Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen starting this race officially from 7th, 8th. If Stroll has spun out from 10th on the grid, Alex Albon will take 7th on the grid by them. They've got to remember to lead the gaps. They're slow away once again. As we go through this process, they've got to leave 7th of the grid empty. They've got to leave 10th on the grid empty. And they've got to rate in the right light, so the right time. It felt like a lot. There's a lot going on. And here's the thing. Look, I understand. Drivers should know the rules. Yeah. What? Right before the start of a Grand Prix, there's lots going through a driver's mind. As we talked about all procedural stuff, you have to go through. Remember, as soon as Lance Stroll was seen off, the possibility of an aborted start comes up. There are multiple people on pit lane as we see Norris reporting back. A little bit of sprinkling on the racetrack. Multiple people back from the pit stand have to get on the radio, remind the driver, hey, look, potential aborted start coming. Let's remember what the procedures are for that. It's a team thing. There's no one person to blame in this situation. There's still a way to see what the repercussions are to the team for that misstep when it's just there like some break for a team. The driver looking to capitalize on a huge opportunity. We never hear the communication from team to race director anymore as he speaks with Ray and Lewis Hamilton's tries to drive a starter full team efficient on the grid. But there will be frantic discussions going on with the race director Niels Vittich, joined Formula One from Touring Car Championship. There is the Drivers' Championship on the left-hand side. Niels Vittich, race director for the FIA. W30 of the sport we do. These days, somebody for so many in the pit lane now has a moment to celebrate. The drivers are dealing with betrayers to try and has been for a while, but here comes the rain once again. And Verstappen, team principal, at Ferrari, do see nearly everything in Formula 1 as a right small on the space. Whichever team predicted the 10-minute one, that was about correct, because that was the 10-minute look stoppage. Now we have there for that abandoned start. The rain has started, and I think it's only going to pick up in intensity from here based on what Sam was saying and what the rainers were telling us. There we go there. Well, at the end of pit lane, soon already old sport in the race. Let's try this again. Race, some of the muscle. Said, boy, Mike's tired. Just for 120, which is hot new one. Ladies to George Offshore, to George Ross in the pursuit. This man does the light. He was a October, first of his morning. On 2 billion off. He's destroyed and you kiss it and Max Ball, Joe, but the vision was nervous. Wilson. This is all I've got trying to. There's all scripted, please have to get out. We're not doing Olsen. On those are in the green Aston Martin. And now, we go to the street, moving out the wheel tracks. They're only intermediate ties. They're looking from right wide. This is the turn on the floor. This is a challenge for Fernando and Woodson. Wide line it down. Then the good Wilson. And also Wilson to clean the place when he made him. Chip Payne's. We'll go the way out. And he's aiming at the house. The two-time option up in. George Russell is the Louis Spina. But Nick Schneider, Norris, Lucas. The motor is in third. Esteban don't want the pressure on. Victor forced his way by. Had a shot and clear out the place. Liam Wilson did in a position. And take it. There's no cost on Wilson. That too. More of a rivals Verstappen and Hamilton going at it as Verstappen's trying to claw back some positions there. That Liam Lawson move, Pod Fernando Alonso. That's not going to be liked by this man here. There might be more words exchanged. It's way those two look. This one's over, but then side by side. The Salbert on the Haas, only bear, but trying to hold on that position. But wrong. It's Chip Jones. That is some strange all over it. Peaks the engine join and it's no way showing. And he can find it there and it does so. His teammate needs going on 6 places. It's a lot of position. Norris, that clear. Can all kind of drugs. Needs something eating. The lap beyond him. All petrol assist. Thrown ball position. He's lost the place to George Russell. Good rip. Jim Tully. Look at President Tornado. Norris still under investigation. And Thrillers 3. Bring on John Lopez. What's up? As he makes one Joe intentions at place. The man on the charge. The chat in second leader only at tonight. Not just to bring it up to DJ. The confidence that Max Verstappen has in this running right now is phenomenal. That is the first time they've gone through turn 1. Speed, it's both fuel in the wet, and he was so confident on the brakes late on the inside. The Mohawk up down in turn 4 was a bit more big flag, not wide enough to create an opportunity for him to the man. Verstappen in his conditions is just so Brian has his Hamilton behind him. This is a great start to the Red Bull driver. Bring the action sign for George Russell. He moves up to best position. Nino Norris down to second. Never win the intermediate time at the moment. As the down Alcorn was the driver putting pressure on the piece without that so that it was able to take the place. This is our bud with Lewis Hamilton reporting. So we've been to go back. No Max Verstappen once again. They seem these three been threading up to this around this second. Nino Norris in second. Max Verstappen in second. Sandon was paying second for 3 the turn. Then firstly, Norris under investigation as well. Drivers will be learning with every single night that they run around here. He tried this nowhere near as went as he was valiant on the start. Filled the knife, but seems from trying is I can understand it. How it is to drive that one field. Oh, tonight, then I didn't alert you more. Well, what it's trying out now is thinking it sparks off the doors out of front straight. You could see even with that rebate, small bumpy on the brush ray as his teammates going side by side. Behrman the hand of Falkenberg right now. Crucial defense coming up here. Nope, DRS I believe while the left tires are on. That is the jurisdiction of race himself. This is fake, single by at the moment. Signs is reported heavy rating center 3. That is where you are in complete Ripley McLeod. In the joyride, you don't think about since 13, 14, and 15. In the lens, you have to be so mindful. Big extra smart because of that speed at which they're going is bring down. They should bring down in his bottom of the second. It was withheld by signs. The droid is now living on that instincts. A single mock-up could cause the end of your grand play. This is such a top moment. Russell with the boss is not. But where is the grip? I don't know how about that, you others. And this is what the challenge is right now for these drivers. You're trying to find that grip level, but as the rain comes down, it's going in another direction. It's fine, but not to the good trying to find the grip. Our grip's in prison, and the track's dry. It's particularly not harder in this situation when you're standing on. They drew that those blind racetrack in certain parts. Now as the race comes, every time they come to a brake zone, that braking point is different. It is earlier. How allowed to do all true on these tools stuff as the rain starts to fall and the condition starts to decline. That fall, old Simmons in Brazil. Raves, the only runs again. So this decreased the rates had the law from 2 or 3 minutes. The accuracy with which they'd have to bury on the weather. To know that it's this intensity of rain, the two maybe that I've should like them in, and they got it what made with energy. It's that that's figuring out meteorological situations and conditions is just crazy. I'd love to see an on-board of that but of that he fishing just phenomenal. Very great try to just finds space and relanders that have been again or great thanks for the sublime wonderful traction no end it's novel. And on the evidence the first little laps it looks like he repeated what he did. He ready sink B. He had a momentary yellow flag of a night that Landon Norris is still under investigation of jumping B daunted stars, but with a better mind he was followed off the line by the entire field in the end. The fantastic situation, the race control. So much that end around, I did another unprecedented situation in this breasting stroke 3 days. Landon Norris, as the pass of that noise. The existence that looked tonight another move. Up against the dinner frame at the start. Front to take night vision. The rain continues to pull. Gold is heavy as we saw yesterday when things had to be postponed, and it is raining out there, and you know what cause on intermediate ties. Landon Norris is going to get down to me to 9/10 of a second. 2 fastest laps in a row for Norris as they go back now to take a look at that initial start. Similar launch times from the front row, but it just feels like Robo wheel spin. None of them flaring a great second phase of acceleration there from Russell. Made it an easy run into turn 1. And yeah, like Liam Lawson, you're trying to go around the outside, realized it wasn't going to work. Bats out of it, even though it cost him the position to the Ferrari. That was fence up driving. You don't want to get into contact early in the race, especially with your teammate. So up there with George Russell, as he's sending base. Just going to be done for line. First place for the driver in one this Grand Prix back in 2022. Then Landon Norris is Reese Blue. You have live pictures on the left-hand side of your screen. That's how they made their way by. Inch takes away. Good, nice snap and quad. Absolutely phenomenal watch. Bit of a sloped in weight, but a Haas right in front of him. Just going by the Williams now as we get to this course break zone. You're at the mercy of the cars in front of you. You're not sure what opportunities are going to open up. You just kind of have to play it by ear, see where the gap is, and then instead of famous, he says, you got to go for it. And this is that outside move. Really used them. Devastating effect back in 2016. Just hanging out there. There you go, is that spin from Checo. Almost identical to the spin we saw out of Russell in qualifying same corner. First lap on intermediate tires. Quite in here. So easy to do. Atlanta really close to Mac out down on them. Well, I want to see everything. Next is about to get around the outside of turn 3 of that opening lap. That was champions lost to go around the outside there and find grip. Others, no. Verstappen has made another place. He's out to 8th division where Ross Bernard so batting previously past the gonna stay and Lewis travels in and up the act Gloria moves. All the opening laps. The blind stop from the rating low champion chasing his curl chasing the race leader and the police master if Landon Norris and after the West Country as against the Norfolk boy both of these Brits. Boy in the motor race with Landon together. They were some surround that Millicent into an hour. The starting procedure has been mentioned in everyone will. With Williams here, that's my snaps in procedure. This is a truly situation. The entire field is going to end up in investigation. He fast that memories belongs to Killer Cross and we're not 7 of 17. An unprecedented situation of Landon Norris leaving. He give the field around his second probation match. Leaves us with some betting drivers, under investigation. And that is going to be interesting to see which way it goes. That is to be noted. The Grassic Sedona Wilson went low yet under investigation. Under destination 3 Bannon, that then followed Pinto. That is to say, but the ring plan. I set them dust under homes. Remember, he's doing this without DRS. He's just driving around these cars right now. It's changing conditions, be great, and will all find the bread, where to find the bread. That's one of the big challenges if it does start to try if the rain stalls. Trying to go offline to bed to go feel like it's still wet on. It's much harder to get those Dennis down and be pulled off as this track starts to dry and sit back. But like this, they win. Keep sprinkling. It makes it a little more of a fair fight. Every time you fights out on the racetrack, a reminder that Rayshard completely changed things entirely. Last interview for your second victory around this circuit. And Norris looking second victory after claiming the sprint yesterday. Finds himself the center S's. Please two. Find the mud race not to forget up in California back to Big Morgan and 2 for Excitement 2018. One made their debuts. British teams infield in a one in 2019. Williams moved from George Russell moved from Williams to Mercedes. Brandon Norris is on the way speed. At McLaren, despite time and time again. Red Bull tried to sign him. He waited, like, no, it's not good. Ben Husband, he's a Grand Prix winner now. He's trying to chase down Red Bull, so we had to drive his wrong championship. It seems that Drive is nerving off the racing line, that is. Bahrain is Finland. What are they worried about when they do that? Temperature. Worried about tire temperature. It's falling, but not far enough around the entire circuit. And if you start pushing too hard on these intermediate tires, one to wide-ish parts of the racetrack, you can really start to overheat and chew away the rubber on the tires. And then on the straightaway, you're going offline onto where it's a little bit better to get some more water onto the tire, trying to cool it down a little bit. Ultimately trying to make it last long. We're only 8 laps into a 70-lap race. What not renewed, that's a leaderboard start. Originally 71, but every duo and Formula 1 obviously, so that I put a very precise amount of fuel in these race cars. Could not restart the entire Grand Prix distance. Still over a kilometer. That's what he's rather to do now. He's just trying to align. It would have been a moisture. All these times that interesting documented us now. Oscar Piastri looking very, very strong. All the intermediate tire. And so the final nods are clarifying. And then he found himself slipping back, which names when he is in this position of coming under attack. And that's just that from trying to beat out his teammate and his team. He certainly did yesterday by moving over and giving up a sprint win, ready to get Verstappen with a clean and quick pass. The Piastri is the sensation was yet 2 times a Grand Prix minute in his second season. And you see it, the 10-second penalty for Bannon, the closing at collision. Amanda Norris is under investigation. George also at the second round. Yet this is now that fifth place by Wilson are being noticed, not be investigated. They're still trying to learn out what they do about it at stuff when there wasn't a second formation left to play. Stewart's room must be incredibly hectic for hitching right now, while at the same time trying to keep one eye on what's happening on the track, because there's still a lot of close racing that might need to be addressed at some point as we listen to this Hamilton race. Right as many batting. Car bouncing salvation. A lot of bad with Mercedes drivers this weekend. The replay not necessarily doing everything it normally does in terms of eliminating the bumps on a racetrack. And man, that's Verstappen just hounding Piastri. He is all over those apex curves and blown away at how much curve a lot of these drivers were able to take on the apex. Normally in wet conditions, the painted curves are quite a bit more slippery, and you see they're giving a little bit of leeway. Oh, there we go, Max Verstappen. It was an even at contest. Not the lead right now. But man, showing us Miller, he's a 3-time world champion. Team Astray would have been open to defense if he had done as he could. That Verstappen rules died. He's got past all of them. That's right, that he started Sutton thought, but the grid now thinking at the major points. He's on 10 places in the Grand Prix. The target for you was so far back. I didn't think that was a passing time even coming. I was just throwing on about pounds and tape. And this guy, Verstappen, just launching it up the inside. It's just, again, like I said, so much offense on the brakes right now. In these conditions, that I don't think Piastri expecting to move it. overlooked at all of the banner. We go paid penalty, claim second time penalty for causing a collision. This is the money paid. Did so, Richigamme. He finds himself in 16th. That was the collision. Sent him out. Only quick debate. Second, and then we'll see called the collision for some. What? It abandoned pointing out that he punished himself by hitting back the sole remaining Williams in the Grand Prix. How about this from Max Verstappen? Owner McLaren. Late on the brakes. I mean, he was even in line with Piastri. I don't think he was even expecting to make that move. He just hit the brakes when he normally does, but at the end of the line, get up the inside there of the McLaren. And he easily pulled off. That just fills the faces that right now. Max Verstappen now chasing down Lee Wasp, and that's the next target. I don't think we'll see much of a fight here from the Beatle. His extraordinary pace from Verstappen. This is the sort of drive that we talk about time and time again. But it's early stages. You got their older stints together. Roberto is fighting. I've seen that. We saw a sprint victory for him in Austin, but in the Grand Prix format, the big prize, the 25 points in Ninigat. And that's just happened. Hasn't won since the Spanish Grand Prix. That's the junior team, not fight from the senior team. Now about division game. Also knows where he wants to join next year, and he doesn't fight it. Tell me, imagine official love with the experiences. Yeah, not same defense against Bax's beside against Checker, but again, the gap is not Roy. He's about another seconds behind him, even where he can hit Russell. Doing an incredible job. This is a Hamilton-esque Hamilton 2021, but has to drive him up from the field. But there's just so much to go. The weather's still such a question. Yeah, right now we've got a yellow flag in the third sector of the racetrack. And Lewis Hamilton is off the road. When he has been driving a Mercedes this weekend, he has been having a torrid time. Trying to call a Pinto, trying to take advantage. Thoroughly hanging on to 12th position. Hamilton finding himself again struggling with the bouncing with the drives in between qualifying and the race. It was add-ons. Then Senna's by times were 1990, and now the crowd are cheering for Tolentino because the peaches went by as he did took time to. And the Argentine is a flip-suit at that grind spad. Perhaps not underneath me. Little things. He's up to P12, and he's never finished well since he joined Formula 1. Just incredible stuff, capitalizing on that mistake from Lewis Hamilton. Thought he was just maybe going to try to hand her out the outside. You see some side-by-side action there. Bottas and Bennett trying to sort it out. And it's dead to Hague. So Bottas looks at one position, like that too. Because Sergio Perez recovered from that spin on here on. Has climbed to 60. Esteban is keeping the recall team in third place. Esteban on quarter piece, not letting it breathe at all though. 7/10 of a second. It's reached third at little Charlotte there in a car that has run 3 Grand Prix. In his command this year, Tannel get past Verstappen. That's riding clinically right now. The 7-time world champion continuing. He's difficult with thinner. But it's frontal. Away from first practice, left suit here down in turn 12. Moving on the walk up, you see that left front tire just stop rotating through the grass. You got to be so careful when it's wet on the grass like that. Any step too much on the throttle can instantly spin you around, even worse than on the racetrack. Let's see the battle now for 5th position. Cannot believe we are talking about Max Verstappen. It'll link their 5th 13 laps into this race, having all points out at 17. So he starts at 15th and there's lined up. He lined up in the 17th grid spot on the belts. Albert didn't take the start. Stroll spun off on the formation lap. We then had a room. Second formation lap, which we should not have had. Still, no words. Ball brace control. Scrap that. Instant word brace control. The RS will be investigated after the race. Russell, Sonoda, and Norton re-investigated after the race. And sometimes, well, why can't they figure it out at the time they go? To genuinely, that is an unprecedented situation. But to see the procedure not followed in that way. It's waiting to like taker. Yeah, I was just gonna know, and it looked like on the camera we saw a lot more rain starting to fall to the night on the lap times, losing about a second compared to what the leaders were doing just a few laps ago. So rain picking up a little bit. Kevin Flown, when we're seeing that the weather is dead, it's not doing one thing, it's not consistently trending in one direction. such a challenge right now for everybody trying to figure this out. That winder there be started procedure being invested in path to the race. Had to get up. Who judged about it? Those are race billing. They can't spend too much time and too much focus looking into this fairly unprecedented situation. They've got 18 cars at the racetrack to the battle. They got to keep it on it. But everyone's eventually made the line. More careful to defense at Lando Norris, but that's a very unusual one on a very unusual day. Let's get back to Sergio Perez. This is unbelievable to try that. He was running in 16th position. Just a little bit, a lot of bit wide, really there, but a little more older. That was Carlos. Great meds up, avoiding action there from Checo. Did incredibly well to fuck out of that, coming through turn number 5, and from there, he was very correct off the racing line as well. So brave to try it, and wise to move the lady points and yet drop down to 16th position. This is the battle for 3rd place in the Grand Prix. UT Saluda, antagonist Esteban Ocon, Bishop, the Yankee Snyder's picks never result in Formula 1. Esteban Ocon is looking for a 4th career podium today. Just love this circuit in rain. I mean, Charles Leclerc, you don't believe it's Max Verstappen that it is, and he is looking every inch. Streets of longevity of chasing these 4 times this year, and chasing one of those drives that we talk about long into the future. He's made up a huge amount of time, and he is 10 seconds away, basically 10.1 seconds away from his championship rival, Lando Norris. He's 10.8 seconds away from the race leader, George Russell. This is Verstappen 2023. You know, you could put him anywhere on the grid and you would just carve his way through it. That's not been the case in 2024 since about a kilometer of the way into the season. So, yeah, this didn't stop and drive so far up the bats, but Sajak's a long way to go. Norris just was racking the Mercedes, not letting him get it bad. It's been about, just made 8 tenths and 1.2 seconds for pretty much the entire drop period so far. The strategy pit cycle, that could be a massive indicator of how this one's going to play out. This is where everyone in football has got to do their part and try to figure out how the player number 6. You all see it now, ranged at this section. You're still seeing the stocks now. Yeah, running on board left hand side of your picture with the second Mercedes in the race. Lewis Hamilton trying to retake that position late from Franco Colapinto. So he's a 3-time winner around this circuit. And I think 16 years since he won his first championship. First circuit in kind of in fashion back in 2008. Where the chase continues. Bond of Bolt with 2 times. You have to say about Nick Bonifenza and Hamilton. Late winning racing early on in the center race is Russell with a 1.1 second lead over Lando Norris. That's something that has been a little bit clear. And Esteban Ocon, who's under serious pressure from Charles Leclerc down. Charles Leclerc is all over the patch. But AC Norris, he couldn't find his way through. Now Max Verstappen is trying to get past to continue the sensational recovery ride. 17th on the greens. And he's on the attack. There are just should have no takers. So slow the stress. It was a conscious choice for the McLaren to point on the 5 down close main wing. It gives you the maximum grip possible in these wet conditions, but it does crash your right line speed. But what matters Norris is proposing. But that could come back into his favor depending on the conditions. If it gets a long winter, if it starts to get even drier initially to push a few laps on that crossover, it could then if they take half that extra grip, it'd be very helpful on that lap. But it is a bit of a give and take, but that's the nature of setting up race cars. You can't just let them match straight line speed and match move to the corners. You've got to find that compromise. Conditions, you would naturally tend to add a little bit more downforce to the situation. So they need to be thinking of how they can do an run entire life on thin strategy to get around us. A nice step and jumping back from the race made us down, and as has Lando Norris well stopped around. George Russell did a 1:23.984. Lando Norris did 1:24.84. Also ahead of Norris, ahead of Tsunoda, and Ocon. was not the place to look for another Norris to stall next having up nether positions for the snap that he started this Grand Prix, as Norris having a much better lap this time around, 7/10 of a second between first and second. You're looking at the battle between Tsunoda, Ocon, Leclerc, and Russell and Verstappen, I should say. Nelson missing out at the start, dropping a couple of places back, having to think about racing his teammate. Wisely backing out of it, and Charles Leclerc was able to get through as a result. And Piastri went from the intermediate tires in qualifying early. Looked really strong with them. And he wouldn't have expected to be waiting to find the Nelson very long. He also has that very, very effective flowered wig that it's a high downforce option, and he can't take either. We're on board with the driver second in the race, second in the driver's motion. We can see that on board here. Like, always sweeping aboard the curve pieces on the Ajax curves, very aggressive, but they're giving themselves a safe distance to the exit curves. So many times drivers have been caught out on those slippery curves, not acceleration in these wet conditions, slow traction, and they're given plenty of space on the edge of the ball and over the edge. It's just impressive how much grip this cars don't have in these conditions. So the early last in Canada, George Russell ran in delays and then was taken back by Verstappen and then Norris. It's good, stood through with these work players if they're with you. That's exactly what I was drawing at. He had Silverstone, control plates, pole position at the front, and then, as this opening stint began, as the tire trade went away from the intermediate tires, Russell found himself under serious pressure, and it appears to be that way again into this phase of the race. Russell stood hard driving, almost under attack. But Norris is aimed to stay with him, his 8/10 second away, as they finish flatten of loyal overways, exciting number one. You saw that difference on the title light bracket millimeter. Some drivers have to start with a brand new set with intermediate. Some want a used set, potentially qualifying, maybe even just a scuff set. But this is for lane that's entry into it later. You get in mind that well, the intermediate proper race weekend, so those would have been used in qualifying. Still a healthy number for all the drivers going into the Grand Prix. Want to show you how much Russell is struggling in this phase of the race. For depth to Max Verstappen before it was 12 seconds. It's gone down to 11.2. Verstappen is catching the race leaders. The unclear air didn't happen. Ferrari now being the big jump ahead. It did be tapping. Take the time might become strict, immediate, and maybe 6 or 7 laps of silence. We need to get to the rain, and then make the right tide when to stop. To jump, Dubner's Hamilton trying to hang on to the position, all of the Fairman trying to take it away, and the limited 2 breaks and we didn't expect the start of the weekend. These results in favour of all of the Fairman. So Sainz has gone through past Hamilton as well. Hamilton was trying to really take the place from Double Picton. He took 12 a couple of laps ago before the storm then. At the centre as his onto Hamilton had gone off. But blowing move the same. That corner again, are we? Lewis Hamilton playing with the lockout, say goodbye to Conapinto, and it gave the opportunity to Carlos Sainz, and that is why Hamilton was trying to defend against the Haas that they're then able to get through. I mean, there's just have so many issues down there, so many drivers have, to be fair, been turned 12 into that condition, but no one as often as Lewis Hamilton, and that was a big chat there from Lewis Oliver, committed on the brakes there. A little bit of correction going in, but this is wide situation being on the exit. Need absolutely better bit between his teeth. All of this minute disproving with that penalty, and I'm actually kind of looking at that because yes, there was contact, but Franco kept going. All he spun, lost a bunch of time. Not sure why it was necessary to throw a penalty out of it this world. Just my opinion. I don't write the rules. I have less opinion. Lose that not a serious. Inspection this weekend as Carlos Sainz he started film the pit lane. And I have to say to you, get up 10 taking me to town with it after properly well by when he's done the pins in the world slight spin designs posted delayed contact. There's still 1.5 seconds left and then me and all the race. There I can also try with it make it. Then left the Apple 1000 everywhere. Understood. If the car's bouncing aggressively, if it's bottoming aggressively, each time the car hits the bottom with the floor, hits the ground with the floor, and taking pressure off the tires, that makes it so much easier to walk up. And obviously, Hamilton just struggling the characteristics in that Mercedes landing. It is. That turns you out of 70. 2 stories of the race so far. Main is right. June Russell double lead early on. Lando Norris named the speed in the wheel tracks. Max Verstappen slicing through the field. That's done. Minimizing the damage. But his last middle throwing stop after did. Look like a very really trampling down. They returned to about 19 for this raid, wearing through the intermediate tire. Back down through the rubber. But then they becomes, well, you had another. There's a slick to media. It's a real try. Gets you both contact caps. This would never help the prunes, essentially. But if it depends to right, you can run in the other now. If you shut all of your silence and looking at the telemetry notes, we're down a scene that the raid is getting heavier at the 9th straight. That was the message, Cylinder. Wasn't ever been better to make it through my raid. They're looking for me and make an educated decision on which tires to put on. And this is what makes these days so difficult. You just don't know exactly when it's going to come. You try to just make these intermediates last as long as possible to open up the strategy options, but sometimes that's easier said than done. A big window now. Throw Leclerc, Verstappen closing in. We've applied something to the race. Remember, we had 2 formation laps. One the intentional, one the being wrong, and under investigation. We go down to 69 laps. That's been revised. There's the cars constantly fuel. The car's going to turn, especially when they're being driven. And that's Verstappen. There is pulling together a champion. It's collide with this Chinese on the outside and showing a colors of interfere for all these mirth. Verstappen knows there's a long way to go in this race. Even if you take a lap off the chance. Brilliant display there from McLaren committing on the brakes. You know how good Max is into turn 1, and he was able to just stay ahead. But also, man, it was brave for Max to just hang around the outside, forcing Sean to break that lead. Would have been so easy for him to just walk off, try Max win off the racetrack, cost the both a lot of time, but he's close now. Is he innocent and a good fella drawn? That would have been the stuff of legend, and he has to stay in the realm of the logical there. We would have been talking about that forever. He's got the run on Leclerc. I mean, the smooths him out to the right now, then making a constant. But then he's standing back to Nick on a few dots. Left me so because to the center that was there. And there's a bit murmur. This is just pure instinct for this Verstappen. These dried entries, thoughtless capability. That's not in a land type. So many racers this year since the Spanish Grand Prix use mastermind. A bit about minimizing the damage, accepting the pace of a car. In conditions like this, we try to make subtle much of a difference. Or we're going across the mine and once of their ambition compression to 5th position. If the Verstappen can decide, he is 14 seconds behind George Russell. He is 30 seconds behind Lando Norris. Yeah, they're just starting to pull out and win a bit. 3-4, B5, 10th lap from Russell back to this battle here. Nick Tsunoda holding up the trade, but doing a great job. Because of the mule Ron searched on today, he strapped Esteban Ocon behind him, strapped a Ferrari and a Red Bull behind him as well. Yuki doing a phenomenal job in these difficult conditions. It's a South Outlet Translate, the 21st and 23rd in a World Championship of Constructors and Drivers in Formula 1. This is Carlos Sainz, who started from the pit lane, inspecting, rather, the exit and turn. 2000 Lewis Hamilton, who's able to get close. Let's see what he was playing. He's able to squeeze pie. That was tight. Did he alter? It's uncomfortable where you gotta commit. You can't sort of have fun it through there. Oh, now Esteban Ocon getting creative, getting desperate, impatient, wanting to get around that B-class, put the chase on to Norris and Russell ahead. As these tires start to win, mistakes are gonna start to happen. Is Esteban up? Formula 1 since he took a podium for Alpine and Monaco last year. It was a terrific performance. But it was also an intermediate day, that day. There's something about these conditions that brings the best out. And the one-time Grand Prix winner, he ran a great qualifying on the road, which gave him the opportunity to fight for these positions. Charles Leclerc deep into the first turn. Now this for the second. We're also monitoring the progress of Boston Piastri, who is now beginning to make inroads up against Liam Wilson for the 8.5 of a second for the lead of the Grand Prix. Turn 4 in the racetrack, unexpectedly, Yuki Tsunoda running in 3rd division. He has never split a podium in Formula 1. Tsunoda in his full season in the stalls. The multiple Japanese driver finding himself being compared to Liam Lawson in recent times. If I've seen Fernando Norris top master European champion today, this should know that this is his 80th of stops. I'll do one, but he's chasing his first podium, but on top before and especially next step. Going to have something to say about that. A reminder, our top 2 and Sonoda will also be investigated after the race. No. Starting procedure in front. Yes, there was a restart. It wasn't a restart. It was a probation lap and never happened. They were never told to go on to a second formation lap. Raid is really hammering down. This now is where it gets tricky. Does Schumacher coming to the pits? Does he take on new tires? He does. The Ferrari does. He is no longer part of this battle. Fucked up his place as much as Verstappen. As the rain is going to be enough throwing or forms in the racetrack. The strategy from Ferrari, they had to get out of that terrain. They weren't making looms if that rain is starting to come in heavier now. So those fresh tires on, navigating weather conditions on those lower intermediates, 25 fart laps early run on those becomes very tricky. And now every feed up and down pit lane will be keeping a very close side on the kind of lap times McLaren can start pumping out here. Low 124s have been the leader's taste. So Trevor taking us up for though. Victor Stinner won't take far enough. What? McLaren trying to extend the stinge as much as possible. Bama and Hamilton go past Leclerc on pit exit. Not ideal to the outlap before the monogas drive that is racing. Up against Yuki Tsunoda, Esteban outnumber trying to keep Max Verstappen behind. Lando Norris coming alive in these conditions again. Slightly low-rate boot in this part of the circuit. At the fair today, Russell's most laps made in a race this year with 20 in Canada when he went on to finish in 3rd. He's been in the lead of this one since number 1. I think Fox. What reason? It was about style tag, too much training. No worries, it's starting to rain no more. If you don't want to pick yourself off, we think this line's going to be okay for a bit. Wait for it to set, okay? Now, this is exactly why you have to have that conversation between the driver and pit wall. Lando onto the box. It's starting to rain and tires are worn. What the team knows that Lando doesn't is if he went at that now, where he would come out on the racetrack would be in traffic. But that is just going to hinder your ability to fly to Tommy undercut on George Russell. As we see a yellow flag entering. What is that, Yuki? No, that's Liam Nibbles. Wait, Liam Wilson off the roads. And we have alerted to these things by the chance from the grandstand because the credible remote Jade on the night and did summon running qualifying doing things at turn 1 and that's costing what minute is further than down now. Similar permanence and the new tonight is early on. He's trying to find enough, but he's behind Behrman and if Hamilton that was restricting his pace is a citizen trying to get into the microphone here. As further Norris is trying to find the car. And a team that's an elbow. These tires are the one they started at the temp. Look through the shoulder plan has taken on. At the low bend of your best word, what's it doing? Now you ain't a problem race to a period. Will stop and trying to get lost up on her. He's tried that. They've been the boss around me. Those two have history. Those two had contact. And that class bikes start been around here a few years ago. You see how much more rain there is when we're on that Norris onboard. The visibility is just infuriating. Look at the slide coming off of turn 1. Probably going to be so gentle, so ginger with your right foot applying the throttle. Now that they take with it, look at it now. That isn't will be coming again. McLaren knows the right tires. They got on to the intermediate subs trying to cut the disc. You do not want to get off track position now because of the threat of a stoppage because of the weather. You want to stay out for as long as possible and maintain the position. Norris was not in a place to overtake the floor. So he was finding himself seriously under pressure. The Aston Lawson had been nunted. So it's third one collision. Lab in the club pitted for a new tire. He went into traffic and cannot clear it. They cannot clear, and as a result, his lap times are just exactly what the group in front of him is doing. And that's about the same face as what the rears as we see it. A yellow flag now in sector 1. Nico, the birds could be in better. The Istasa gonna drive the track here. Donkerberg is spun. I can see it how the continual window, and there he is. There's a right pile of comments down. Donkerberg He's out on the oil banking. A billion second. And only come back, usually center line where the rain has gone off track. The leaders make it through. It's getting I'm so limited. Of what he's supposed to do here. The talents of these great drivers on full display. Fuck the back, front with the car. The yellow flag is waving. There's a back pass, but his beak show me old banking at the mountain. And it looks like his race is going no further. This is about sheathing the car, pointing in the right direction. Without your safety car is out to neutralize the race. And this is exactly what McLaren was hoping for. Such a great pole to stay out. Had they pit, wonderful green, and Russell stayed out. He wouldn't have been able to take the pits under the virtual safety car and save about 10 seconds. So a great pole to stay out. Great job for both Russell and Lando to hang on to it as those tires were deteriorating and the track conditions were getting worse. So if you're in a terrible position compared to the normal physical car, Mike Piastri was, Mike Alonso was, you come in now to get the benefit of stopping under the virtual safety car. If you're out front and scoring major points, you are desperate to hang on with different position in face. In face, we get a full stoppage, and the weather really has changed here on that 28. On 69, we reduce the lap count. Well, as Max Verstappen is battling, Sergio Perez is anywhere through with no limits for Checo. Then lately the right hole, it has gotten so much heavier. The rain and the commentary box, you can see it just pouring down. I don't think it's hit the worst on the front straight. Further back around the lap, it's even further. They say, hold your back, rise, you've got to stay on the car. And now he's bouncing drive, so control alternates. I mean, that's all right. Well done. We're done refitting the cars as we saw from the ability formation that we never was. That the virtual safety car is ending, and George also cannot cope with the car on the circuit any longer. He comes into the pits. They can't take them the new tires. I think they'll have to. Does anyone just take the risk of this being committed? She'll learn some blight and maybe race control. So I red flags into rock back and they'd given up track position. The top two felt the need to come into the pits and take on near tires. And Russell gets down that head. Esteban Ocon rounds the dice. He's hoping now for a full stoppage with these conditions. Also the Norris been through they could take this car off. And he's further on the tires that they had. And now Ocon and Verstappen barred Clistra for a safety car, red flag. Well, the timing was brutal, but safety car, a bunch of safety car, ending right as they came into the pits, allowing everyone else to get back up to speed. But look at how much water is falling. I'm surprised that one of these two didn't go for the full. What? Look at it. You can't even see down the straight. Surely, this is all that the birds appear. Andrade will Canada Norris make the corner. The inserted over Piastri and Wilson is under investigation. They must have made contact. I don't believe we're seeing that yet in the race, though we did see Liam Lawson trying to recover through the circuit. Everyone is trying to show you the relay. That was Piastri flipping Wilson, spitting Wilson, and that will be an incoming penalty. The Australian driver, I believe, only evidence of previous moves earlier in his season, and that was what's been for Hulkenberg in the first turn. Ocon leads the Sao Paulo Grand Prix, and he's got Max Verstappen are 6.4 seconds back. Verstappen doing a fight for cautious alternate turkey race, and that is not something nice to see. Piastri has a 10-second time penalty for the collision between Liam Nelson, who he knows mouth, spun round. ELP Ocon flying being revived, driving with full risk there, driving an inspired race, but he's barely falls off on the main straight pitch, and it's an Alpine 1 bream right in the hell. Verstappen splitting the difference in second. He's got to be so careful, and this is where you are hoping for that stoppage. Like he said, the leaders really got burnt by the timing of the ending of that virtual safety car. It's, later in the predicted lighter rain and flea beds. Can you hold on to your car in these conditions for 3 more minutes until it starts? Look at the water on the racetrack. That absolutely got to be contemplating calling this one. It would be devastating for us in the North. Ross and Norris did not feel they could continue any further on the intermediate tires. And look at the Princess Pride. Now, just not Norris doesn't serve. It's definitely ready super well there. The British trying to get past these countrymen. That is a crucial move to move up to 4th position. But they're different track position to P8. Okay, guys, wait. So Max Verstappen and Verstappen Ocon. I'm not cheering magnificent gate how the guys do it because the car controller is too much and the safety valve is fully deployed to neutralize the race. There will be a benefit to anyone who pits at this stage under the reduced pace. Esteban Ocon leading a Grand Prix. He is a one-time Grand Prix winner. And the only sign he has made one lap in a race he won it. That was back in under 2021. An extraordinary moment for driver 19th in the World Championship. He hasn't finished higher than 8th and the 9th. Albeit it hasn't broken the top 8. Albeit the is beaten by the safety valve in this sensational Sao Paulo Grand. Or say that might will say don't forget me and named a enormous consequence. I don't think he would have been in contemplating an overtake finish. He was just trying to keep it pointing in the right direction. I think he was trying to get out of the spray from Russell just by, being offset there down the straight. Such was the level of spray coming off the car, the lack of visibility, and then all of a sudden you would have seen the rain light to his right. And then, all right, let me just keep in it for a little bit longer and get around, get behind, and now you got a little bit more from in there. Pilot, deep breath. Liam Wilson, the gears right through the rain. This Lewis Hamilton turning in, full wet for Liam Lawson. Lewis Hamilton trying to keep it going on that intermediate time. Will they move into the first turn? I can tell you as well, Yuki Tsunoda is on the full wet time. Snowballs. Team Lawson is, we saw Perez going to went Joe and Hulkenberg pulled the forward. So that's right, rain decreasing in 1 to 2 minutes. I don't tell you that I didn't believe this single round. Look at the top. The top 5. It was always going to be that tight a race. This has been, statistically, one of the worst seasons in their history of the end-stone operation. They haven't been a car inside the top 8. I mean, here not in the Grand Prix clawback. It's been a really tough campaign. They were plumb last at the start of the year, and yet, in the rain of Brazil, they nearly were race. I think of 69, in fact, Paulo Pinto, and we're 3.3 seconds stop. We are behind the safety car. George Russell took the lead from Lando Norris. Lance Verstappen went maximum attack and has called his way through 17th from the grid to second in the race. The bonus point for past back. As Mel Tofias brought up on the wet time is Yuki Tsunoda. You see the Hulkenberg spin, but then continue. And Norris, Russell, Tsunoda, and Lawson are all under investigation for leaving the grid. With an station done on the football match, but never said everything. Anything else? He got saying anything so small. Subconsciously, we saw called into a pit, and he took the intermediate. So that tells me that these teams really do believe if then again later, those full wet tires, they knew me strong. As it starts to dry, the pace falls off from madness. Them so they must have a lot of confidence that this month is going to get better. But you see how treacherous it is out there right now. You saw how easily we have Lawson was able to pass Lewis Hamilton there, who was on the intermediates, Lawson on the full lengths. But you got to remember, right now, Norris, Russell on this restart, they at least have fresh to be Verstappen, Ocon in front. They do not. So there is going to be a massive tire advantage on this restart. If we do get a restart, and don't go the red blank edition for conditions. Sorry, I don't know. It's alright. It's alright, mate. There is a very, very early start. It's a very, very dramatic day. I'm trying to get the winners out. And again, here in center, 6-inch turn. He started to be at D500. From pole position, he's a 6-time winner in that championship, and he's guiding us through a day to the baby. It crashes in the wall of 9 to the promo pin zone. Another crash of the qualifying. So once Williams hit the wall, that's how treacherous it is behind the safety job, and that will surely be enough way to a full red flag. Corner Pinto finds the barriers. It is a red flag. The race is interrupted with Esteban Ocon the leader. Max Verstappen up 15 places, Gasly at third and up 10. And Franco Pinto is the second Williams out. That's the message I wanted to say. He is okay that his Sao Paulo Grand Prix weekend is done. And you have to feel for the Williams mechanics. who so on to get him into the race. They started end of a triple header. Started at 4 a.m., ended late last night, already had to travel a pair of 2 cars, abandoned one, Alex Albon not even making the start because of the damage, and up through that incredibly fast final sector, through turns 13, as we talked about, flat out, no problem in the dry, don't even think about it. So slippery in these conditions. We saw him just put on those inters, cold tires, through that section, has lost control, and that is an expensive weekend for Williams. Look at the damage to that car. Chase Downs is wincing out of your own seat. Damage to Alex Albon's car and Franklin Fantino. Running that lovely fresh helmet tribute to Carlos Reutemann, the last Argentine driver to win in Formula One, being applauded by so many of these countrymen who have made their way to the circuit. This is the moment that took him out. A reminder, this was reduced pace behind the safety car. That is how easy it is. Look at the damage it did. He wasn't even up to speed yet. That was a much slower impact than I actually originally thought based on the part of the racetrack. But as you said, under safety car conditions, a little bit of an oversteer, major oversteer, and then just overcorrected, snaps back the other direction, and absolutely ups the wall. And that's concrete. That's not a tire barrier, and that's tubular weeds, and that damage looks so extensive. There's a key moment of the race where Norris and Russell then felt they had to switch to new intermediate tires. It's promoted the Alpine of Esteban Ocon to the lead, Max Verstappen the second, and Gasly to third. Norris and Russell hold. So, here is London. Everybody could just change tires for free now. Again, it was just about to bring up that point. The rules in Formula One, under a red flag condition, you can change tires in pit lane at no penalty. So for the cars that didn't hit, your top 3, Ocon, Verstappen, and Gasly, it is a free pit stop. They can put on whatever tires they want, and on this restart, it'll be even, actually a little bit of even a bit advantage over Norris and Russell, where previously it was Norris and Russell that had the tire advantage. So again, this is a rule that's come up a lot. It's one that I think needs to be looked at. A lot of drivers and teams have said the same thing, because you're just unnecessarily penalizing teams and drivers for having come into the pits on a normal program, but definitely rewarding the bravery of the Alpines and Verstappen right now. Esteban Ocon finding himself as the race leader. The interruption on lap 33 of 69, a race which has had Lana from even the fall. The lights as Jack Doohan, who will be replacing Esteban Ocon in the team from next season as Lando Norris walks past, and the deflation in Lando Norris's voice when he said everyone can change tires. And I would love to know if someone can ask this question to Esteban afterwards, no matter where he finishes. I would love to know if this is informed with what happened to him in Zandvoort last year, when Pierre Gasly don't have a podium that they sent up on out on full wet tires. It dropped him down the order. And then, as soon as you get to the safety performance tire, popped in a race and get a red flag. And I wonder if that moment from Zandvoort last year, that, which cost him track decisions, has played a part in him staying out today. Because the reverse has happened. There's not been benefit into that. This is definitely something the teams speak about. I was speaking to a Mercedes engineer on the grid, and then he made the exact same point. By the time you have to switch to the full-man tire, it's usually pretty close to being red flag. Now remember, that's not exactly what happened here. We need red flag for bad conditions. We red flag for a massive accident. So, I will say it's struggle. Obviously not a lucky situation, but for them, the weather is supposed to be actually lightening up. You can take a look here. Piastri in the lead on Lawson. So yeah, this was the spin round from Liam Wilson. So the first turn, he was everything from Sydney. This is the moment we joined in. Trackside. Piastri just running out of patience to follow the New Zealander Eddie Londa. And then that took Lawson in the part of the racetrack that Lewis Hamilton was racing in. This is what it looked like for Oscar Piastri, and you're going to 10-second penalty for this. Continues on to his right. And then look at the difference when we got on camera. A couple of laps later, Norton trying to recover the place on the wet. Then it was Nelson marching his way through. And that was intermediate tire against full wet. And as you say, Hitch, we didn't get electrified for the conditions, but the conditions often get so bad that you're in full wet territory. It often leads to an accident, which leads to a red flag. Yeah, I wonder about being bear that in mind. It's a mid-race deeper for man having an incredible ground play so far. And all of the damage done, the snorting in qualifying is now undone. He'll have a free choice of tyres for the restart of the race, and he will have his nearest rival for the World Championship behind him. Behind him and still under investigation, close race for that start procedure infraction. Pierre Gasly sitting in a plenty of position as it stands. Well, again, the rain out of the window looks like it has lightened up a bit, so once we get that injured Williams, well, injured's maybe the right term, probably underselling it a little bit, off the racetrack, that poor team must be really out of spares. That third accident of the day. I mean, that is unbelievable. Well, but put that into perspective a little bit. You know, the Mercedes team and Total Wealth have said coming into this event, we're done with upgrades for gear. We've had 3 big accidents we didn't plan for, and I was Antonelli and Monza in FP1, and then the 2 Russell impacts, both at Kona and at Mexico City. Crash damage goes that up. To make sure you're under the cost cap, we cannot really afford, literally, to bring any more upgrades. You think of what Williams has gone through per day with 3 accidents. It's not great. It's a suboptimal financial situation to be in. But that's something these teams have to be so careful of and so considerate of when doing their budgets for the year. You might be all the way to the end, only a handful of races to go, but disaster can strike multiple times, evidently, in the last few races. Yeah, tough stuff for so many teams. We love seeing the drivers on the limit as well. You don't want to see them driving to 97%. You want them with all of the flair that we have seen across this season. Now, this is George and Nasu here through this red flag. Is that it? Should have stayed out. Into the pit, like following the safety car. It was that consideration. It was that choice. Do you take the risk to that plating off the road as the race mover getting to the new conditions first, or do you take the new tires that have upgraded more towards a victory of that track position? And that gamble I've seen Russell adopt a bit. It's fact there tied into the fact that the timing of the ending of the BSC was so inconvenient with both Lando Norris and George Russell. They lost more time than a normal VSC pit stop. It was maybe half of the loss, compared to a full green flag stop. But yeah, I mean, look, it is so easy from the race car to try to call something, right? I mean, conversely, you had Lando saying, hey, we need the box, we should have boxed by now. Had they done that, they'd be in even worse opposition. Seeing Russell saying, hey, well, we should have stayed out, I told you that. The team just knows more. And that's why you have to have that constant communication between the team and the driver. Looking at the pros after in the commentary box, Esteban Ocon is the race leader. We are under red flag conditions. Max Verstappen in second, Pierre Gasly is in third, Norris fourth, George Russell fifth. We're going to take it to you, Dad. Win that race, over to you. I feel the great guys, what a day. What a race. Ruth, we are at a part of the race right now where we haven't yet hit half distance. The points will be awarded if the race is stopped now. But having just taken a look at the rainfall, it looks like it's pretty much all cleared up. The rain is almost entirely stopped. Yeah, exactly. We have a couple more laps and then we get to the half distance. A few more and we hit that 75% mark, after which we have 4 points awarded. Given the situation as it is now, I do think we're going to get 4 points today with everything we've seen, which I think they deserve, to be honest. Thanks for the Sunday. Now, we're talking about the jeopardy of a race like this. And of course, we heard George Russell just then really disappointed that they pitted when they did land. Of course, standings inflated as well because now everybody gets a free choice of tires underneath the red flag. But bringing that safety car out when they did looked, we were talking about this before we came on air, an inspired choice, given that rain has now stopped. Yeah, it's all about risk management, and obviously you never truly know what you would do if you were in it. But in that situation, right, the track was aggressively dry, even a little bit of the rain. Actually, the cars were cleaning up. The cars were 140%. Obviously, no land is slick, but it was properly into conditions. Then we have this new rain cell bay, and actually, what the majority of those cars did, what those Alpine sits are excellently, what Max did, and then also don't throw it under they just slowed down. Actually, before that safety car, we were running about 135%. To the normal dry race, that's similar speeds to not be bigger than on VSC. It is slow down, keep it on the back so we possibly can, because time and time again, we have seen that the inside is faster than the axle. We saw Charles pit and get stuck in traffic. So everyone was using that as an indicator to try and go and then that VSC. The dangerous things about these VSCs is they can end, and they can end in the pit lane. We've seen the race wins been lost before. There's a joy race in Canada that I'm going lap from the thing. You'll be right that I lost it in the pit. So, I think that you have to just be so proud of that Alpine team. Really did such a great job. I'm actually P17 to P2. One step better than 2016, which is only 16 to P3. Doesn't even sound that good now. Max has been driving like a man possessed today. Beautiful racecraft, no DRMS, just pure skill, pure talent, pure pace out there in those really awful conditions. But can we not cut this red flag right now? The safety car would have absolutely held everybody until it got into a better position. And just everybody, we're seeing the issue that has given Nico Hulkenberg a black flag. I'm hearing, which is in Finland. I cannot recall the last time we had a disqualification in a race. I was under the impression that it was impossible to give a black flag these days, but you had to give a driver the right of reply. Now, then you'd only get disqualified after a race. So that infringement clearly has irked the stewards today. Some interesting decisions coming down from the stewards. The only Bamman one. As well, quite an interesting one. Given that, as the guy said, well, he seems to do more damage for his own race than the Brancos. Yeah, I've even out pigs in a rule book in front of me and all the camera angles. I was placed him to comment. But I thought like with all his on, it was into the melange. Again, as a commentator, we have half the information. People that are giving out these penalties have all the information, and the teams will have a right of view. So they feel like it was run. They can obviously go through, raise it in the next race. But there's always that felt like that happened 12 years ago, didn't it? In terms of that race, the way that ebbed and flows, and now obviously during into the second half of the race, it's not even for Ollie, it's not even for any driver out there. Every single driver that is still in there, whether you're in P1 or right at the back of that pit lane, it can still change. Remember Hockenheim. Remember the Kvyat came from right through the bag to being on the podium. It's not over. It's never over. And I think it's not over because we're not even at half-place distance yet. Essentially, this is a race reset. Everybody can go again. You can fix whatever damage there is on your car. You choose what tires you have, but those tires are going to be limited. And if the rain continues to ebb and flow, how much choice remains for these teams? But what they go out on, and will they have to change to potentially later remote remains of this one through? So if teams have the choice, typically, 9 times out of 10, they will choose the inter tire because the inter tire is faster. And if you start on an X-wet, it's up to do an additional pit stop. Lest we forget Singapore 2017, when all the guys start on the X-wet, either way they were faster, most down to the guys on inter because they have to stop on switch. So that's another 20-second penalty, unless you get another red flag. I think now it's seen 30 laps on an inter tire. We've seen that on this new track surface, it's wearing down to that interslick. And actually in those conditions, it was fine before the new rain came. And then it was a case, even honestly, when rain was very, very heavy, the majority of those cars just slowed down and kept it on the track. And they were able to throw the safety car. It's not an incident. But I think going into it, people are going to want to fit that in. So if they have the choice to do so, if the conditions stay as they are now, and we get restarted when this rain time has passed, and they're going to be looking to try to get that one done. On to the next interruption. With that, we were talking about this in the pre-race show, the fact that Esteban Ocon comes alive in these kind of conditions. To hold that car in the lead of this race as conditions got worse, when it's slick to mediate or into slick, right, if we want to farm it. An incredible drive from him as we hit 10 minutes now to race restart. Great job from Esteban, great job from Alpine. P1, P3 right now. Yeah, Absolutely. Yeah, there's so many good people down in Alabama. They've had a tough triple header. Remember, like the mechanics, they've been away for a month. I saw them looking weary. Thorium this Newton, and then it's a little half hit out. Lawrence Peter and Esteban are in the great position. I hope they could bring up home a point. I so really feel for the girls and boys down at Aston Martin and at Williams. You say a 4 a.m. start. That's not alarm call. That's starting work at the track this morning. For the amount of work they put in to setting those cars up for qualifying, to rebuilding those cars to get them into the race. For Lance to not even make the start, and of course they're going to have that crash right now. I've seen a couple of the Aston folks, and a couple of Liam's those shoulders just completely slumped and exhausted at the end of these 3 weeks away from home. Yeah, I mean, in 24 hours, they'll be home for their families, drivers and the kids. I mean, it'll be running. Actually, all the teams in the pit lane, down about that, they're kind of in no man's land with the championship. So because they're kind of like solidly in their position in the championship. So I think, so you always have to, sleep on it, see how you feel tomorrow. And there's no great race. There's another, that I would really be. I just really felt for them all. It is shaping up to be an incredible second half of the race. As you were saying, Inter, the tyre to start on right now, as you say, the rain, when we looked out in the pit lane, when we looked back over the racetrack itself, it has gone from being a deluge to nothing, completely clear within the space of that red flag being crossed. Yeah, and when we come up here, we say now can change again, like another 3 times. Which is the great thing about there is that you have a plan, and then you have to adjust based on what's happening there. Your risk versus reward changes what's important to you. What's the correct call for Anando or Max? Isn't necessarily the correct call for a midfield team. There's no always one correct answer. But remember, everything can be reset. The glorious thing about this track, it's a bit of a safety call. We're on that side, but 10 laps to go. You make the right decision or the wrong decision, everything can change. It is not about anything right until you cross that line. And we have an investigation after the race. We too. We'll get into that on the post-race show, but for now we have the potential of a Lando Norris chasing a Max Verstappen for the podium, potentially to win. They've had flows this year, but also a Max Verstappen versus an Esteban Ocon. They have had contact here and a punching match on the way bridge after the race. It's not necessarily going to be the friendliest second half of this Grand Prix. We're getting closer to race restart, and so I'll send it back up to you guys in the box. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Ruth. Stay with us, everyone. Now, I did approach down in the pit lane. The rubber gloves are out for Esteban Ocon, so that could be an electrical problem. No, Esteban Ocon, so he's our race leader. Sergio Perez, who is in the second Red Bull. So, if you're in this match, Ocon, but we're an Alpine fan. So these Ocon, Verstappen, Gasly, Norris, Russell, Tsunoda, Pierre, Piastri, Alonso, Mawson, Townsend, Bottas. Size, then the driver is still P-Val, Sergio Perez. The order for the restart has been issued. It will be a rolling start. And conservation, the Hulkenberg received outside assistance. We pushed off the lip of the tarmac track and new Lanoff, which is why he showed the black flag. And at that flag, he was disqualified by a driver for race. We've been in the lead. It's the first time the black flag has been shown to a driver since 2007. So fairly rare. But on this day, not surprising in any way. Axel, we're under red flag conditions, and we are now into a 10-minute restart procedure. So Norris and Russell would have been incredibly frustrated with the timing of that stop. They have a chance now to done again and have a chance to undo damage. And rain has passed, and we're going down a very wet track surface. Holding still at a air temperature of 20 degrees, track temperature is 25, and earlier on, James, we saw that the track turned out very, very quickly. It did. I mean, these conditions lend itself, even without any real sunlight on the racetrack. There's a little bit of a breeze. It's just very, very warm. It's very muggy out there. Formula One cars circulating, that dry line can start to form pretty quickly. And that's bad news for the likes of the B cars, Tsunoda and Lawson, for Sergio Perez, and for Zhou Guanyu, who are all in those full wets. Because they were trying to account for this condition right here, which is what was happening when they put them on. But now the rain has stopped. It's definitely the wrong tire for right now. As we talked about, those full wets, they just overheats so easily as soon as it starts to dry up at all. If there's not a ton of water on the racetrack, that tire just falls apart and deletes lap time. So strategically, it's all sort of falling apart. The bad timing of that red flag for the V-card, which is so unflinching, such a strong start, a lot of potential, a lot of opportunity. Look, it's not done. Still haven't been operated at all, but it's definitely a blow right now. Approaching 3 minutes to 2 London time in Sao Paulo. And the rain has cleared for the moment. It continues. That's it all out there, but it's only spots. It's the lightest it's been. It's about 6 o'clock this morning. So everyone getting a break in the weather. And now let's have a quick break and hear from Lance Stroll, who found himself starting all the claims when he spun off information of podium. Thus, sorry to see you near at this point. Mr. Stark is through what happened on that formation. Yeah, let me experience. I thought as soon as I touched the brakes, it was how to do really a lot. And then there was some of the passenger for Barrett, so felt bad, but maybe there was a big family problem. We have to have put him for you and Fernando, he both in the team went in the wet qualifying session earlier today, so what do you think would have been possible? It's very effective if anything's possible, yeah, on that one really thoughts. But we have to look at doing that. Thanks, Lance. So Lance Stroll spun into the barriers and impeached himself in the gravel. That then led to confusion. It led to a wrong formation lap when the start procedure was abandoned, but no green lights illuminated on the gantry. This left Norris and Russell, Sonoda and Lawson under investigation after the race. Yet expand, it's a difficult one. The stewards have decided is going to need plenty of deliberation. They'll be going through footage, they'll be going through the rule book, they'll be looking for a precedent. There isn't one that we can think of off the top of our heads. Max Verstappen has minimized the damage at this stage then. A fantastic drive through the field from 70th on the grid to second in the ladder. How about this though for a resumed fact? Ocon was a lap down when he made contact with Max Verstappen and cost him victory in the 2018 Brazilian Grand Prix. This time, it's a fair fight. These two began their rivalry in European Formula 3 when Ocon took the title, and it was Max Verstappen's first ever season appearance. In 2014, Ocon had to watch Max Verstappen climb straight to Formula 1. Ocon sideways win, but GP3 won that title with a single victory, and then later on climbed into a Nana and raced the Enstone team with distinction. It's raced for what used to be known as Force India in the past as well, and he's moving to Haas the next year. He ends our race meet. Well, then they're about the restart side. There's possibly fast ones 2 8 to 10 minutes, so there's nothing after that. So there's a little bit of confusion about where we're going to get the memory restart. 1402 is the message. It had been set back to 1406, but we are sticking with 1402, and that is in a minute and 10 seconds time. So they're still wasn't doing all route, or everyone held that. Race will resume. 2 minutes past the hour. 2 minutes past 2 and 33 laps, move 69. Will resume. That's not all gone. All right, Job on you out there unlapping himself essentially was pushed to the front of the queue and sent out so that he could get on par with the rest on the field. Fueling up at the back to do appear. Race winner from last week in Mexico, Carlos Sainz, having the smoothest day today down in P13. So Stroll spun out full of formation now. Alex Albon, fresh out in qualifying, they were unable to repair the car in time. Oldenburg had been black flagged. Franco Colapinto hit the barrier under the safety car. Joe Donnew is the 16th and final car running. He's unlapping himself. That is very clearly stipulated in the rule book. So that one's covered. And we wouldn't have expected this. A team that hasn't put a car in the top 8 all year. Our team, 2 cars in the top 3. As we receive things, Verstappen, you can see him on his face. He knows what man thinks it misappropriate is done to these championship changes. We are back on the way. Green lights at the end of the pit lane. It will be a rolling start across the line. Ocon, Verstappen, Densley, Norris, Russell, after a lengthy delay, after a big hit. The Argentine driver, Franco for the pit zone. The thing is that he is more wide. It's off to rain has come down. It has now cleared, but the track surface still holding a lot of wood. Now, I realize I misspoke a little earlier when we were talking about the beat hards and Terra has all the drivers on full wets. Things should change under red. So that will have been fixed. They're probably back onto the intermediate, so I apologize for the confusion on that. It has not undone their day as it maybe looked like before. Boston's still trying to make a comeback from that contact with Oscar Piastri, gets spun around in turn 1. Penalty, both Piastri on that. Oli Behrman also with a 10-second penalty, I guess. Oh, tick, yes. Piastri has to. So he won't serve that penalty in the pit stop. Behrman as well. Bannon has made that stop as well. So Esteban Ocon started this military in 12th position, up 3 places. By 7 started this Grand Prix in 7th. Still heading close to the front field and a standout victory with book one hand on the championship. So not only that, you think football theory which it finishes this. They're both left. Wonder if that question got the team looking at one another thinking, wait, was it not? Then they better, what gender is this? And that's why there was a brief delay in the response. Then our timing screen is showing that it's a new winter. So I'm not sure what it is that Carlos has seen that makes him believe that it isn't. And we got Verstappen trying to size up Esteban Ocon on this restart. Probably feels like the Unzabon beer to that now back in 2018. Verstappen trying to win for the first time since the Spanish Grand Prix back in June. Esteban Ocon trying to win just the second victory in Formula One. We now have the yellow flag. Turbulence up all of the Behrman, who's slipping and sliding on none for the rows. And it's up to Esteban Ocon. He's not the only one as well. That was totally put on you. They still went up playing 5 thighs. That's a repair once again. Esteban Ocon takes it back to racing conditions. And there's a good opportunity further back in the track for a pass. Side by side, inside and back. But the top 5 are in the same order. Shit on the connect, Galactic 36. So now the found a salmon, then to street trying to power through as well. To be only change in the order was shown plan managing to get through the Manchester United down for 7th and it's here straight in 8th. But also at 9th, Wilson completing the point scorers match. Did not set off the cause that now is rather Norris journey start if George Russell affected the fun which at massive consequence. Not who's gonna get the inside line. It's not Jordan. Side track please. There was George Russell. Tough bid. Does 9 of the Norris. Copter and Fergal Furies Russell. Big commitment from George on the brakes there. They see the Ferrari going up. Now that's Charles Leclerc going wide. That's going to allow Piastri now to try something on the outside. Cannot make it stick. Ferrell able to hold on to that position, but a botched attempt to turn 4 for Norris goes wide, opens that door for Russell, and big commitment on the brakes into 6 for George. Quickly installed. Ocon has a hit at 1.7 seconds. They will be firing off his intermediate time and assessing with grip lead. The street go past Sonoda, that is my knees attacking. Charles Leclerc go past Sonoda into the first turn as well. That's dramatically smart that. Norris both a turn number 4, Russell with full connected to take back the place, but he lost earlier on, and now this is further back, very close between Alonso and Hamilton in the battle for 9th position. I told her she's through the spray. Play hold there. Here's Hamilton, and Hamilton's gonna get that new turn. Finally, some good news for the 7-time world champion. These they've been doing on the attack and up to 9th place. Now you could just see it looked like Fernando had him with them a little bit north from that section 13-14, and it just allowed Hamilton to get close enough into the sheer pipes. I mean, look, we talked about the draft. We're not really using the draft here right now. It doesn't because of the spray being so bad. You really want to offset from the car in front of you. But Hamilton is able to carry more throttle on that high-speed section easily. Get the pass done the field. Turn 1 and now be sizing up the big car, but Sonoda done play started. Held that position for a long part of the Grand Prix on the start. Look at him, that is him digging around the outside. Is it thinking about diving inside? Grain is still very, very heavy from the spray. And the cars doesn't appear to be friendly. This is on surface, but the deluge that we landed earlier on. This will land if we can get a succession of racing laps. Topic Plus. Esteban Ocon does not need telling twice. The Impey don't get a chance like this for a very long time. That was an epic restart, that when he needed it, and he's got delayed by 2.6 seconds. Now, Hamilton putting the pressure on Yuki Tsunoda, who doesn't have the form on this tyre that he's had earlier in the race. And I was just going to say, right before Norris went off there, how impressive it was on that restart. Esteban Ocon running back, championship leader, 3-time champion. Max Verstappen saying that Fastly was clipping Norris at bay before you made that mistake, so don't doubt things. Just performing horribly right now. And as you say, Tsunoda not quite the same condition as Hamilton. He is just struggling at the back of that car. Shot out of turn 12, trying to get the power down, just really struggling a bit. He is brave on the brakes right now and committed, trying to make his way past the beacon. That was the message that the rain. We've been heavy for the first 10 minutes at Racing Mansion, and then it is expected to clear. It's not as heavy as we've seen earlier in the weekend. Oliver Bowman, who's been in that car, he tried like on our signs earlier in the year, but he's substituting for the Spaniard. Installed points at Saudi, he's racing in the 30th position at the moment. This different wrist blow intake is the Apollon. It's a back on off to one of the banner and turn nudges the banners, turning the state from there to cleavage where he's going. But you could see some kilometers were cautious, some are attacking, and for then, and that's the result. I mean, if Boca had been that point, it was just, I mean, a gradual battle back and forth precise if they never get the call alone, they did, but it's been. But Messi won for Verstappen. He's had penalty and I let it for abortment contact. And now this moment, let's take another look back. Just get that one initial snap, doesn't correct it all the way, kind of carries that drift for a while, and eventually the rear just getting up all the way around. He hit barely square though. Still a little bit of damage finally on that fairway. It was pretty all the way down to 16th and last on the road. It's an in 8th position. Norris Hamilton in 9th. This is the battle we're looking at the moment. Now from Esteban Ocon leads by 3.4 seconds. That's just that been getting stabilized and up and running with these true conditions. The Gasly is 3.3 seconds ahead. George Russell. They had not turned the car in the top 8 at any time in the year. LP had a quick knock on the fight him in 6th. But you all run right moment. None of this theory now get away. Prisoners in your position, and you see Hamilton trying to take that wide line, trying to stay away from the rapid part of the racetrack. He's all alone in the back of the Japanese driver. Now he's best there though. Everyone will find earlier today. He starts to appear 3 more with brakes. Understandably, for what is normally a midfield running car, he has slipped back, and Hamilton, having really not enjoyed the car on full tanks, is now able to be a little more attacking. You remember earlier in the race, Hamilton was complaining of the bouncing, the lack of grip. We saw him go off a few times down in turn 12 right here. But he seems to be handling it a little bit better now, a little bit more comfortable, but still struggling on the track. And look at those big wheels. That's exactly where Colapinto had that moment. But isn't it the close intermediates? Overcorrected, found himself in the wall, but it is still incredibly treacherous up there right now. All these inconvenient tires. Inflicting the parade job. It is 7-time champion behind him in these incredibly difficult conditions. As we see the yellow in sector 3, maybe. Bobby Behrman had another moment. Yeah, Behrman. This is his first time racing in the rain in Formula 1, and he resolved that turn 12, having spun into the barrier at turn 6. To mention, chopping the following line at the time, the gap was stabilized out front. The Narvet there is a point surge. You want Max Verstappen in the Drivers' Championship. So, McLaren doing what they need to. Martin Ferrari at the moment. So, he's further on from the gentleman that we saw at it on the lap and a lock up to them in the center of the run. Yeah, both fronts immediately walked up. Wasn't just hanging up the inside. This so slick down there again. That's the quad we've probably seen the most issues with throughout the weekend when we've been running in the wet. I guess the weekend throughout the day. I mean, so wet today, but it feels like today's gone on for several. Well, I hope you're enjoying all the racing action. This order could yet change entirely. It could get a totally different podium. We have seen a sensational storming drive through the field from Max Verstappen to second place. He's beginning to chip away at the lead, but Esteban all starting to light conditions. He'd be fast now, pay the meaning of it. But this storm, with a notable dry race, we're all board with normal signs. We won the Mexico City, but 7 days ago, and he's tearing out of a spray, trying to make the move on Sergio Perez, whose spin on the opening tour seems a very long time ago. Perez himself, Sainz being 13th, Donna Pinto, Hulkenberg, Alden, and Stroll are in retirement, but the top of the boat expanding is now the last rock. So let us stay to the odds. I think you'll be these days. We had solely about fire condition and racing cars. I'm sorry. It's big ass. First set of intermediates. 30 laps and left. Tires Bond, Lando Norris. That's 6. Everybody had 6. They all changed during that red flag. Oh, and we see the Ferrari go red off. Oh, again. For the second time today. Carlos Sainz. Keep it on the runners. They had his most complete fulfillment 7 days ago in Formula 1. It's been a tough outing, and he spins into the barrier to put up a safety car once again on lap 40, and all the effort to repair the car. His frustrated faces down at Ferrari. Carlos Sainz finds himself unclipping the steering wheel. Another retirement. In this Interlagos Grand Prix, interrupted once again, this time by the spinning spin. But based on the message we just heard to Lando Norris, wouldn't expect anybody to come in. Everybody's pretty much on the same boat. Everybody is on the exact same program, same tire, same age of tire. You're going to try to make this go. Making 29 laps of this Grand Prix. So it's up down tire management to a certain extent here. So this is just a brief interlude as they remove at Ferrari. Then we will have a restart again, but that closes the gap. Ocon doing a great job, as we see Carlos actually driving away. Just see what happened here. Well, the 7 just immediately winter walk up into 8. That was a big win. First, just don't slow down in these conditions. The track's, but you see, braking on the white line. We talked about that a little bit earlier. The curves, the paint, whether it's on the line or the curves themselves, can be so slippery in these conditions. And I mean, it walked so fast. It's like somebody pulling a handbrake on you as you're turning into your driveway, and there's just nothing you can do when the track surface. There's white paint around every Formula 1 circuit. The kids brave but you need. But still, in these conditions, the amount of rainfall that we've had today and yesterday, high grit is sometimes still incredibly precarious. Dipping wheel on there, around you go, end of the race. And we firm up again, you find the safety car. There is one Ferrari now backing 2 of the McLarens, being the live constructors' points. Thanks, Napa. For this broke out, we were just talking about the impressive run that Ocon was having. He had almost a 3-second gap over Verstappen that he had pulled out since the red flag restart. Now we're going to have another restart. That gap is gone. But again, the advantage that you have having clean air in front of you, having no spray in front of you, is masked. So right now, not only does he have clean air and more downforce on the car, just but in keep you get to the bit of place in the car, planning standing water, maybe running water across the track. And that can be such an advantage with the stop. And 3-second gap almost resumed the car out. It's so impressive. And you just take a look there at the potential change as they run in the Constructors' Championship. This is the equipment really deficits. They are staring at their worst seat. No top 8 finishes since 1985. This one I'm saying, what about things Calibrosi, thanks left and prove first together. Anything can happen. Still a very, very long way to go. Yeah, down, keep focused. So on that's right. Ethic delivery of a medium told message. The alert has been sensational, but it is not complete. To Max Verstappen and Red Bull. No, it's all rosy right now, but as GP said there, one lap can be rosy, one lap can all become completely undone, as we've seen it happen now for a multitude of drivers in this Grand Prix. Different retirement so far. Sainz, Colapinto, Hulkenberg, Albon and Stroll, F4 it even started. Here's Lando Norris. One of the big lots of us, amongst them white lines. Do you want that info? Absolutely. And it's such crucial information. The talked earlier, men will especially be incredibly aggressive on those apex curves. The entry curves and the exit curves, you got to be a little bit more gentle with. So for sure, you want that information as a driver. Every bit of info you can get on track conditions. Maybe certain folders for people who have been struggling. It just, well, a data point in the brain, in the data bank there to refer to when you're out there in competition. So very good piece of information between the football toilet. Signal choice 15 in that information, so he's driving that in there as that has been worked really well. Hearing the information at the crucial moments. And they're all crucial moments telling the way all the POV incident. Regarding 555 that his drama signs has been noted. So the view that in a few moments time, I believe, and just take through what's going on with the safety car is ending. There's another band of rain potential for the end of the race. Even over a bit, inch. Yeah, there's more of it. Working that our way. Come on, why not? Just let's throw a little more out of it. So, we had a tornado in the area all at once. One else was there to throw. But this pump free. As they remarkable spell. So inside of fleet practice, I'm at full the safety car is ending. We've been made the incident now instead for primal signs was for partial top ship down. We will attempt to get back into date. So you can have a look at that and have procedure stuff. And they asked through the procedure. No, he started the race. If you're on a bite here that because it could yet affect our order, but we're gonna get some great racing now. Now Ocon has passed this exam once. He's got to do it again. Verstappen has seen the tactics. This isn't going more aggressive now. Trying to stay with it because he was a great restart that last time. And the man, no. I mean, his matchup a lot aggressive. It might be at this point a second place if Norris stays out of it. It's great for him. It's great for his championship campaign. I don't think he is doing that way. I don't think he is an absolute racer and he's going to try to get around the need and go for that memory and ruin. But an exclamation point on this championship. Just hear it running all the album. The last moment, a relative silence before the roar of B6 engines near reverberate around the auto-turbo pause touching, named for a Brazilian hero of the 1970s. Formula 1 has been visiting this place since 1973 in the World Championship, and this is a race to remember. Ocon leaving it late, the Ocon leaving the field behind. They're very tightly bunched up in the back now. There's a big opportunity for Charles Leclerc. There's a big opportunity for George Russell. But that's just a button that finds itself taking that aim. I thought Norris was drawn off their mothers. The digitation slangs did blonde border. It was Norris. We took down this position as Verstappen. This was 17th McLaren. Main Thursday from the Earth Fernando Norris let all of his Verstappen take the lead. He falls back. There's now the Aston Martin of Fernando Alonso trying to hang on the outside, flirting with that white line. Now we just saw it take down Harlem sides, but an incredible move for Mass. Make sure much about it. That aggression was there. He went for it. As Hamilton defending now and dance when you're the Lawson at the top part of the race. And I can now Lawson coming back on the inside into turn 8. That needs fun. And he's way past Hamilton. Hamilton's nearly off on Northern. These up as well. I get him in another place as they are smoking below the far more aggressive on the second restart than before. And now it's Piastri safe. Norris in 7th. Sununda is in 8th. Lawson go past the pair. And Alonso is the last place scorers at the Barman. As Devin, who was scrabbling and letting the wrong, is trying to overtake Lewis Hamilton. These two guys with 1 second in. This time, both of them are on this Fernando. I'm not certain what the smoke. This is an NX. They will put out 3. As Alonso time goes out, the 10th place. And that's the position. And you know, my fag in sector 3 for that moment. I'm going to build with George Russell, who is fighting all the while and trying to get on terms with Charles Leclerc. And you just see how bad the visibility is out of the front of Russell's car. Trying to just big out the flashing lights on the attenuated on the back there of the Ferrari of Leclerc. It's all so difficult at those speeds to pick out where the race car is. You've got to be so aware of the surroundings because they should go south so quickly if you're not keeping track of the cars around. Verstappen from 17th on the grid, to the lead of the Grand Prix. Big, incredible run through the field in typical conditions. This was Fernando Alonso further back a few moments ago. That was him off the road at turn 12. He did rejoin. He's there with the last car running. And a little pirouette, the fluid he got going again. We've seen how slick the grass it is, obviously, when you're out there. And luckily he was able to keep it royally, but turn 12 just being the problem corner today. Luckily, don't know the there, and we haven't lost a call to that corner yet, but we've certainly had a few mishaps. There's the man on them to just is to restart that. The first restart back to return to the back to Verstappen behind. But you knew Verstappen would have noted the tactics when he pushed, and it was a late restart, but it was a great restart. From a Max Verstappen, who has a 2.2 second lead now. Her walked a turnaround from the morning to the afternoon. Verstappen, Ocon, Desmond, Leclerc, Russell, Verstappen, and Norris is the order of the points currently completed by Tsunoda, Lawson, and Perez. So we want to headline Verstappen as written there. It is so significant in terms of the drive and the World Championship. As it stands, this race isn't yet gotten any thinking change of taking another look at this move again. He wasn't even sizing him up on the entry. His braking point was just so much later, so much less pressure, able to just get the move done. You see a little squibble there from the Ferrari. Norris coming back on track just behind his teammate. I wonder if we're going to see that swap happen soon. Let Piastri move over, get Norris into some cleaner rear, let him start trying to attack the cars in front. Almost a moot point though if Verstappen's able to keep himself out flat right now. The smiles aligned down at Red Bull because they end up seeing something sensational from that champion. That's James Hinchcliffe for itself, man of many races through the years. He's seen plenty of things change on the last lap. Now, Perez, he's been driving the McPherson. He is racing Liam Lawson. Max Verstappen has the fastest lap, and Thorwald was sudden. In his 3 seconds, the lead, the United in this contest. Verstappen was 9/10 of a second quicker than Ocon on that last lap. And Ocon was the second quickest person. As you see the command now from McLaren to swap positions, that was expected. They didn't wait too long, which is the right thing to do now. Lando's got to be fed down. Attacking wasn't. See, so to be errors today. Some drivers with incredible experience. And that's Russell off the foot. That Stewart's also off the pole position on the tiding down. That bird, flip down, that it is. And also they're able to get Tosh out of that. And is there another error there? You know, when the Lons result in multiple times in qualifying in the Grand Prix with his tricky conditions, it might be like 46 or 69, but mainstream changed late. Atlanta Norris just has to get his head down and try and undo the damage. As we are singing it throughout the World of Super Sunday today, things will change. And Lando, he's got to feel impressive. He's got to take risks at this point in the Grand Prix. With Verstappen up front, if or revoking plans to keep his battle going any further realistically. So it is time for, I know that. Don't think, just don't worry about it. Just absolutely put the head down, put the hammer down. Be aggressive, take risks. Try to make some ground up. After that issue, he says he has the Ferrari not quite close enough to doing it to one this time. A superlative knows a race. Where it's on to X57 block. Max Verstappen needs the field once again. He hasn't won a Grand Prix since fucking June. Esteban Ocon is trying to fit up his teammate. Me and Sam evolving Charles Leclerc and force been mounted, so we tune it in unsafely. So that is how he lost the position to Julian Russell on shooting cleared up in the replay in a few minutes time. Maybe right about there. Instead of being let's find out. Look at that, but they say shit on a cloud. It's not down off the road, that's not true. Sit dangerous re-entry here. I feel like we saw that. Maybe even Lewis already in this program. I'm surprised that one was noted when the others weren't. You don't expect that to be an issue. Russell will have to left. Didn't have to go off track to avoid the Ferrari, so no harm, no foul there. Dex instead of just watching the face now. 3/10 of a second faster whilst trying to round. That's a hit him, but You will be under the pressure of the Alpines, but whatever setup they went for the Alpine, it is effective. Verstappen down to space, the race, like he was in his hospitality earlier on in the race, faction out next to that on board. He was always going to find that, knowing that Verstappen needed to think at the Drivers' World Championship, and he was through before he could even glimpse into the nearest through the spray. And it's given compound a chance in the fourth period, coming in the second win to the moment. Slips, what's your spins? Just amazing how different this looks than lap one. And where we started this Grand Prix with Verstappen down in 7th position. Norris on the pole. It is just Olympics very double race already. Still for cold, unpredictable from what could be in the pro. What the inclement weather in the nights. And Norris usually riding in these conditions through an instant Q1. Second quite there. There will be different ones from different drivers in these conditions, but there were hints in Q1 that he was racing in the championship context, trying to improve as he went through, and he spoke to you, James, a meter underneath after he took pole position, because he knew that was a day where you could easily go out in Q2, which is what happens in Manchester. Then he took a grid penalty for Verstappen torpedoes from the moment that he released the clutch at the start of the Grand Prix. Has been alive and electric and siding his way through the field at the moment to hold the race lead, and it's increasing. Fastest lap of the race belongs to him. We're looking at the back of time at Lando. Now play the game of damage limitation. Perez is trying to mine up Norris on the left-hand side of your speed. With that at the 5th place, it's stuck it. And then there is no raid by to the moment to Sergio Perez. Just one of it might deal with Ferrari. The league's going to back up at the end of the race. Maybe the need is more heavy rain to come. That middle, we see the checkered flat. Except that you've been a bit of a rhythm off that second race for the second time. Raced. With them, yes, it's true. When we're slowly getting there, it's been a minute. It's been burned again. A consistent running order for a while. There's just been so much change. Nothing been rigged. She said Perez no friend that lineup lost. Something that and do no, I'm in old job right now. Big buffers both in front and behind from both of them. Running inside in third. Chantal trying to make gun for a durable spin. In the points right now, would love to get a little bit further up. There's him ahead of Perez and Hamilton. That's all 9th division. Grabbing on for a couple of volts. The stage a little bit spinning out of the race. Finds himself in 12th. As though they do a race of attrition. Doing a classic venue and all the tasks now. Old Grand Prix world, and that's what's happening there. That new page, Bogus point, and the page went to for Vic's point. That's what's happening. Finishes mid back provision. The line Norris as it stands. 8. And it means Kelly. We knew that this was going to be a day that's going to give us a defining outcome. You just know when the conditions are like this, there is going to be a serious winner. It just seems to turn out that way. You don't know who it's going to be yet, but it is a great story written so far by Verstappen in the Hall of Fame drives that he's had. He's had some sensational longs in his career. This is right constant. Stu Russell front down all tones with the Alpines. So what took 9 seconds in a bit of scrap. Yep, he's throwing Norris, and then him off a second. Yeah, I mean, Gazza doing a good job. Russell having a good chunk out of that gap. One on last lap, no 6 tenths faster mid Gasly the last time around. But the spot there, it didn't really seem to work. Morris doesn't have the pace it looks like to attack the Ferrari. Yes, to fight on his field boss, it looks like he does have more pace right now. They're going to make sure he's faced back there, stays in mind. And then the whoop had also from the Constructors' Championship standpoint. The Checo can move back a little bit further. Max running up front, fastest lap, good follow points there. One of the Ferraris out, the other one running it. 29 points ahead of Red Bull right now, receptive in the Constructors. So this is a day for Red Bull to try to swing back, jaw back into that deficit. Ferrari advantage gained over them over the last 2 weeks. No thought that investigation on Charlotte for rejoining and safety that he bring James Finchback. You can see him trying to squeeze when medium and men if no blue with us. Let me ask Faith. It's better than came to be effective his team yesterday. That's a good number. For second place in sprints. Just 7th. And that with the sprint race. Ferguson's first sprint victory. Major points. But made the Grand Prix. Norris, who's thrived so many times. Now he's raised engineer won't chase him. He's got a engineer advice lesson all the way through this race. Doesn't care. The Claret tries look forward in pace. Now they've been by his son in the damage to get past Charlotte Ladder at the moment. He's doing all that he can and for these two tries to toes no, one's hard running, two McLarens are in. And it's some chap to know what real pace water is. The treasures we see Piastri going a little bit wide there in turns well. Not too much time lost, but he's going to be exposed here. You should learn that. He's going to be on the charge. He's got so much momentum. And with the speed you can take out a turn 12. You take down a turn number 1. Here's the example as they burned up to 118 miles per hour. Time to the upstream. Hang on. I'm in size. The answer is yes, and he's got away with that one for the time being. I don't really know. You're just going to have another shot down into turn failures. Not DRS. So down is powerful. An opportunity here, I think, too far back to make it work this time. So as you say, Pastering getting away with that one. Just going back to that point, Verstappen in fleet air. Roussin has paced out devastating right now. Almost a second quicker than Ocon on that last lap. You compare it. Ocon, again, has a Fabian Russell, and then Leclerc holding up Clarence, beat carbs. If those cars weren't fair, it'd be tough to know. If that we put some face their Patovich closer to the Red Bull right now, so we just take a look at that little lock up. Left run, Piastri didn't get all floors, all wheels off rather. There's hang on to the spot, charging big carb. What in hell do that's just having the push. Can they trade this stat if you want? If he just keeps going faster and faster, setting big fast as laps now half a dozen times already since the triple eight. That'll be the partners being named by George Russell in the battles in the final podium place. So, this means 6-year-old Fritz against Gasly, the 28-year-old Frenchman. Alright, Gasly, look at what would be only their 5th career podium. Yes, the man on the team, but his 4th career podium tonight. Race. 58 still be affected by the weather. Looking out of the commentary box window, save intensity and rain out there for the mud. No matter weather updates on lap 16, we expect class 1 to class 2 rates on off for about 4. It's not specific. I love the specificity of it. The exact rich lap, exactly how intense the rate is going to be, and for exactly how many laps. But I didn't like that they see so much tread from telling the driver how long it's the route to rain in terms of minutes, and turn that into laps. I kind of like that from inside the cockpit. That's a useful bit of information. The gap was 40 points at the start of the day. Moment. Brandon Norris is trying to make sure that he doesn't lose 16 points to Max Verstappen. That really is a pivotal moment in the World Championship, and what a different story it appeared earlier on when Max Verstappen was 17th on the grid for this Grand Prix. We had an Armstrong spin out earlier on at 4. The staff pulled the 5 red lights win, so we had Alex Albon on 8 with inside the start, so he was lined up as a 15th car, but from 17th on the grid, he's melted moonwalk, and the record books will record. That's a super late lunge from Sergio Perez. And even though we have seen a lot of late lunges in that corner today, Bravo was never going to work. Might be a different story at turn number 4. Yeah, much closer this time than what we saw. But now last battle down in the turn 4. These two have history coming from last week. Did Mexico contact on a watch pass attempt by Checo on Lawson. As a wonderful view in the back to the team report. If I stood with tons of Russell is the driver applying the pressure. There's going to be a second risk-in reward window, likely so, and out of the Benjamin was really attacking cardinal signs. Russell's going to have that opportunity on Gasly. Gasly's going to have that opportunity on his teammate. Verstappen's got to try and find a measure where that rate of rise. The team never do the handle the weather. Let me stage properly again. We still expect another shower on the pool we did to the checkered flag. Perez racing with intent right now. He wants to get possibles. Jenny's so close to the back of the V car there through that second sector. Just trying to make Watson live in his mirror. This is just trying to get him distracted, get him off his game a little bit. might just take the smallest one a mistake, but gives Checo the opportunity. He's pretty close this time. We see how strong they could be on the brakes into turn one. Maybe an opportunity there. Lawson defending to the inside. Checo goes to the outside. The back kid. The smash that 9 up to his hands. The apex us. Lawson does about to get it up. It's not the hope. No, he's driving pandas. Then it's ball. Little tanga. The moment Trump. Progresses momentum has been checked. And Hamilton is desperately trying to bite back food. These two coming to blows again. A lot more respect there, a lot more racing room, but God, it was close there. Fableton had to back out of it in turn 3. Lost that momentum, didn't have an opportunity to get a Checo, but now he does. But Hamilton Freedom's on by. Sergio Perez showing that if you deviate from the racing line and 17 corners, the Saddlemark rules are. If you even go, I was going to throw item. Hamilton didn't need a second invitation. He is up to 5th position. Got onto that exit curve outside of turn 12 and just no grip of water girls out there. Some redeployment is there. Armin, yeah, they've got a few manuals never water bit inside. And he's such a no happen part of that. Rick couldn't have the power now. Unfortunately, nothing he could do to stop Hamilton from going by. He goes from almost executing the pass on Wallace into losing the position. Trying to go for night and ends up outside the pulleys in Atlanta. Definitely you've been seeing. Punch and counter punch. Jones Russell was not red and Matero straight by tick tie by that Mercedes. The lead Mercedes in the contest. An intense contest. A draining process. But the drivers that look started have an impact on those championships, but certainly who drive this championship Lando Norris now getting active down to 1.4 seconds. You never know what twists and turns we're going to get, not only in this race, but for the rest of the season. We still have a chance later to decide both titles in Las Vegas, in Qatar, and in Abu Dhabi to close out the season. Norris will know they can get across the flat. They can recover something from today as we review the great switchback move. Sean Lawson does side by side for this man. Not best friends, those two. No, never happened. No one ever will be. Who's Verstappen lowers the best lap time? Bugged in. Got to 22-0. But no, that was, held a little bit side by side, barely content. That one, that's just a good enough reason. Soaked in out at once, so no arm, no foul. Take you got the issue with it there for Wade Lawson. Hamilton had a really good first sector. Oh, they racetracked on it. Chased down Liam Wilson last time around. He's a good Paul Fempsinier between Bonds again. And Hamilton trying to find a rigs for a safe lead pass. So, meanwhile, Mercedes, George Russell, really applying the pressure. Pierre Gasly, though he but just a bit career podium. George Russell stood upon the rostrum 19 times before, twice as a winner. Gasly memorably winning the Italy Grand Prix. Waiting for him to stadium. A lot of chance to do what he's done before around there and put it on the podium. Didn't drag racing on her to say the Clatton. He doesn't want to be the driving Dickinson, but I with the Mercedes on this thing. And he's trying, so he puts his power over rostrum is now. You don't start base team, there'll be no different names 3 years. But the Enstone Factory Formula 1 team haven't actually does of a podium since 2013. It's on enormous opportunity as Verstappen logs fastest man of the Dawson's man. And there is a reminder. If George Russell was trying to send penalty, needs immediately. All the way back as well, Hamilton got him, take that walk. What I was working on, upward nice day from a rough start into this Grand Prix. Both from his physical starting position and a few off-track situations early. Definitely deeper on the brakes from me. Lawson expunds a little bit. Both cars getting some oversteered for turn one. Or big written there, but was we were not checking out the mob and parameter there. Wadded up, but weren't able to get an honest ride. But now it's definitely later on the brake. No, inside line available to the 3-time Interlagos winner to try that performance of Rio class back in 2021. And he's made more enthused in the back of the sprint, the front end. It's now 58 of 69. You've got an interesting top two that few could have predicted. Perez feeling great now. The fastest lap of the race belongs to those Verstappen fan. Perez finds his way back into the points. He's driving to the left, to the right, serving on my other back about Mercedes. They're still in their route too. It's serene at the front, and still the other positions are on the grabs. Doesn't look like fifth is at the moment. Norris has dropped back 1.8 seconds, however. Yeah, I mean, Federal here. Who's got a race at this race car? Don't hurt him, name a bit. Also, very strong. The brake into turn one, certainly stronger than the beat bar in front. What they need is anything. Nevo can start making some moves for your Lawson so that they could try and attack there, dip himself back into the top 10, and then go after the Mercedes. Man, I'm just so impressed with these Alpines. Both drivers doing incredible jobs and maintaining that position, coming up to 10 laps to go of this race. And they have really not been challenged since they got themselves up there. Great strategy, staying out long, benefiting, of course, from that safety car and ultimately that red eye condition. But they're maintaining this pace, just doing it for the picture. She's 80. Still in the balance until we get that final shower. But Beckler's busting tidy to giving us the information, and again, the lead to Bob's tender to take to go, to say, come out in front, is it out 14 to 15 seconds. If we get now that moment that changes the conditions, and you've got to go from the intermediate to the wet time. George Russell is hoping to get that class done. Russell was furious on the radio that they gained on track position. That has been pivoted. In the form of the rest of the year, you wouldn't have expected the Mercedes to rule past the Alpines, but this has been a strange occasion. It's not until it's 7:30 in the morning for the racing action. The felons are still making their way into the circuit at that time. The queues are around the block, as they always seem to be. The mechanics, well, on site, are still them preparing these cars. And some seeds have had to do that again and again. There is incredible work at Woodlands 2000 to get their entries, or at least one entry, into the race of both those teams. And we have been treated to a wet race up and down. We're going to talk about what Max Verstappen done in this race. And even wanted to go, but we will wait till the end. Max 60 was a bound and element. McLaren, the Martinville Range Center, the Glen Rear, and then how much is Gasly prepared to risk compared to George Russell? One moment on the curb, that lock on her, it seems like plenty of chances. They just being in there. Remember, we had a 27, now 28 laps from all these injuries. That's the snapping sense there. Another new crash this ladder. And that's more laps than what we saw than when the really heavy rain fade last time before the red flag for the Palo Pinto crash. So if we do get a deluge here, it is going to be super challenging. You can see how much drier racetrack is getting online. Again, drier, not dry by any stretch. So rooster tails coming off the cars. You can see where that line is pointing clearly. So these edgers really getting stressed. Drivers having to manage, having to balance how much to push, how aggressive are you for lap time and forever takes, but still making sure there's enough rubber left on these tires to make it. Floating wheel nonsense. Hamilton continuing to trail Nelson. Also continuing to trail Gasly. One Mercedes battling to the podium, the other one trying to make the best of a tricky weekend. As Hamilton closed out his era-defining run, with Mercedes the full moving to Ferrari, one of so many top points. We can't wait to get stuck into the Formula 1 in 2025. The Formula 1 in 2024, it looks like this is a defining day. The rain does not appear to be increasing outside the commentary box window or the evidence of the cameras. I'm not going to Oscar behind you as I did check a penalty. To walk back where you get close to my club. You watching Dick of Roof? Anyway, I'm trying to get a speed let it go. One. So that does also answer a question I've been talking about earlier about he asked his penalty. Even though he stopped before red, really did not serve that penalty. Have that supported. One of the safest before the penalty Molly Behrman was given. Was question marks still there, but yeah, Norris one of those frustrating things to hear on the radio as a driver. Can you drive faster, please? Well, I mean, yes, there are times in a race where you are holding back some pace. There's some reasons and some strategies behind that, and I think it's quite clear. Well, Miss Grand Prix, Norris trying to do everything he can to move up. He's not just letting Leclerc sit 2.5 seconds in front of him. That's just the pace of Leclerc at the moment. Not as strong in these conditions as what they were in the dry. I don't be a team wooing the fact that the weather turned yesterday to today. No, the first. That Grand Prix, not just that. Statement after statement after statement being made. The first time we done him really rattle all year long was in the pen after qualifying. You knew there was going to be a response like that. Hurt his championship challenge multiplied. And we're on not 63 of 69. It is very much from. It's just so much like 2021. Hamilton, super quick, both trying to pull it by a mile, was disqualified for deadpool fraction. Many people going down the conspiracy theory route. But what it did was light a fire under this driver, and it set him up for one of the greatest drives of his career. From the back to the front, as he gets so close now to the back of that V-car. What it did for DRS in the fifth stage of the race. Well, Smith, me ask me, you can see here. He's 12 second bit hit in this Hamilton. Norris still enjoying the hurry up. It doesn't have the balance, doesn't have the speed. And there was starting penalty. Traffic, the ace of the after 10 seconds. Will be added to these race side. And let Norris through for the in the Drivers' Championship. Russell is still a second away from Gasly. But the opinion down in the paddock has changed. The level of rain that we're now expecting through the end is about to remain the same. So Russell trying to force Gasly into an error in the final stages, and nothing is simple on a day like today. Absolutely not. His teammate Hamilton trying to do the same to Liam Lawson. Just got to bait that error. And look, we talked about how been a job being open to doing right now. Alfonso is 7 laps lower than Verstappen. So that track position is so important. It's very difficult to compute massive right now as that line starts to form, or the line starts to form. Talked about this earlier. The fun it is to boil off line to slide it. That's from the patters. To me, the Alpines are setting off the pace. They're able to maintain that track position. When that front Verstappen just, that's phenomenal in his firing off of these fifth laps. That tries him a little bit. It gets a bit more grip as the fuel burns. It gets him a little bit later. Then the car's got a bit more pace, and he's just finding that tenth and a half every lap with you and bettering his own fastest lap. So impressive. An extra step in. Had a need of multiple points coming into today. You would extend these lead in the Drivers' World Championship. Complete final toes. And it's 5 to go. As he says, another fastest lap. He writes a story that's going to be mentioned a long time into the future. The door was ajar after qualifying. He's tacked serving to the field, to the front. And now, Gasly, again, feeling the need to calm down the tires. Look at this lead from our team. No one saw this coming. They're heading, as it stands, from a dreary division of 9th in the Constructors' Championship back up to 6th. Trying to take advantage of this, trying to hang on to a double podium against all expectations at the start of the day. And this is one of the things that started that conversation a few races ago about changing the point system to pay all the way down, because we're a team that has been struggling. Let's call a spade a spade. The results haven't been there. But with points so few and far between for the bottom half of that midfield, one day where conditions are strange and the race boys add at the start pressure to alter that situation so much. That jump from right to this, the Tottenhams, and it's about millions of dollars in prize money at nearly the season. They're able to hang on to that position. This is a dinner changer for their view. Javier Bertoy, an executive advisor at that team, all of the Oaks and team principal installed this year mid-season, will be dancing in the rain if they can hang on to a double podium. And for the team that have had to carry on working, trying to keep smiles on faces. They've had to reduce the head count there in the last few months as well. So much work is going on. Sometimes you put all the hard work in and you get a reward. You get a glut of champagne. And sometimes you claw for the car at the top end. Alpine knew this was going to be a golden opportunity, and they are getting closer and closer. Can Russell give himself an option with the deployment of energy on the last lap in the way that we saw Perez take the bike to Alonso last year? We're still seeing Liam Wilson, Pete Hamilton, and Perez behind. The man auditioning for promotion to the big team next year, or maybe just a full season contract with the Faenza-based team for the first time in his career. Checo's got a great run out of Hamilton here down the backside in the floor. This is for the final points. Will the gap appear? It will not. And Perez had to get out of a filter. Yeah, you knew that Hamilton wasn't going to be foolish enough to give Checo the opportunity. He knows how good Checo is on the brakes right now in these conditions. And then up front, Watson hanging on with everything. He's nothing for years of it for the gunners. Now they did that very good job to make. Upgrade lapses. There's lots to do. The kind of message you want to hear out of a racing driver. Physical pain because of a bouncing phenomenon that he's having in that Aston Martin, but being a team player, final awards mechanics with the incredible work of getting both his and Lance Stroll's cars fixed after qualifying crashes in time for the start of the race. Yeah, Alonso thanking the mechanics on the radio there as we look at these glorious corners in the wet, in front of the crowds on the terraces. The circuit in Interlagos has provided us again with another classic. Hamilton get close. To find his way by. Russell remains a second delay from Gasly, who's driven brilliantly so far. We're on lap 67 to 69. One count reduced die 2. Verstappen continuing to set purple sector fans for being the fastest on the track. At any point, the race is on with a sprint to 6 that weeks. Esteban Ocon hanging on to second as it stands for just his the rear podium and rear podium. It has been a second one around this circuit. Nervy moments. And the team principal, Oliver, sent another fastest lap for Verstappen. He is just clicking them off at an incredible rate right now. Over a second and a half. But I saw Vanessa up on that last lap. He is on cruise control, but his cruise is just on another level right now. But how about Liam Lawson, a 7-time champion, right behind him, clearly with more pace of hand, but he's not coming a real wrong. That's the thing. Mills, he doesn't have the pace to drive away from these guys, but he is doing a great job of just keeping it clean, not making any mistakes, and not creating the opportunity for either Hamilton or Perez to make a move here. This is a spirited drive. There's not just Checo's going for it. Then he's trying to get it to the thanks for this Hamilton restore at a turn because your boy to give rhythm to his racing life and slightly compromise mine. As they make their way down the hill now. It's another film heading to the late corner, friend. Perez finally get that line that he's been nothing for the wide. We are watching the battle for the final places in the points. And coming on the line outside of the commentary box window is Max Verstappen to start the final lap with right on 2.6 miles of the generational tie to victory. As you say, this is just championship momentum back in Verstappen's favor in a big way. He has not left the Grand Prix with an extended lead very often over Lando Norris since the summer break. Only Austin, I believe, is the only time he's been able to outscore them and actually increase that gap. But right now, it is going to be a monstrous swing in Verstappen's favor after what's been an incredible drive. It has been an uncomfortable time away from the front for Max Verstappen. It really has. They're still fighting all the way to the final line, to the final point. That Max Verstappen has put together something truly remarkable. Still an opportunity for the final places in the points, really, to change towards the end. And Verstappen is taking off the final corner. He is plunging down the hill now. In the Brazilian lane, the Dutchman has delivered a defining drive. He climbs that hill and to country victory. up through the gears to a huge moment in the Drivers' World Championship. The World Champion strikes back. Max Verstappen wins the Southern Grand Prix in 2024. 17th period. Not put most. These first million for that period. In June. And it could be what we should be tonight. It is the van on who takes his fourth career podium, and here you are joined by his teammate at his fifth career podium, and for the first time in years, Team Stern to both cars on the podium. That opinion fired me. Something to smile about. Don't think we eruption to the lighter. My sentiment, chance for the sentiment. I will turn it right up to at night. Next three drops that I'd be afraid to disorder. The tires in fifth, Norris was in sixth, racing under the rates on the 9. But others under 3 tenths of a second away. Norris was denied that final point. But that was the fighting. It was generational. It was superlative the max. Hello, Tom Cunningham. That boy was that worth the want. You other than the earth. What about who red stars? Everybody's simply immaculate. I cleared it up. They just love hearing that emotion out of Max Verstappen. I mean, last year, we just got so used to hearing those radio messages that are being like, "Nah, hey guys, the job." That Rob Bush is just so thrilled to be back up running. And me heard now on that, just something to be happy about. As is the performance from both of these guys. That's here from Northern. Well, the buttons, Mario, it's that. And Peter. Oh, the race dive. Well, we don't film another review there, right? Or, funnily enough, no, that you think so, not that man. So we have. I've done 2 PM TV. Maybe not. You know, I was. The 2 boys from the north of France. They're all, let's be honest, not the best of friends, became teammates, and they've both delivered to their team. Ocon switching to Haas next year. That Max Verstappen world's a triple header, controversy and brilliance. It's what you get with all great champions. But surely, that is right up there with one of the greatest performances he has had in his illustrious career. He is now staring at a full world championship. Yeah, you know, I don't think he's thinking about the championship right now. I think he's just so proud of that drive. You see that enthusiasm, that excitement, the cheering of the crowd, cheering of the crew. You haven't seen that kind of animation out of him that Boston lately, because even what he was winning, it was just expected almost. And so it's late to see that renewed passion a little bit. Not that he haven't lost a passion for winning or for racing, but it's just incredible to see the emotion that is still oozing out of Max when he has a drive like that. 2 Frenchmen on the podium. First time in Formula One for a very long run. You have to go down to Stefan to T7 and be informed. And maybe a tennis didn't show them Mason that day. Appeared and for Verstappen. Instead, riders turned, teammates turned, Frenchmen on the podium took that turn as the battle going. That big Destin. Alpine's miserable season turns the page, and they're up to 6th in the Constructors' Championship. It's a $30 million day. I mean, it's a good day. And look, that crew has not had a lot to cheer for or to be happy about this season. It's been a spot slog. Everyone acknowledges it. The drivers, the team, the men and women of Alpine never gave up. They brought that they lost even more in Austin. Like the year 3 appearance. They were rewarded further in Mexico with points, the first one since June. And now we'll get this on 9 double podium position in Brazil. Just 2 weeks after the first points, the 7 points. And Max with the family. Then I'll argue to drive it today. No. Well, let's put a conclusion on that one. All the same stuff. It's gonna go into the great through the lift station, and it used that way from motions. Today, the immersions today, up and down, right at the end, on top, Lando took the pole, Max took the win, and our team are probably just as delighted. The rest of the classification, George Russell in 12th, Charlotte Perrins did find their Norris with a 6th place to lose points in the World Championship battle. Enki Severino with a strong 7th place. Oscar Piastri's penalty dropped him down to 8th. The points were completed by Lawson and Perez, just 3/10 of a second between Lawson and Hamilton at plus the 9. The rest of the finishes, Perez, Bennett, Bottas, Alonso, and Joe are retirement. So it's Colopita, Hulkenberg, Alpin, and Stroll. That championship pendulum basically grew. It was towards Mando, it was towards Max, it was back towards Mando when he took pole, and in the end, celebrations. Sure, I'd start that open just saying outstanding. It's just outstanding. White up on for one of weekend, really, from start to finish. So much was thrown at these teams and drivers. Everybody handling it in stride. Obviously, at the end of the day, you can only have one winner, and that is Max Verstappen, but it certainly feels like a win for the Alpine team. Let's hear from Rubens Barrichello speaking to the top 3. Hey Max, what an incredible race. Yesterday, you didn't have any thoughts. You might have room today with the weather, or it was tough. It was a tough weekend. Yeah, I mean, my emotions today have been a roller coaster, with qualifying, being really unlucky with that red flag. Starting P17, I knew that it was going to be a very tough race, but we stayed out of trouble, we made the red course, and so calm. I mean, we're fine. So all of these things together, of course, made that result possible. But unbelievable to win here and so that come together. Good. Yeah, man. I need to ask you, the first corner, when you went to the inside, you saw there was a lot of grip, and then you started to use that a lot. The overtaking looked fantastic from the outside. Did you know there was a little bit more grip and the inside because I kept on doing faster laps and everything down line. Yeah, I mean, there's very hard to pass around here, but every time I give somebody one line that you can take. And I just knew that I had to go further. So if those always easy to the different like you do, just strike through it. The balance on that, and I have confidence on the brakes is around and helps. And yeah, the one is always a great going at the bus. There was 17 process left, so well done. You made a crown. He's staying up all the way. I hope they enjoyed it. They did. We then blessed it people that they all pointed up. And we've been it's good to see you, my friend. It was nice to see you before the race. Did you look like you could have been on the podium since that I'm on in one of the day now was, I didn't get feeling. It's really nice to be driving around here and having, the performance a bit like that, on the rain. Very important to all of us. What is it? I said a long time ago that, on the rain. Because I must be going and that phrase the night at them. And, yeah, I'm very happy to be today on the podium. I think it's been awesome, and the support that I received here. The Brazilian fan is incredible, man. And I can thank everyone, By any chance, you guys work on a setup because you knew it was going to be wet? Did you work a little bit on that because you knew the car was going to be faster in the wet? No. That was just about a car was extremely difficult, the drive. And really, I felt at least, when it started throwing this morning and last night, I really wanted to get some nap in the rain. I love it, when it rains. And today has brought a special response. Enjoy the party with Alpine. It was great to see. Thank you, everyone. Here at Alpine, what a great race. How tough it was to make that decision to stay on track just before the red flag. That thing fade out. It's incredible for the whole team. But, we had such a tough season. We of his morning. Hans, two minutes off. He's destroyed and you piece around it. Certainly, so good news for the 7-time world champion. These they've been doing on the attack and up to night flights. Now you could just see it looked like Fernando had him with them a little bit north from that section 13-14, and it just allowed Hamilton to get the most into the sheer pops. I mean, look, we talked about the draft. We're not really using the draft here right now. It doesn't feel the spray being so bad. We really want to offset from the car in front of you. But Hamilton is able to carry more throttle on that high-speed section easily. Get the pass done. The field turn one, and now he's sizing up. The big car, but with the Sonota, done play started. Held that position for a long part of the Grand Prix on the start. Look at him. He's thinking around the outside. He's thinking about diving inside. Grain is still very, very heavy from the spray. And the cars doesn't appear to be friendly. This is on surface, but the deluge of United earlier on. This will land if we can get a succession of racing laps. Topic laps. Esteban Ocon does not need telling twice. The Impey don't get a chance like this for a very long time. That was an epic restart, not when he needed it, and he's got delayed by 2.6 seconds. Now, Hamilton putting the pressure on Yuki Tsunoda. He doesn't have the form on this tire that he's had earlier in the race. And I was just going to say, right before Norris went off there from President was on that restart. Esteban Ocon not running back. Championship leader, 3-time champion. Max Verstappen saying that Fastly was creeping Norris at bay before you made that mistake, so don't doubt things. Just performing it horribly right now. And as you say, Tsunoda not quite the same as his Hamilton. He is just struggling at the back of that car. He's shot out of turn 12, trying to get the power down, just really struggling a bit. He is brave on the brakes right now and committed, trying to make his way past the beacon. That was the message of the rain. We've been at it for the first 10 minutes of Racing Mansion, and then it is expected to clear. It's not as heavy as we've seen earlier in the weekend. Oliver Bowman, who's been in that car, he tried like on our signs earlier in the year, but he substituted for the Spaniard. And scored points at Saudi. He's chasing me for 30 position at the moment. This different wrist blow intake arm is the Apollon. It's a that colors to one of the van and the turn nudges the banners, turning the state from there to cleavage where he's going. But you could see some Trelamis were cautious, some are attacking, and for then, and that's the result. I mean, if Bo commitment at that point, it was just, I mean, a gradual battle back and forth precise if they never get the call alone, they did, but it's him. But Massey won for Berman. He's had penalty and I let it for abortment contact. And now this moment, let's take another look back. Just gets that one initial snap, doesn't correct it all the way, kind of carries that drift for a while, and eventually the rear just getting up all the way around. He hit barely square though. Still a little bit of damage finally on that fairway. It was putting it all the way down to 16th and last on the road. It's an 98 position. Norris Hamilton in 9th. This is the battle we're looking at the moment. Now from Esperanto leads by 3.4 seconds. That's just that been getting stabilized and up and running in these torrential conditions. Pierre Gasly is 3.3 seconds ahead of George Russell. They had not turned the car in the top eight at any time in the year. LP had a trick now to find him a 6th. But you all run right moment. None of this theory now it away. Prisoners in your position, and you see Hamilton trying to take that wide line, trying to stay away from the rapid part of the racetrack. He's all alone the back of the chariot. He's tried that. Not his best there, though. Everyone will find earlier today. He starts to appear 3. Come on with brakes. Understandably, for what is normally a midfield running car, he has slipped back, and Hamilton, having really not enjoyed the car on full tanks, is now able to be a little more attacking. Remember earlier in the race, Hamilton was complaining of the bouncing, the lack of grip. We saw him go off a few times down in turn 12 right here. But he seems to be handling it a little bit better now, a little bit more comfortable, but still struggling on the track. Actually, look at those big whistles. That's exactly where Colapinto had that moment. But isn't it the clue? The intermediates overcorrected, found himself in the wall, but it is still incredibly treacherous up there right now. All these inconvenience tires. Into the parade job. It is 7-time champion. Behind him, in these incredibly difficult conditions. As they see a yellow in sector 3, maybe. Bobby Behrman had another moment. Yeah, Behrman. This is his first time racing in the rain in Formula 1, and he resolved that turn without having spun into the barrier at turn 6. To mention, shortly the following line at the time, the gap is stabilized out front. The Denard there is a point central to Max Verstappen in the Drivers' Championship. So McLaren doing what they need to. Marcus Ferrari at the moment. So he's further on from the gentleman that we saw at it on the lap and a lock up to them in the center of the road. Yeah, both fronts immediately locked up. Wasn't just hanging up the inside. This so slick down there again. That's a quad we've probably seen the most issues with throughout the weekend when we've been running in the wet. I guess the weekend throughout the day. I mean, so wet today, but it feels like today's gone on for several. Well, I hope you're enjoying all the racing action. This order could yet change entirely. If they're at a totally different podium. We have seen a sensational storming drive through the field from Max Verstappen to second place. He's beginning to chip away at the lead. But Esteban all starting dry conditions. He'd be fast now, pay the meaning of it. But this storm from a notable dry race. We're all board with normal signs. We won the Mexico City but 7 days ago, and he's tearing out of a spray, trying to make the move on Sergio Perez, who spin on the opening tour seems a very long time ago. Perez himself, Sainz being 13th. John Pinto, Hulkenberg, Alden, and Stroll in the Thailand. But the top of the boat expanding is now the last rung. So let us stay to the odds and think you'll be these darts we had. So it'll be about fire condition and racing cars. I'm sorry. It's big ass first set of intermediates. 30 laps and left. Tires Bond, Lando Norris had 6. Everybody had 6. The old Chapes during that red flag. Oh, and we see the Ferrari go red off. Oh, again. For the second time today. Final signs. Don't keep it on the runners. Pirelli's most complete fulfillment 7 days ago in Formula 1. It's been a tough outing, and he spins into the barrier to put up a safety car once again on lap 40, and all the effort to repair the car. His frustrated faces down at Ferrari. Carlos Sainz finds himself unclipping the steering wheel. Another retirement. In this installing Grand Prix, interrupted once again, this time by the spinning spin. But based on the message we just heard to Lando Norris, wouldn't expect anybody to come in. Everybody's pretty much on the same boat. Everybody is on the exact same program, same tire, same age of tire. You're going to try to make this go. Making 29 laps of this Grand Prix. So it's up down tire management to a certain extent here. So this is just a brief interlude as they remove that Ferrari. Then we will have a restart again, but that closes the gap. Ocon doing a great job as we see Carlos actually driving away. Just see what happened here. Well, the 7 just immediately winter lock up into 8. That was a big win. First, just don't slow down in these conditions. The track's, but you see, braking on the white line. We talked about that a little bit earlier. The curbs, the paint, whether it's on the line or the curbs themselves, can be so slippery in these conditions. And I mean, it locks so fast. It's like somebody pulling a handbrake on you as you're turning into your driveway, and there's just nothing you can do when the track surface. These white paint around every Formula 1 circuit, the kits, brake that you need. But still, in these conditions, the amount of rainfall that we've had today and yesterday, high grit, is sometimes still incredibly precarious. Tipping wheel on there, around you go, end of the race. And we firm up again, you find the safety car. There is one Ferrari now backing 2 of the McLarens, being the live constructors' points. Thanks, Napa. For this broke out, we were just talking about the impressive run that Ocon was having. He had almost a 3-second gap over Verstappen that he had pulled out since the red flag restart. Now we're going to have another restart. That gap is gone. But again, the advantage that you have having clean air in front of you, having no spray in front of you, is masked. So right now, not only does he have clean air and more downforce on the car, it's just but in keep you get to the bit of place in the car, planning on standing water, maybe running water across the track. And that can be such an advantage with Verstappen. 3-second gap, almost through the crowd. It's so impressive. And you just take a look there at the potential change as they run in the Constructors' Championship. This is the equipment really deficits. They are staring at their worst season. No top 8 finishes since 1985. This one, Simon. What about things can look rosy? Things left and groove first together. Anything can happen. Still a very, very long way to go. Yeah, down, keep focused. Since you on that's right. Ethic delivery of a medium told message. The alert has been sensational, but it is not complete. To Max Verstappen and Red Bull. No, it's all rosy right now, but as GP said there, one lap it can be rosy, one lap it can all become completely undone, as we've seen it happen now for a multitude of drivers in this Grand Prix. Different retirement so far. Sainz, Paulo Pinto, Hulkenberg, Albon and Stroll, before it even started. Here's Leonard Norris. One of the big lots of us, most of the white lines. Do you want that info? Absolutely. And it's such crucial information. The talked earlier, and Manuel especially being incredibly aggressive on those apex curves. With the entry curves and the exit curves, you got to be a little bit more gentle with. So for sure, you want that information as a driver. Every bit of info you can get on track conditions. Maybe certain folders will keep a little bit struggling. It just, well, a data point in the brain, in the data bank there to refer to when you're out there in competition. So very good piece of information between the football driving. Signal choice 15 in that information, so he's driving that in there as that has been worked really, really well. Hearing the information at the crucial moments. And there are crucial moments telling the way. Well, the incident involving 555 that is drama signs has been noted. So the view that in a few moments' time, I believe, and just take through what's going on with the safety car is ending. There's another band of rain potential for the end of the race. Even over a bit inch, yeah, no, more of it. Working that our way. Come on, why not? Just let's throw a little bit more out there. We had a tornado in the area like months. One else was there to throw. But this Grand Prix has the remarkable spell. Scientifically practiced about fortunately the safety car is ending. We believe the incident now instead for primal signs was for Marshall's top ship down. We will attempt to get back into date. So you can have a look at that and have procedure stuff. And they all do the procedure. No, he started the race. If you're on a bike, you're back. Because it could yet affect our order, but we're going to get some great racing now. Now, Ocon has passed this exam once. He's got to do it again. Verstappen has seen the tactics. This isn't going more aggressive now. Trying to stay with it, because he was a great restart that last time. And the man, no. I mean, is Max ever not aggressive? It might be at this point, a second place, if Norris stays out of it, is great for him. It's great for his championship campaign. I don't think he is doing that way. I think he is an absolute racer, and he's going to try to get around the Alpine and go for that memory and ruin. Put an exclamation point on this championship. Just hear it running all the Alpine. The last moment, a relative silence before the roar of B6 engines near reverberate around the Autodromo Pause patching, named for a Brazilian hero of the 1970s. Formula One has been visiting this place since 1973 in the World Championship, and this is a race to remember. Ocon leading it late, the Ocon leaving the field behind. They're very tightly bunched up in the background. There's a big opportunity for Charles Leclerc. There's a big opportunity for George Russell. And the club match just a button. It finds itself taking that aim. He's the Norris has drawn off their others. The digitation slangs did run border. It was Norris. We took down this position as Verstappen. This was indeed the McLaren. Main Thursday from to Ursula Lando Norris let all of his Verstappen take the lead. He falls back as now the Aston Martin for Manuel also trying to hang on the outside, flirting with that white line. Now we just saw it take down Harlem sides, but an incredible move for Mass. Make sure much about it. That aggression was there. He went for it as Hamilton defending now against William Lawson at the top part of the race. And Lawson coming back on the inside into turn 8. That lead for, and he's way past Hamilton. Hamilton's nearly off on Northern. He's up as well. I get him in another place. as they are swapping below far more aggressive on the second restart than before, and now it's Piastri in sixth, Norris in seventh, Tsunoda is in eighth, Lawson go past the pair, and Alonso is the last place scorers at the barometer, as Devin, who was scrabbling and landing the wrong, is trying to overtake Lewis, not Nelson. These two guys were showing with 1 second in. This time, both of them are on this Fernando on that certain one small. This is an next, I put them will put out 3, as Alonso time goes out, the 10th place, and that's the position. And you know my fag in sector 3 for that moment, with a ball with George Russell, who is fighting all the while and trying to get on terms with Sean Leclerc. And you just see how bad the visibility is out of the front of Russell's car, trying to just big out the flashing lights on the attenuated on the back there of the Ferrari of Leclerc. It's all so difficult at those speeds to pick out where the race car is. You've got to be so aware of the surroundings, because they should go south so quickly if you're not keeping track of the cars around. It's Verstappen from 17th on the grid, to the lead of the Grand Prix. An incredible run through the field in difficult conditions. This was Fernando Alonso further back a few moments ago. That was him off the road at turn 12. He did rejoin. He's there with the last car running. And a little pirouette, the fluid he got going again. We've seen how slick the grass it is, obviously, when you're out there, and luckily he was able to keep it royally, but turn 12 just being the problem corner today. Luckily, don't know them there, and we haven't lost a call to that corner yet, but we've certainly had a few mishaps. There's the ban on them to just time to restart that. The first restart back to reline to the back to Verstappen behind. But you knew Verstappen would have noted the tactics when he pushed, and it was a late restart, but it was a great restart. From a Max Verstappen, who has a 2.2 second lead now. There was a turnaround from the morning to the afternoon. Verstappen, Ocon, Desmond, Leclerc, Russell, Piastri, and Norris is the order of the points currently completed by Tsunoda, Lawson, and Perez. So we want to headline Verstappen as written there. It is so significant in terms of the drive and the World Championship. As it stands, this race isn't yet gotten any thinking change of taking another look at this move again. He wasn't even sizing him up on the entry. His breaking point was just so much later, so much less pressure, able to just get the move done. You see a little squibble there from the Ferrari. Norris coming back on track just behind his teammate. I wonder if we're going to see that swap happen soon. Let Piastri move over, get Norris into some cleaner air, and him start trying to attack the cars in front. Almost a moot point though if Verstappen's able to keep himself out flat right now. The smiles aligned down at Red Bull because they end up seeing something sensational from that champion. That's James Hinchcliffe for itself, man of many races through the years. He's seen plenty of things change on the last lap. Now, Perez, he's been driving the McPherson. After he is racing, Liam Lawson managed to stop and has the fastest lap, and Noble was sudden. It is 3 seconds the lead he has in this contest. Verstappen was 9/10 of a second quicker than Ocon on that last lap. And Ocon was the second quickest person. As you see the command now from McLaren to swap positions, that was expected. They didn't wait too long, which is the right thing to do now. Lado's got to be fed down. Attacking Russell. See, so do the errors today. Some drivers with incredible experience. And that's Russell off the full, not the Stewart's also off the full position on the tiding town. That bird, like, flip down, that it is. And also, they're able to get Tosh out there. And is there another error there? You know, when the Monsters often are multiple times in qualifying in the Grand Prix with restricted conditions, it might be like 46 or 69, but things can change late. Atlanta Norris just has to get his head down and try to undo the damage. As we are singing it throughout the World of Super Sunday today, things will change. And Lando, he's got to feel impressive. He's got to take risks at this point in the Grand Prix. With Verstappen up front, or we've hoped he plans to keep his level going any further realistically. So it is time for, I know that. Don't think, just do. Don't worry about it. Just absolutely put the head down, put the hammer down. Be aggressive, take risks. Try to make some ground up after that issue. He's sizing up the Ferrari, not quite close enough to doing it to one this time. A superlative knows a race. Where it's on to Xfinity 7 o'clock. Max Verstappen needs the field once again. He hasn't won a Grand Prix since fucking June. Esteban Ocon is trying to fend off his teammate. Vincent evolving Charles Leclerc and force been noted, so we tune it in unsafely. So that is how he lost the position to Julian Rosso on shooting cleared up the replay in a few minutes time. Median right of outlook. Instead of PD. Let's find out. Look at that. I just got to do this. But they say shit on a cloud. It's not down off the road. That's the truth. Sit dangerous re-entry near. I feel like we saw that. Maybe even Lewis already in this Grand Prix. I'm surprised that one was noted when the others weren't. No expect that to be an issue. Russell a bit past the left. Didn't have to go off track to avoid the Ferrari, so no harm, no foul there. Dex instead of just watching the face now. 3/10 of a second faster. Last time around. That's ahead of you will be going to put pressure on the Alpines, but whatever setup they went for the Alpine, it is effective. Just have to down his face, the race, like he was in his hospitality Astrid earlier on in the race, faction out Esteban Ocon. He was always going to find that, knowing that Verstappen needed to think at the Drivers' World Championship, and he was through before he could even glimpse into the nearest through the spray. And it's given Ocon a chance in a fourth period, moment in the second win to the moment. Slips, he spins. Just amazing how different this looks than lap one. And where we started this Grand Prix with Verstappen down in 7th position. Norris on the pole. It is just Illinois very double race already. Feels cold, unpredictable from what could be in the pro. What the inclement weather in the nights. And Norris usually riding in these conditions through a hints in Q1. Second point there. There will be different ones from different drivers in these conditions, but there were hints in Q1 that he was racing in the championship context, trying to improve as he went through, and he spoke to you, James, and Nitra underneath after he took pole position, because he knew that was a day where you could easily go out in Q2, which is what happens in Manchester. Then he took a grid penalty for Verstappen torpedoes from the moment that he released the clutch at the start of the Grand Prix. Has been alive and electric and siding his way through the field at the moment to hold the race lead, and it's increasing. Fastest lap of the race, but no one's for him. We're looking at the back of Time Lando. Now play the game of damage limitation. Perez is trying to mine up north on the left-hand side of your speed. With that at the 5th place, it's stuck it. And then there is no raid by to the moment to Sergio Perez. Just one moment mind deal with Ferrari. The league's going back at the end of the race. They the need is more heavy rain to come. That middle, we see the check it flat. Except that you're a bit of a rhythm off that second race for the second time. Waste. Or with them, yes, it's true. When we're slowly getting there, it's been a minute. It's been burned again. A consistent running water for a while. There's just been so much change. Nothing been rigged. She said, Perez, no friend, that lineup lost. Both yet. No, I'm in old job right now. Big buffers both in front and behind from both of them. Running decided in third. Chantal trying to make down for a double spin. In the points right now, would love to get a little bit further up. There's him ahead of Perez and Hamilton. That's all 9th division. Having a couple of us. The stage a little bit spinning out of the race. Finds himself in 12th. As though they do a race of attrition. Doing a classic venue and all the fastest now. Full Grand Prix world, and that's what's happening there. That would pay Bogus point. That would pay 22 for Vic's point. That's what's happening. Finishes mid back provision. The line technician so as it stands. 8 out of his tally. We knew that this was going to be a day that's going to give us a defining outcome. You just know when the conditions are like this, there is going to be a serious winner. It just seems to turn out that way. You don't know who it's going to be yet, but it is a great story written so far by Max Verstappen in the Hall of Fame drives that he's had. He's had sensational longs in his career. This right constant. Still Russell front down all zones with the Alpines. So what took 9 seconds in a bit of a scrap. The entry's throwing Norris and been him off a second. Yeah, I mean, Gazza doing a good job. Russell having a good chunk out of that gap. Won the last lap, no 6 tenths faster mid Gasly the last time around, but the spot, but there it didn't really seem to work. Morris doesn't have the pace, it looks like, to attack the Ferrari. He has to fight on his fuel box. It looks like he does have more pace right now. They're going to make sure he's faced back there, it stays in line. And then the look at and also from the Constructors' Championship standpoint, if Chatwell can move back a little bit further, Max running up front, fastest lap, good follow points there. One of the Ferraris out, the other one running it 29 points ahead of Red Bull right now, receptive in the Constructors. So this is a day for Red Bull to try to swing back, jaw back some of that deficit. Ferrari advantage to gain over the last 2 weeks. Note that investigation on Charles Leclerc for rejoining and safely that he changed Finchback. You can see it. Fighter sprees ran medium and ran left going. No blue with us, but me as faith. It's better than him to be your factory's teammate. Yes, mate, that's a good number. For second place in sprints. Just 7th. And that is the sprint race. Back into the first sprint victory. Major points. Made the Grand Prix. Norris, who's thrived so many times. Now he's raised engineer, won't chase it. He's got his blessing to engineer, advice class, and all the way through this race. Doesn't appear. McLaren has split forward in pace. Now they've been by some in the damage to get past Charles Leclerc with the moment. He's doing all that he can for his team. Tries to toes left. No, one's Ferrari running, 2 McLarens are in. And it's some chap to know what real pace motor is. Be tragic. We see Piastri going a little bit wide there in turn 12. Not too much time lost, but he's going to be exposed here. Yeah, you should learn that. He's going to be on the charge. He's got so much momentum. Then with the speed, he can take out a turn 12. You take down a turn number 1. Here's the example as they turned up to 180 miles per hour. Time to the upstream. Hang on. I'm inside. The answer is yes, and he's got away with that one for the time being. I don't really know. You're just going to have another shot down into turn failures. Not DRS. So down his powerful. An opportunity here, I think, too far back to make it work this time. So as you say, Piastri getting away with that one. Just going back to that point, Verstappen in fleet air. Roussin is pace out devastating right now. It's almost a second quicker than Ocon on last lap. You compare it. Ocon, again, has the affiliate Russell, and then Leclerc holding up Clarence, beat carbs. If those cars weren't fair, it'd be tough to know. If that we put some face they Patovich closer to the Red Bull right now, so we just take a look at that little lock up. Left run, Piastri didn't get all wheels off, rather. There's hang on to the spot, charging big cars. What in hell, that's just having the push. Can they take this down if you want? If he just keeps going faster and faster, setting these fastest laps now, half a dozen times already since the triple lead. That'll be the partner being named by George Russell and the battles in the final podium place. So, it's been 6-year-old French against Gasly, the 28-year-old Frenchman. All right, Gasly looking what would be their 5th career podium. Yes, the man up on the team, but his 4th career podium tonight. And then on with race. 58 still be affected by the weather. Looking out of the commentary box window, save intensity and rain out there for the mud. No matter weather updates on lap 16, we expect class 1 to class 2 rates on off for about 4. It was not specific. I love the specificity of it. They sat in rich lap, exactly how intense the rate is going to be, and for exactly how many laps. But I didn't like that they see so much tread from telling the driver how long it's going to rain in terms of minutes, and turn that into laps. I kind of like that from inside the cockpit. That's a useful bit of information. The gap was 43 points at the start of the day. Moment. Brandon Norris is trying to make sure that he doesn't lose 16 points to Max Verstappen. That really is a pivotal moment in the World Championship, and what a different story it appeared earlier on when Max Verstappen was 17th on the grid for this Grand Prix. We had Armstrong spin out earlier on for the staff pulled with 5 red lights win. So we got Alex Albon on 8th to take the start, so he was lined up as the 15th car, but from 17th on the grid, he's melted moonwalk, and the record books rolling record. That's a super late line from Sergio Perez. And even though we have seen a lot of late lunges in Slack Corner today, Bravo was never going to win. Might be a different story at time number 4. Not much closer this time than what we saw. But now last battle down in the turn 4, these two have history comes from last week. In Mexico, contact on a botch pass attempt by Checo on Lawson. As a wonderful view in the back to the team with if I stood with tons of also is the driver applying the pressure. There's going to be a second risk-in reward window, likely still and out of the bit of ready attacking cardinal signs. That's just going to have that opportunity on Gaffey. Gaffey's going to have that opportunity on his teammate. Verstappen's got to try and find a measure where that rate to rise. The team never do the handle the weather. That be stage properly dead. We still expect another shower on the blue we did to the checkered flag. Harris racing with intent right now. He wants to get possibles. Jenny's so close to the back of the V card there. Through that second sector. Just trying to make Watson live in his mirror. This is just trying to get him distracted. Get him off his game a little bit. Like just take the smallest one of mistake, but get shackled out. He's pretty close this time. We've seen how strong they could be on the brakes into turn 1. Maybe an opportunity there. Lawson defending to the inside. Checo goes to the outside. The deathback kid. The Smurfstat 9 up to his hands. The apex us. Lawson does about to get it up. It's not the hope. No, he's driving pandas. Then it's our ball. Little tanga. The little drive. Progresses momentum has been checked. And Hamilton is destiny trying to bite that food. These two coming to blows again. A lot more respect there, a lot more racing room, but God, it was close there. Ableton had to back out of it in turn 3. Lost that momentum, didn't have an opportunity to get a Checo, but now he does. But that on turn 5 is on by. Sergio Perez showing that if you deviate from the racing line and 17 corners, the Soundmark rules are. If you're in and go, Hamilton didn't need a second invitation. He is up to 10th position. Dot on to that exit curve outside of turn 12, and just no breath of water rolls out. Some redevelopment is there, Armin. Yeah, the fact is few manuals never one bit inside. And inside, you know, having part of that. We're good in the power now. Unfortunately, nothing he could do to stop Hamilton from going by. He goes from almost executing the pass on Wallace into losing the position, trying to go for 9, and ends up outside the pulleys in Atlanta. Definitely you've been seeing. Punch and counter punch. George Russell was not red, and Mataro straight by tick tie by that Mercedes. The lead Mercedes in the contest, an intense contest, a draining process, but the drivers that look started have an impact on those championships, but certainly the drivers' championship Orlando Norris now getting active down to 1.4 seconds. You never know what twists and turns we're going to get, not only in this race, but for the rest of the season. We still have a chance to decide both titles in Las Vegas, in Qatar, and in Abu Dhabi to close out the season. Norris will know they can get past the flat. They can recover something from today as we review that great switchback move that Sean Lawson does side by side for this man. Not best friends, those two. No, never happened. No one ever will be. Who's Verstappen lowers the best lap time booked in. Got to 22-0. But no, that was, held a little bit in. A little bit side by side, barely content. That one, that's just because of my reason. So did out at once. No arm, no foul. Take you got the issue with it there for Ray Awesome. Hamilton had a really good first sector. Oh, they really struck on it. Chased down Liam Wilson last time around. He's a good Paul Fabsinier between once again. And Hamilton trying to find a race for a safe lead pass. So, meanwhile, Mercedes, George Russell, really applying the pressure. Pierre Gasly looking for just a bit career podium. George Russell stood upon the rostrum 19 times before, twice as a winner. Gasly memorably winning the Paddy Grand Prix. Waiting for him to rotate a lot of chance to do when he's done the ball around there and put it on the podium. Didn't drag racing on her. Let's say the Clatton. He doesn't want to be the driving Dickinson, but I with the Mercedes on this thing. And he's trying, so he puts his power over rostrum this now. The Enstone base team, there'll be no different names 10 years. But the Enstone factory Formula 1 team haven't actually lost a podium since 2013. It's on another opportunity as Verstappen logs fastest of the Deutschland. And there is a reminder. If George Russell was trying to send penalty, makes him miserably. Or let that go well, let Hamilton go him, take that walk. What I was working on, upward nice state in a rough start to this front read. Both of his physical starting position and a few off-track situations early. Definitely deeper on the brakes from me. Lawson spawns a little bit. Both cars getting some oversteered for turn one. Big wouldn't there, but was we were not checking up on Bob and Parado there. Wadded up, but weren't able to get an honest ride. The elephant's definitely later on the brake. No, inside line available to the three-time Interlagos winner to try that phenomenal performance of Rio class back in 2021. And he's made more into in the back of the sprint, the front end. It's now 58 of 69. You got an interesting job too that few could have predicted. Perez feeling great now. The fastest lap of the race belongs to those Verstappen fan. Perez find his way back into the points. He's driving to the left, to the right, serving on the way at the back about Mercedes. The standard route too. It's serene at the front, and still the other positions are on the grabs. Doesn't look like fifth is at the moment. Norris has dropped back 1.8 seconds away. Yeah, Vettel here. Who's got an ace at this race car? Don't burn the name a bit. Also very strong on the brake into the turn one, stroking stronger than the beat bar in front. Hey, what they need is that anything Neville can start making some moves here on Lawson so that he could try and attack there, get himself back into the top 10 and then go after the Mercedes. Man, I'm just so impressed with these Alpines. Both drivers doing it in incredible jobs and maintaining that position, coming up to 10 laps to go of this race. And they have really not been challenged since they got themselves up there. Great strategy, staying out long, benefiting, of course, from that safety car and ultimately that red eye condition. But they're maintaining this pace, just doing it for the picture. Still in the balance until we get that final shower. But Beckler's busting tidy to giving us the information and they get the lead to box under the safety dog, to the safety dog. Come out in front, it's about 14 to 15 seconds. If we get now that moment that changes the conditions and you've got to go from the intermediate to the wet time. George Russell is hoping to get that class done. Russell was furious on the radio that they gained on track position. That has been pivoted. In the front of the rest of the year, you wouldn't have expected the Mercedes to rule past the Alpines, but this has been a strange occasion. It's not until it's 7:30 in the morning for the racing action. The felons are still making their way into the circuit at that time. The queues were around the block as they always seem to be. The mechanics were on the site at full day. They're preparing these cars. And some teams have had to do that again and again. There is incredible work at Woodlands 2000 to get their entries, or at least one entry, into the race of both those teams. And we have been treated to a wet race up and down. We're going to talk about what Max has done in this race. And neither wanted to go up when we were way to the end. That 60 was a bounded element. McLaren, if they do the Martinelli range center, the Glen Rear, and then how much is Gasly prepared to risk compared to George Russell? One moment on the curb, that lock on her and see the plenty of chances. They have been in there. Remember, we have 27, not 28 laps from all these injuries. That's just having sense there. Another new crash does matter. And that's more laps than what we saw than when the really heavy rain came last time before the red flag for the Paulo Pinto crash. So if we do get a deluge here, it is going to be super challenging. You can see how much drier racetrack is getting online. Again, drier, not dry by any stretch. So rooster tails coming off the cars. You can see where that line is going clearly. So these edgers really getting stressed. Drivers having to manage, having to balance how much to push, how aggressive are you for lap time and forever takes, but still making sure there's enough rubber left on these tires to make it. Floating wheel nonsense. Hamilton continuing to trail Nelson. Nelson continuing to trail Gasly. One Mercedes battling to the podium, the other one trying to make the best of a tricky weekend. As Hamilton closed out his era-defining run, with Mercedes the full moving to Ferrari, one of so many top points. We can't wait to get stuck into Formula 1 in 2025. With the Formula 1 in 2024, it looks like this is a defining day. The rain does not appear to be increasing outside the commentary box window or the evidence of the cameras. I'm not going to step behind you as I did check a penalty to walk back where you get close to my club. You watching take a roof? No, I'm trying to get a speed like that. One. So that does also answer a question I've been talking about earlier about he asked his penalty. Even though he stopped before red, really did not serve that penalty. Have that supporting. One of the saves before the penalty Molly Behrman was given. Was question marks still there, but yeah, Norris. One of those frustrating things to hear on the radio as a driver. Can you drive faster, please? Well, I mean, yes, there are times in a race where you are holding back some pace. There's some reasons and some strategies behind that, and I think it's quite clear. Well, Miss Grand Prix, Norris trying to do everything he can to move up. He's not just letting Leclerc sit 2.5 seconds in front of him. That's just the pace of Leclerc at the moment. Not as strong in these conditions and what we were in the dry. I don't be a team wooing the fact that the weather turned yesterday to today. No, the fast. That Grand Prix, not just that. Statement after statement after statement being made. The first time we done him really rattle all year long was in the pen after qualifying. You knew there was going to be a response like that. Hurt his championship challenge will define it. And we're on not 63 of 69. It is very much from. It's just so much like 2021. Hamilton, super quick, both trying to pull by a mile, was disqualified for death infraction. Many people going down the conspiracy theory route. But what it did was light a fire under this driver and it set him up for one of the greatest drives of his career. From the back to the front, as he gets so close now to the back of that V-car. What was it good for DRS in the fifth stage of the race? Well, Smith, me ask me, you can see here. He's thrown second bit hit, and there's Hamilton. Norris still enjoying the hurry up, but doesn't have the balance, doesn't have the speed. And there was starting penalty. Graphic views of the after 10 seconds. Will be added to these race side. And let Norris through for the in the Drivers' Championship. Crime. Russell is still a second away from Gasly, but the opinion down in the paddock has changed. The level of rain that we're now expecting to end is about to remain the same. So Russell trying to force Gasly into an error in the final stages, and nothing is simple on a day like today. Absolutely not. His teammate Hamilton trying to do the same to Liam Lawson. Just about to bake that error. Look, we talked about how been a job the Alpines are doing right now. Alfonso 7 laps lower than Verstappen. So that track position is so important. It's very difficult to compute massive right now as that line starts to form. Line starts to form. Talked about this earlier. The fun it is to boil off line to slide it. That's from the pass. For me to know if the Alpines are setting off the pace, they're able to maintain that track position. When that fourth Verstappen just, that's phenomenal in his firing off of these fifth laps. That tries him a little bit, it gets a bit more grip as the fuel burns, it gets him a little bit lighter. Then the car's got a bit more pace, and he's just finding that 10th and a half every lap with you and bettering his own fastest lap. So impressive. Next Verstappen had a need of 44 points coming into today. You would extend his lead in the Drivers' World Championship and complete the final toes. And it's 5 to go. As he says, another fastest lap. He writes a story that's going to be mentioned a long time into the future. The door was ajar after qualifying. He's serving to the field, to the front. And now, Gasly, again, feeling the need to calm down the tires. Look at this lead from our team. No one saw this coming. They're heading, as it stands, from a dreary division of 9th in the Constructors' Championship, back up to 6th. Trying to take advantage of this, trying to hang on to a double podium against all expectations at the start of the day. And this is one of the things that started that conversation a few races ago about changing the point system to pay all the way down, because we're a team that has been struggling. Let's call a spade a spade. The results haven't been there. But with points so few and far between for the bottom half of that midfield, one day where conditions are strange and the race boys added up the start pressure to alter that situation so much. That jump from right to this, the Tottenhams, and it's like millions of dollars in prize money at nearly the season. They're able to hang on to that position. This is a dinner changer for their view. Javier Bertoy, an executive advisor at that team, Oliver Oakes, the team principal installed this year mid-season, will be dancing in the rain if they can hang on to a double podium. And for the team that have had to carry on working, trying to keep smiles on faces, they've had to reduce the head count there in the last few months as well. So much work is going on. Sometimes you put all the hard work in and you get a reward. You get a glut of the champagne. And sometimes you can't put a car at the top eight. Alpine knew this was going to be a golden opportunity, and they are getting closer and closer. Can Russell give himself an option with the deployment of energy on the last lap in the way that we saw Perez take the bike to Alonso last year? We're still seeing Liam Wilson, Keith Hamilton, and Perez behind. The man auditioning for promotion to the big team next year, or maybe just a full season contract with the Faenza-based team for the first time in his career. Checo's got a great run out of Hamilton here down the backstraight in the filler. This is for the final points. Will the gap appear? It will not. And Perez tried to get out of a third. Yeah, you knew that Hamilton wasn't going to be foolish enough to give Checo the opportunity. He knows how good Checo is on the brakes right now, these conditions. And then up front, Watson hanging on it with everything. He's nothing for awkward figures of it for the mechanics. Now they did that very good job to make. Upgrade laps. There's Bob to do. What kind of message you want to hear out of a racing driver? Physical pain because of a bouncing phenomenon that he's having in Aston Martin, but being a team player trying to reward the mechanics with the incredible work of getting both his Lance Stroll's cars fixed after qualifying crashes in time for the start of the race. Yeah, Alonso thanking the mechanics on the radio there as we look at these glorious corners in the wet, in front of the crowds on the terraces. The circuit in Interlagos has provided us again with another classic. Hamilton get close. To find his way by. Russell remains a second away from Gasly, who's driven brilliantly so far. We're on lap 67 to 69. One count reduced die 2. Verstappen continuing to set purple sectors. That's for being the fastest on the track at any place. The race is on with a sprint to 6 that wakes Esteban Ocon hanging on to second as it stands for just his below the rear podium, and we had podium. It has been a second one around this circuit. Nervy moments. And the team principal, Oliver, sent another fastest lap for Verstappen. He is just flicking them off at an incredible rate right now. Over a second and a half. But I saw that's one up on that last lap. He is on cruise control, but his cruise is just on another level right now. But how about Liam Lawson, a 7-time champion, right behind him, clearly with more pace of hand, but he's not coming a real wrong. That's if he knows he doesn't have the pace to drive away from these guys, but he is doing a great job of just keeping it clean, not making any mistakes, and not creating the opportunity for either Hamilton or Perez to make a move here. This is a spirited drive. There's no just Checo's going for it. Then he's trying to get it to me. Thanks for those Hamilton with store out of terror because your boy to give rhythm to his racing life and slightly compromise mine. As they make their way down the hill now. Another film heading to the late corner, friend. Perez finally get that line that he's been nothing for. Why? We are watching the battle for the final places in the points. And coming over the line outside of the commentary box window is Max Verstappen to start the final lap with right on 2.6 miles of the generational drive to victory. As you say, this is just championship momentum back in Verstappen's favor in a big way. He has not left the Grand Prix with an extended lead very often over Lando Norris since the summer break. Only Austin, I believe, is the only time he's outscored them and actually increased that gap. That right now it is going to be a monstrous swing in Verstappen's favor after what's been an incredible drive. It has been an uncomfortable time away from the front for Max Verstappen. It really has. They're still fighting all the way to the final line, to the final point. That Max Verstappen has put together something truly remarkable. Still an opportunity for the final places in the points, really, to change towards the end. And Verstappen is taking off the final corners. He is plunging down the hill now. In the Brazilian rain, the Dutchman has delivered a defining drive. He climbs that hill and to country victory. Up through the gears to a huge moment in the Drivers' World Championship. Blowout champion strikes back. Max Verstappen wins the Southern Grand Prix in 2024. 17th McLaren. Not put most. He's first millimeter for that breed. Minching up and it could be what you should be learning tonight. It is the man on who takes his fourth career podium, and here you are joined by his teammate at his fifth career podium, and for the first time in years, Team Stern to bump us on the podium, happening finally. Something to smile about. Tells the reaction to the lighter by cinnamon, tense with the cinnamon. And with the turning penalty at night, it's three drops that I'd be afraid to this another. The tire was in fifth, Norris was in sixth, racing under the race on the 9. Their others under 3/10 of a second away. Norris was denied that final point. But that was deflating. It was generational. It was superlative for Max. It looks uncanny, that boy was that worth the want. You other than the earth. What about the red stars? Give me bonus. Simply immaculate. I turn it up. They just love hearing that emotion out of Max Verstappen. I don't know, close at his point. He's distracted. You piece of it. Max Watch, the vision was more explosive. This is all I've got trying to. There's no script again out. Fernando Alonso. Alonso are in the green Aston Martin. And now, the street moving out the wheel tracks. They're on the intermediate ties. They're looking from right wide. This is the time of the film. This is a challenge for Fernando Alonso. Wide line it now. Then the good Alonso. Alonso to clean the place when he made him. Chip Page. Over the way out. And he's aiming at the house. The two-time world champion. George Russell is the release leader. The next rider, Norris Yuki Tsunoda is in third. Esteban Ocon the pressure on. But couldn't force his way by. Then it's Sean and Claire out of the place. Liam Wilson in a position. And take it with no cost on Wilson. That two former rivals Verstappen and Hamilton going at it as Verstappen's trying to claw back some positions there. That Liam Lawson move pod Fernando Alonso. That's not going to be liked by this man here. There might be more words exchanged. It's way those two look. This one's over, but then side by side. The Albert on the Haas, only Bearman trying to hold on that position. But wrong. It was Chip Jones. Some spin all over it. Leaks the engine join and Moe join. And he can find it there and it does so. His teammate made up 6 places. It's a lot of position. Norris that clear. Can all kind of drugs. Needs something eating. The left beyond him. Oil petrol test. Thrown ball position. He's lost the place to George Russell. Good rip. Jim Tully. Look at President Tornado. Norris still under investigation. And Thrillers 3. Bring on top and Lopez. As you may as well join Tempton's at place. And man on the charge. The champion simply needed only a tonight. Not just to run it up to DJ. The confidence that Max Verstappen has in this running right now is phenomenal. That is the first time they've gone through turn 1. Speed, it's full fuel in the wet, and he was so confident on the brakes, laid on the inside, then lock up down in turn 4. was more big wide, not wide enough to create an opportunity for him to the man. Verstappen in his conditions is just so Brian has his Hamilton behind him. This is a great start to the Red Bull driver. Bring the action sign for George Russell. Leaders up to best position. Lando Norris down to second. Never win the intermediate time at the moment. As the down popcorn was the driver putting pressure on the piece without nothing so that it was able to take the place. This is our bud with Lewis Hamilton reporting. So we've been to go back. No Max Verstappen once again. They seem these three been threading up to this around this second. Lando Norris in second. Max Verstappen in second. Sandon was retained second for 3 the turn, then firstly Norris on the investigation as well. Drivers will be learning with every single night that they run around here. He tried this nowhere near as well as he was valiant on the start. Filled the knife, but seems from drivers are going to understand how it is to drive that one field. Or tonight, then I didn't learn you more. Well, what it's trying out now, I think it sparks off the doors out of front straight. You could see even with that rebate, small bumpy, when the brush ray has his teammates going side by whereas and for Joe Guan Yu were all on those full wets. Time, Oldenburg at the black flags, Franco Colapinto hit the barrier under the in the back of a ninth position. I told her she's through the spray. Play all there. Here's Hamilton. And Hamilton's gonna get that no turn. Finally, so good news to the 7-time world champion. He's suddenly doing on the attack and up to ninth place. Now you could just see it looked like Fernando had him with him a little bit north from that section 13-14 that it just allowed Hamilton to get close enough into the sheer pops. I mean, look, we talked about the draft. We're not really using the draft here right now. It doesn't feel like the spray being so bad. We really want to offset from the car in front of you. But Hamilton is able to carry more throttle in that high-speed section easily. Get the pass done the field, turn 1, and now he's sizing up the big car. But Sonota, third place starter, held that position for a long part of the Grand Prix on the start. Look at him. That is him digging around the outside. Isn't it about diving inside? Grain is still very, very heavy from the spray. And the cars doesn't appear to be friendly. This is on surface, but the deluge that we landed earlier on. This will land if we can get a succession of racing laps. Topic laps. Esteban Ocon does not need telling twice. The Impey don't get a chance like this for a very long time. That was an epic restart that when he needed it, and he's got the lead by 2.6 seconds. Now, Hamilton putting the pressure on Yuki Tsunoda. He doesn't have the form on this tire that he's had earlier in the race. And I was just going to say, right before Norris went off their home precedent was on that restart. Esteban not running back. Championship leader, 3-time champion. Max Verstappen saying that fast they was creeping. Clipping Norris at bay before you made that mistake, so don't doubt things. Just performing it horribly right now. And as you say, Tsunoda not quite the same because it's Hamilton. He is just struggling to the back of that car and shot out of turn 12. Trying to get the power down, just really struggling. But he is brave on the brakes right now and committed, trying to make his way past the beacon. That was the message of the rain. We've been at it for the first 10 minutes of Racing Mansion, and then it is expected to play. It's not as heavy as we've seen earlier in the weekend. Oliver Bannon, who's been in that time, he tried like on our signs earlier in the year, but he's substituting for the Spaniard. Store points at Saudi. He's tracing me for 30 position at the moment. This different wrist blow intake. Is the Apollon's. It's a child that comes off through the banner and turn nudges the banners, turning the state from there to cleavage where he's going. But you could see some Trelamis were cautious, Sunder attacking, and for then, and that's the result. I mean, if Paul came up at that point, it was just having a brand new battle back and forth precise if they could never call alone, he did, but it's been. But the messy one for Verstappen, he's got penalty and I let it for abortive contact. And now this moment, let's take another look back. Just gets that one initial snap, doesn't correct it all the way, kind of carries that drift for a while, and eventually the rear just getting up all the way around. He hit fairly square though. Still a little bit of damage finally on that front wing. It was putting it all the way down to 16th and last on the road. It's an 98 position. Lewis Hamilton in ninth. This is the battle we're looking at the moment. Now from Esperanto leads by 3.4 seconds. That's just that been getting stabilized and up and running in these torrential conditions. The Gasly is 3.3 seconds ahead of George Russell. They had not turned the car in the top eight at any time in regular year. LP then a quick knock on the find him in 6th. But you all run, right moment. None of this theory now it away. Prisoners in your position, and you see Hamilton trying to take that wide line, trying to stay away from the rapid part of the racetrack. He's all alone in the back of the charity. He's tried that. Not his best there, though. Everyone will find earlier today. He starts to repeat 3 moment breaks. Understandably, for what is normally a midfield running car, he has slipped back, and Hamilton, having really not enjoyed the car on full tanks, is now able to be a little more attacking. You remember earlier in the race, Hamilton was complaining of the bouncing, the lack of grip. We saw him go off a few times down in turn 12 right here, but he seems to be handling it a little bit better now, a little bit more comfortable, but still struggling on the track. Actually, look at those big muscles. That's exactly where Colapinto had that moment, but isn't it the clue of the intermediates? Overcorrected, found himself in the wall, but it is still incredibly treacherous up there right now. All these inconvenient tires. Infantry parade job did a 7-time champion behind him in these incredibly difficult conditions as they see a yellow in sector 3. Maybe Bobby Behrman had another moment. Yeah, Behrman. This is his first time nice in the rain in Formula 1, and he resolved that turn without having spun into the barrier at turn 6. Tremendous choking the following line at the time. The gap was stabilized out front. The Red Bear is a point surge. He wants Max Verstappen in the Drivers' Championship. So McLaren doing what they need to mark Ferrari at the moment. So he's further on from the gentleman that we saw at on the lap and a lock up to them in the center of the run. Yeah, both fronts immediately walked up. Wasn't just hanging up the inside. This so slick down there again. That's the quad we've probably seen the most issues with throughout the weekend when we've been running in the wet. I guess the weekend throughout the day. I mean, so you've been wet today, but it feels like today's gone on for several. Well, I hope you're enjoying all of the racing action. This order could yet change entirely. We could get a totally different podium. We have seen a sensational storming drive through the field from Max Verstappen to second place. He's beginning to chip away at the lead, but Esteban all starting to light conditions. He'd be fast now, pay the meaning of this storm of a notable dry race. We're all board with normal signs. We won the Mexico City but days ago, 7 days ago, and he's tearing out of a spray, trying to make the move on Sergio Perez, who spin on the opening tour. Seems a very long time ago. Perez himself, Sainz been 13th. Colapinto, Hulkenberg, Alden, and Stroll are in retirement. After a couple of months expanding, is now the last wrong. So let us stay to the odds. You'll be these darts we had. So it'll be about fire condition and racing cars. I'm sorry. It's big ass first set of intermediates. 30 laps and left. Tires Bond, Lando Norris. Had 6. Everybody had 6. The old Chapes during that red flag. Oh, and we see the Ferrari going right off. Oh, again. For the second time today. Got our signs. Don't keep it on the roads. They had his most complete fulfillment 7 days ago in Formula 1. It's been a tough outing, and he spins into the barrier to put up a safety car once again on that 40, and all the effort to repair the car. His frustrated faces down at Ferrari. Carlos Sainz finds himself unclipping the steering wheel. Another retirement in this installing Grand Prix. Interrupted once again, this time by the spinning spin. But based on the message we just heard to Lando Norris, wouldn't expect anybody to come in. Everybody's pretty much on the same boat. Everybody is on the exact same program, same tire, same age of tire. You're going to try to make this go. Making 29 laps of this Grand Prix, so it's about tire management to a certain extent here. So this is just a brief interlude as they remove that Ferrari. Then we will have a restart again, but that closes the gap. Ocon doing a great job as we see Carlos actually driving away. Just see what happened here. Well, the 7 just immediately winner walk up into 8. That was a big win. First, just don't slow down in these conditions. The track's, but you see, braking on the white line. We talked about that a little bit earlier. The curves, the paint, whether it's on the line or the curves themselves, can be so slippery in these conditions. And I mean, it locks so fast. It's like somebody pulling a handbrake on you as you're turning into your driveway, and there's just nothing you can do when the track surface. There's white paint around every Formula One circuit. The kids brave with your knees. But still, in these conditions, the amount of rainfall that we've had today and yesterday, by grit, is sometimes still incredibly precarious. Dip and wheel on there, around you go, end of the race. And we firm up again behind the safety car. There is one Ferrari now backing two of the McLarens, being the live constructors' points. Thanks, Nabo. Before this broke out, we were just talking about the impressive run that Oldham was having. He had almost a 3-second gap over Verstappen that he had pulled out since the red flag restart. Now we're going to have another restart. That gap is gone. But again, the advantage that you have having free air in front of you, having no spray in front of you, is masked. So right now, not only does he have clean air and more downforce on the car, just but in keep you get to the bit of place in the car, planning on standing water, maybe running water across the track. And that can be such an advantage with the stopping. 3-second gap, almost from the the car out. It's so impressive. And you just take a look there at the potential change as they run in the Constructors' Championship. This is the equipment really deficits. They are staring at their worst season. No top 8 finishes since 1985. This one I'm saying, what about things can look rosy, things left and prove first together. Anything can happen. Still a very, very long way to go. Yeah, down, keep focused. So on that's right. Epic delivery of a medium told message. The lure has been sensational, but it is not complete. It's to next Verstappen and Red Bull. No, it's all rosy right now, but as GP said there, one lap it can be rosy, one lap it can all become completely undone, as we've seen it happen now for a multitude of drivers in this Grand Prix. Different retirement so far. Sainz, Paulo Pinto, Hulkenberg, Albon and Stroll, before it even started. Here's Leonard North. One of the big lots of us, most of my white lines. Do you want that info? Absolutely. And it's such crucial information. The talked earlier, it may especially be incredibly aggressive on those apex curves. With the entry curves and the exit curves, you got to be a little bit more gentle with. So for sure, you want that information as a driver. Every bit of info you can get on track conditions. Maybe certain folders for people who have been struggling. It's just a data point in the brain, in the data bank there to refer to when you're out there in competition. So very good piece of information between the football drivers. So good choice if any that information, so he's driving that in there as that has been working really, really well. Hearing the information at the crucial moments. And there are crucial moments telling the way. Well, the incident involving 555 that is Thomas Sainz has been noted. So the view that in a few moments' time, I believe, and just take through what's going on with the safety car is ending. There's another band of rain potential for the end of the race. Even though we're a bit itch, yeah, no, more of it. Working that our way. Come on, why not? Just let's throw a little more out there. Can we get a tornado in the area all at once? One else was there to throw. But this Grand Prix has been remarkable spell. Inside of fleet practice, from out fortunately the safety car is ending. We've been making the incident now instead for Primal Science was for Marshall's top ship down in an attempt to get back into the date. So you can have a look at that and have procedure stuff. And they all do the procedure. Very start of the race. If you're on the bike, you're back. Because it could yet affect our order, but we're going to get some great racing now. Now, Ocon has passed this exam once. He's got to do it again. Verstappen has seen the tactics. This isn't go more aggressive now. Try and stay with it, because he was a great restart that last time. And the man, no. I mean, his matchup a lot aggressive. It might be at this point a second place if Norris stays out of it. Is great for him. It's great for his championship campaign. I don't think he is doing that way. I think he is an absolute racer, and he's going to try to get around the Alpine and go for that memory and ruin. Put an exclamation point on this championship. Just hear it revving of the Alpine. The last moment of relative silence before the roar of V6 engines. They reverberate around the Autodromo Pause Patching, named for a Brazilian hero of the 1970s. Everyone has been visiting this place since 1973 in the World Championship, and this is a race to remember. Ocon leaving it late. They're Ocon leaving the field behind. They're very tightly bunched up in the background. There's a big opportunity for Charles Leclerc. There's a big opportunity for George Russell. But that's just a button that finds itself taking that aim. I thought Norris has drawn off their mothers. The digitation slangs did run toward the district Norris. We took down this position as Verstappen. This was 17th in McLaren. Main Thursday from Joe Ursula Lando Norris. Not only does Verstappen take the lead, he falls back. As now the Aston Martin of Fernando Alonso trying to hang on the outside, flirting with that white line. Now we just saw it take down Parliament sides, but an incredible move for Mass. Make much about it. That aggression was there. He went for it. As Hamilton defending now against William Lawson at the top part of the race. And Lawson coming back on the inside into turn 8. That needs fun. And he's way past Hamilton. Hamilton's nearly off on Northern. He's up as well. I get him in another place as they are smoking below the more aggressive on the second restart than before. And now it's Piastri safe. Norris in 7th. Cylinder is in 8th. Nelson going past the pair. And Alonso is the last place scorers at the Barman. As Devin, who was scrabbling and letting the wrong, is trying to overtake Lewis Hamilton. These two guys were showing with 1 second. This time, both of them are on this Fernando and not certain what smoke. This is an index. They will put out 3 as Alonso goes out. The 10th place, and that's the position. And you know, I can soak that 3 for that moment. With a ball with George Russell, who is fighting all the while and trying to get on terms with Sean Leclerc. And you just see how bad the visibility is out of the front of Russell's car, trying to just big out the flashing lights on the attenuated on the back there of the Ferrari of Leclerc. It's all so difficult at those speeds to pick out where the race car is. You've got to be so aware of the surroundings, because they should go south so quickly if you're not keeping track of the cars around. It's Verstappen from 17th on the grid. Some lead of the Grand Prix. An incredible run through the field in difficult conditions. This was Fernando Alonso further back a few moments ago. That was him off the road at turn 12. He did rejoin. He's there with the last car running. And a little pirouette, the fluid he got going again. We've seen how slick the grass it is, obviously, when you're out there, and luckily was able to keep it royally, but turn 12 just being the problem corner today. Luckily, don't know them there, and we haven't lost a call to that corner yet, but we've certainly had a few mishaps. Esteban on them to Gismondes to restart that. The first restart back to return to the back to Verstappen behind. But you knew Verstappen would have noted the tactics when he pushed, and it was a late restart, but it was a great restart. So that Max Verstappen, who has a 2.2 second lead now, or walks a turnaround from the morning to the afternoon. Verstappen, Ocon, Desmond, Leclerc, Russell, Piastri, and Norris is the order of the points currently completed by Tsunoda, Lawson, and Perez. So we want to headline Verstappen as written there. It is so significant in terms of the drive and the World Championship. As it stands, this race is not yet done in any thinking shades of taking another look at this move again. He wasn't even sizing him up on the entry. His breaking point was just so much later, so much less pressure, able to just get the move done. You see a little squibble there from the Ferrari. Norris coming back on track just behind his teammate. I wonder if we're going to see that swap happen soon. Let Piastri move over, get Norris into some cleaner rear, let him start trying to attack the cars in front. Almost a moot point though if Verstappen's able to keep himself out flat right now. The smiles aligned down at Red Bull because they end up seeing something sensational from that champion. That's James Hitchworth for itself, man of many races through the years. He's seen plenty of things change on the last lap. Now Perez, he's been driving the McPherson. After he is racing, Liam Lawson managed to stop and has the fastest lap, and Noble was sudden. It is 3 seconds the lead he has in this contest. Verstappen was 9/10 of a second quicker than Ocon on that last lap. And open was the second quickest person. As you see the command now from McLaren to swap positions, that was expected. They didn't wait too long, which is the right thing to do now. Lando's got to be fed down. Attacking Russell. See, so many errors that some drivers with incredible experience. And that's Russell off the full, on that Stewart's also off the full position on the tiding down. That bird, like, flip down, that is. And Russell is able to get Tosh out of there. And is there another error there? You know, when the Lons result in multiple times in qualifying in the Grand Prix with his tricky conditions, it might be that 46 or 69, but mainstream change late. And Lando Norris just has to get his head down and try and undo the damage. As we are singing it out, no one lives Super Sunday today. Things will change. And Lando, he's got to be impressive. He's got to take risks at this point in the Grand Prix. With Verstappen up front, or we've opening plans to keep his battle going any further realistically. So it is time for Lando. Don't think, just it. Don't worry about it. Just absolutely put the head down, put the hammer down. Be aggressive, take risks. Try to make some ground up. After that issue, he says he has to throwing up quite close enough to doing it to one this time. A suit pilot tip knows a race. Where it's on to X57 block. Verstappen needs the field once again. He hasn't won a Grand Prix since fucking June. Esteban Ocon is trying to fend off his teammate. Manson evolving Charles Leclerc and enforcement noted, so two-minute unsafely. So that is how he lost the position to Julian Rosso on shooting cleared up in the retake in a few minutes time. Maybe right about it. Instead of P8. Let's buy down. They did that. I was going to do this. But they say, sit on a cloud. It's not down off the road, that's not true. Sit dangerous re-entry near. I feel like we saw that. Maybe even Lewis already in this program. I'm surprised that one was noted when the others weren't. You expect that to be an issue. Russell been passed on left. Didn't have to go off track to avoid the Ferrari, so no harm, no foul there. Dex instead of just watching the face now. 3/10 of a second faster. Whilst trying to round. That's a aid him, but you will be going to put pressure on the Alpines. But whatever sets up they went for the Alpine, it is effective. Just have to dent his face, you know, the race like he was in his hospital to the Ashby earlier on in the race. Faction out next to that, of course. He was always going to find that, knowing that Verstappen needed to think at the Drivers' World Championship, and he was through before he could even glimpse into the nearest through the spray. And it's given Ocon a chance in a fourth period, coming in with the second win to the Nobel. Slips, he spins. Just amazing how different this looks than lap one. And where we started this Grand Prix with Verstappen down in 7-2 position. Norris on the pole. It is just, and then the Olympics very double race already. Still for cold, unpredictable from what could be in the pro. What the inclement weather in this. And Norris usually priding in these conditions through a hints in Q1. Second quite there. There will be different ones from different drivers in these conditions, but there were hints in Q1 that he was racing in the championship context, trying to improve as he went through, and he spoke to you, James, a meter underneath after he took pole position because he knew that was a day where you could easily go out in Q2, which is what happens in Verstappen. Then he took a grid penalty for Verstappen for Beatles from the moment that he released the clutch at the start of the Grand Prix. Has been alive and electric and siding his way through the field. Had the moment to hold the race lead, and it's increasing. Fastest lap of the race, but no one's for him. We're looking at the back of time at Lando. Now play the game of damage limitation. Perez is trying to line up Norris on the left-hand side of your speed. With that at the 5th place, it's stuck tip. And then there is no raid by to the moment to Sergio Perez. Just one of it might deal with Ferrari. The league's going to back up at the end of the race. They the need is more maybe ranking to come. That middle, we see the checkered flag. Except that you've been a bit rhythm off that second race for the second time. At least. Or with them, yes, it's true. When we're slowly getting there, it's been a minute. It's been hard to get a consistent running order for a while. There's just been so much change. Nothing been rigged. She said, Perez, middle friend, that lineup lost. Both yet. Dude, no, I'm in old job right now. Big buffers both in front and behind from both of them. Running inside in third. Chantal trying to make gun for a third spin. In the points right now, would love to get a little bit further up. There's him ahead of Perez and Hamilton. That's all 9th division. Verstappen on for a couple of volts. The stage a little bit spinning out of the race. Left himself in 12. As though they do a race of attrition. Doing a big classic value and all the fastest now. Grand Prix world, and that's what's happened. That will pay Bogus point. Then the page went to for Big's point. Not just happened. Finished his bid back provision. The line Narissa as it stands. 8 out of his tally. We knew that this was going to be a day that's going to give us a defining outcome. You just know when the conditions are like this, there is going to be a serious winner. It just seems to turn out that way. You don't know who it's going to be yet, but it is a great story written so far by Verstappen in the Hall of Fame drives that he's had. He's had some sensational longs in his career. This right front Stu Russell front down all zones with the Alpines. So what took 9 seconds in a bit of a scrap. The M3's throwing Norris, and then him off a second. Yeah, I mean, Gasly doing a good job. Russell having a good show the other night gap. One on last lap, 6 faster mid Gasly the last time around. But the spot there, it didn't really seem to work. Morris doesn't have the pace, it looks like, to attack the Ferrari. Yes, despite on his field boss, it looks like he does have more pace right now. They're going to make sure he's faced back there, stays in mind. And then the look at also from the Constructors' Championship standpoint. The Checo can move back a little bit further. Max running up front, fastest lap, good follow points there. One of the Ferraris out, the other one running 29 points ahead of Red Bull right now, receptive in the Constructors. So this is a day for Red Bull to try to swing back, jaw back some of that deficit. Ferrari managed to gain over them over the last 2 weeks. Note though that investigation on shower plant for rejoining and safety that he bring change Finchbeth. You can see it. Tries to squeeze when medium and men if you're going. No blue with us, but me I think it's better than can to be effective to his teammate. Yesterday, that's good number. For second place in sprints. Just separate and that with the sprint race. Ferguson's first sprint victory. Major points. Made the Grand Prix. Norris, who's thrived so many times. Now he's raised engineer, won't chase him. He's got a blessing to engineer, advice less, and all the way through this race. Doesn't care. The McLaren prize lit forward in pace. Now they've been by some in the damage to get past Charles Leclerc with the moment. He's doing all of he can and 4 of his team. Tries to toes no, one's hard running, 2 McLarens are running. And it's sometimes to know what real pace motor is. The Treasures basically Piastri going a little bit wide there in turns. Well, not too much time lost, but he's going to be exposed here. You should learn that. He's going to be on the charge. He's got so much momentum. And with the speed you can take out a turn 12. You take down a turn number 1. Here's the example as they burned up to 119 miles per hour. Time to the upstream. Hang on the inside. The answer is yes, and he's gone away with that one for the time being. I don't really know. You're just going to have another shot down into turn failures. Not DRS. So down is powerful. An opportunity here, I think, too far back to make it work this time. So as you say, Pastering getting away with that one. Just going back to that point, Verstappen in fleet air. Roussin has paced out devastating right now. Almost a second quicker than Ocon on that last round. You compare it. Ocon, Gasly, probably at Russell, and then Leclerc holding up Clarence, beat carbs. If those cars weren't inferior, it'd be tough to know. If that we put some pace they Patovich closer to the Red Bull right now, so we just take a look at that little lock up left front around Piastri. Didn't get all floors, all wheels off rather. There's hang on to the spot, charging big cars. What in hell be that's just having the push. Can they trade this down if you want? He just keeps going faster and faster, setting new fastest laps now half a dozen times already since the triple eight. That'll be the partners being named by George Russell in the bathroom for the final podium place. So, this means 6-year-old Brits against Gasly, the 28-year-old Frenchman. Right, Gasly looking what would be their 5th career podium. Yes, the man up on the deep, but his 4th career podium tonight. And then on independence race. 58 still be affected by the weather. Looking out of the commentary box window, save intensity and rain out there for the mud. Well, now the weather updates on lap 16. We expect class 1 to class 2 rates will off for about 4. It was not specific. I love the specificity of it. They sat in rich lap, exactly how intense the rate is going to be, and for exactly how many laps. But I didn't like that they see so much dread from telling the driver how long it's the route in rain in terms of minutes, and turn that into laps. I kind of like that from inside the cockpit. That's a useful bit of information. The gap was Fujik 3 points at the start of the day. Moment. Brandon Norris is trying to make sure that he doesn't lose 16 points to Max Verstappen. That really is a pivotal moment in the World Championship, and what a different story it appeared earlier on when Max Verstappen was 17th on the grid for this Grand Prix. We had an Armstrong spin out earlier on at 4. Got the start, pulled with 5 red lights win, so we had Alex Albon on 8 to take the start, so he was lined up as a 15th car, but from 17th on the grid, he's melted moonwalk, and the record books will record. That's a super late lunge from Sergio Perez. And even though we have seen a lot of late lunges in that corner today, probably was never going to work. Might be a different story at turn number 4. Yeah, much closer this time than what we saw. But now last battle down in the turn 4. These two have history contra last week. In Mexico, contact on a watch pass attempt by Checo on Lawson. As a wonderful view in the back to the team report. If I stood with tons of Lawson is the driver applying the pressure. There's going to be a second risk in reward window, likely still, and out of the Benjamin was really attacking cardinal signs. Russell's going to have that opportunity on Gaffey. Gaffey's going to have that opportunity on his teammate. Verstappen's got to try and find a measure where that rate arise. The team never do the handle of the weather. Let me stage properly again. We still expect another shower on the blue we did to the checkered flag. Harris racing with intent right now. He wants to get possibles. Jennings so close to the back of the V card there through that second sector. Just trying to make Watson lift in his mirror. Just trying to get him distracted, get him off his theme a little bit. Like just take the smallest one mistake, but get shackled out to him. He's pretty close this time. We see how strong he could be on the brakes of the turn 1. Maybe an opportunity there. Lawson defending to the inside. Checo goes to the outside. The deathback kid. The Smash that 9 up to his hands. The apex us. Monson does about to get it up. It's not hope. No, he's driving pandas. Then it's our ball. Little tanga. The little trump. Progresses momentum has been checked. And Hamilton is destiny trying to bite back food. These two coming to blows again. A lot more respect there, a lot more racing room, but God, it was close there. Ableton had to back out of it in turn 3. Lost that momentum, didn't have an opportunity to get a Checo, but now he does. But had on turn 5 and so by Sergio Perez showing that if you deviate from the racing line and 17 corners, the Saddlemark rules are. If you even go, those ways the light. I mean, Hamilton didn't need a second invitation. He is up to 5th position. Got onto that exit curve outside of turn 12 and just no grant of water girls out there. Some reading with is there. Armin, yeah, they've got like a few manuals that hurt. Water bit inside. And he's such a no having a car with that. We're good enough the power now. Unfortunately, nothing he could do to stop Hamilton from going by. He goes from almost executing the pass on Wallace and losing the position. Trying to go for night and ends up outside the pulleys in Atlanta. Definitely you've been seeing. Punch and counter punch. Drew Russell was not red and Matero straight by TikTok by Mercedes. The lead Mercedes in the contest. An intense contest. A draining process. But the drivers that look started have an impact on those championships, but certainly the Drivers' Championship and Lando Norris now getting active down to 1.4 seconds. You never know what twists and turns we're going to get, not only in this race, but for the rest of the season. We still have a chance headed to decide both titles in Las Vegas, in Qatar, and in Abu Dhabi to close out the season. Norris will know that he can get past the flat, they can recover something from today as we review the great switchback move. Sean Lawson does side by side for this man. Not best friends, those two. No, never have been. No one ever will be. Who's Verstappen lowers the best lap time? Bug him. Got to 22-0. But no, that was a little bit Both with side by side, barely content. That one, that's just because my reason. Soaked in out at once, so no arm, no foul. Take too much issue with it there for Wade Awesome. Hamilton had a really good first sector. Oh, they racetracked on it. Chased down Liam Wilson last time around. They a good Paul Febsinier between once again. And now was trying to find a race for a safe lead pass. So, meanwhile, Mercedes, George Russell, really applying the pressure. Pierre Gasly, though deep, but just a bit career podium. George Russell stood upon the rostrum 19 times before, twice as a winner. Gasly memorably winning the Italy Grand Prix. It's waiting for him to Mercedes. A lot of chance to do what he's done before around there and put it on the podium. Didn't drag racing on her to say the Clatton. He doesn't want to be the driving big concern, but I with the Mercedes on this thing. And he's trying. So he puts his power over rostrum is now. The Enstone based team, there'll be no different names 2 years. But the Enstone factory Formula 1 team haven't actually lost a podium since 2013. It's on another opportunity as Verstappen logs fastest man of the fastest man. The fastest man. And there is a reminder. If George Russell was trying to send penalty significantly, all the way back as well, then Hamilton got him, take that walk. What I was working on, Rupert nice day from a rough start to this Grand Prix. Both from his physical starting position and a few off-track situations early. Definitely deeper on the brakes from Wade Lawson. Lawson spawns a little bit. Both cars getting some oversteered for turn one. Or big wouldn't there, but was we were not checking up on Bob and Parado there. Wadded up, but they were able to get an honest ride. But now it's definitely later on the break. No, inside line available to the 3-time Interlagos winner to try that final performance of Rio class back in 2021. And he's made more into from the back of the sprint, the front end. It's now 58 of 69. You got an interesting job too that few could have predicted. Perez feeling great now. The fastest lap of the race belongs to those Verstappen fan. Perez finds his way back into the points. He's driving to the left, to the right, severing on the way at the back about Mercedes. They're still in their route too. It's serene at the front, and still the other positions are on the grabs. Doesn't look like fifth is at the moment. Norris has dropped back 1.8 seconds away. Yeah, I mean, Federal here. Who's brought it? They said this race car with don't hurt them. Name a bit. Also, very strong. The brake into turn one, stroking stronger than the beat bar in front. What they need is that anything, Neville can start making some moves here on Lawson so that he could try and attack there, get himself back into the top 10, and then go after the Mercedes. Man, I'm just so impressed with these Alpines. Both drivers doing incredible jobs and maintaining that position, coming up to 10 laps to go of this race. And they have really not been challenged since they got themselves up there. Great strategy, staying out long, benefiting, of course, from that safety car and ultimately that red eye condition. But they're maintaining this pace, just doing it for the picture. Still in the balance until we get that final shower. But Beckler's busting tidy for giving us the information, and again, the lead to Bob's under the safety car, to the safety car, come out in front, is about 14 to 15 seconds. If we get another moment that changes the conditions, and you've got to go from the intermediate to the wet time. George Russell is hoping to get that class done. Russell was furious on the radio that they did on track position. That has been pivoted. In the front of the rest of the year, you wouldn't have expected the Mercedes to rule past the Alpines, but this has been a strange occasion. It's not until it's 7:30 in the morning for the racing action. The felons are still making their way into the circuit at that time. The queues are around the block, as they always seem to be. The mechanics were on site at full day. They're preparing these cars. And some teams have had to do that again and again. There is incredible work at Woodlands 2000 to get their entries, or at least one entry, into the race of both those teams. And we have been treated to a wet race up and down. We're going to talk about what Max has done in this race. and neither wanted to go, but we were way to the end. Max 60 was a bound element. McLaren, the Martin range center, the Glen Rear, White, and then how much is Gasly prepared to risk compared to George Russell? One moment on the curb, that knock under it seems like plenty of chances. They just being instant. Remember, we have a 27, not 28 lap from all these injuries. That's the snapping sense spirit. Another new crash this ladder. And that's more laps than what we saw than when the really heavy rain fade last time before the red flag for the Palo Pinto crash. So if we do get a deluge here, it is going to be super challenging. You can see how much dry racetrack is getting online. Again, drier, not dry by any stretch. So rooster tails coming off the bars. You can see where that line is pointing clearly. So these edgers really getting stressed. Drivers having advantage, having to balance how much to push, how aggressive are you for lap time and forever takes, but still making sure there's enough rubber left on these tires to make it. Floating wheel laps. Hamilton continuing to trail Nelson. Also continuing to trail Gasly. One Mercedes battling to the podium, the other one trying to make the best of a tricky weekend. As Hamilton closed out his era-defining run, with Mercedes the full moving, soon Ferrari, one of so many top points. We can't wait to get stuck into Formula 1 in 2025. With the Formula 1 in 2024, it looks like this is a defining day. The rain does not appear to be increasing outside the commentary box window or the evidence of the cameras. I'm going to Oscar behind you as I did check a penalty. To walk back where you get close to my club. You watching Dick of Roof? You have to get a speed like that. So that does also answer a question I've been talking about earlier about he asked his penalty. Even though if he stopped before red, really did not start that penalty. Have that supported. One of the saves before the penalty Molly Behrman was given. Was question marks still there, but yeah, Norris. One of those frustrating things to hear on the radio as a driver. Can you drive faster, please? Well, I mean, yes, there are times in a race where you are holding back some pace. There's some reasons and some strategies behind that, and I think it's quite clear. Well, this Grand Prix, Norris trying to do everything he can to move up. He's not just letting Leclerc sit 2.5 seconds in front of him. That's just the pace of Leclerc at the moment. Not as strong in these conditions as what they were in the dry. I don't be a team wooing the fact that the weather turned yesterday to today. No, the frost. That Grand Prix, not just that. Statement after statement after statement being made. The first time we done him really rattle all year long was in the pen after qualifying. You knew there was going to be a response to Lida Hurt. His championship challenge will define it. And we're on not 63 of 69. It is very much from. It's just so much like 2021. Hamilton, super quick, both trying to pull by a mile, was disqualified for deadpool fraction. Many people going down the conspiracy theory route, but what it did was light a fire under this driver. It set him up for one of the greatest drives of his career. From the back to the front, as he gets so close now to the back of that V car. Well, was it good for DRS in the fifth stage of the race? Well, Smith, me ask me, you can see here. He's 12 second bit hit, and there's Hamilton. Norris still enjoying the hurry up, but doesn't have the balance, doesn't have the speed, and there was starting penalty. Graphic, the Ace of the Asprey, 10 seconds. Will be added to these race side. And let Norris through for the in the Drivers' Championship. Russell is still a second away from Gasly, but the opinion down in the paddock has changed. The level of rain that we're now expecting to end is about to remain the same. So Russell trying to force Gasly into an error in the final stages, and nothing is simple on a day like today. Absolutely not. His teammate Hamilton trying to do the same. Completely lost him. Just about to bait that error. Look, we talked about how been a job the Alpines are doing right now. Offense is setting up laps lower than Verstappen. So that track position is so important. It's very difficult to compete massive right now as that line starts to form. Line starts to form. Touch about this earlier. The fun it is to boil off line to flight it that's from the Paris. For me, the Alpines are setting off the pace. They're able to maintain that track position. When that fourth Verstappen just, that's phenomenal in his firing off of these fifth laps. That dries him a little bit. It gets a bit more grip as the fuel burns. It gets a little bit lighter. Then the car's got a bit more pace, and he's just finding that tenth and a half every lap with you and bettering his own fastest lap. So impressive. But Verstappen had a need of 44 points coming into today. You could extend these lead in the Drivers' World Championship and complete the final tours. And it's 5 to go as he sets another fastest lap. He writes a story that's going to be mentioned a long time into the future. The door was ajar after qualifying. He's serving through the field to the front. And now, Gasly, again, feeling the need to calm down the tires. Look at this lead from our team. No one saw this coming. They're heading, as it stands, from a dreary division of 9th in the Constructors' Championship back up to 6th. Trying to take advantage of this, trying to hang on to a double podium against all expectations at the start of the day. And this is one of the things that started that conversation a few races ago about changing the point system to pay all the way down, because we're a team that has been struggling. Let's call a spade a spade. The results haven't been there. But with points so few and far between for the bottom half of that midfield, one day where conditions are strange and the race boys added up the start pressure to alter that situation so much. That jump from right to this, the Totteners, and it's like millions of dollars. And prize money at nearly the season. They're able to hang on to that position. This is a dinner changer for their team. Javier Bertoy, an executive advisor at that team, Oliver Oakes, and team principal installed this year mid-season, will be dancing in the rain if they can hang on to a double podium. And for the team that have had to carry on working, trying to keep smiles on faces, they've had to reduce the head count there in the last few months as well. So much work is going on. Sometimes you put all the hard work in and you get a reward. You get a glut of a champagne. And sometimes you can't put a car at the top eight. Out here knew this was going to be a golden opportunity, and they are getting closer and closer. Can Russell give himself an option with the deployment of energy on the last lap in the way that we saw Perez take the bike to Alonso last year? We're still seeing Liam Wilson, Pete Hamilton, and Perez behind. The man auditioning for promotion to the big team next year, or maybe just a full season contract with the Faenza-based team for the first time in his career. Checo's got a great run out of Hamilton here down the backside in the floor. This is for the final points. Will the gap appear? It will not. And Perez had to get out of a fence. Yeah, you knew that Hamilton wasn't going to be foolish enough to give Checo the opportunity. He knows how good Checo is on the brakes right now. These conditions, and then up front, Watson hanging on with everything. He's nothing for awkward figures of it for the it's. No, they did a very good job to make. Upgrade packets. There's lots to do. The kind of message you want to hear out of a racing driver. Physical pain because of a bouncing phenomenon that he's having in that Aston Martin, but being a team player, trying to reward the mechanics with the incredible work of getting both his and Lance Stroll's cars fixed after qualifying crashes in time for the start of the race. Yeah, Alonso thanking the mechanics on the radio there as we look at these glorious corners in the wet, in front of the crowds on the terraces. This circuit in Interlagos has provided us again with another classic. Hamilton get close. To find his way by. Russell remains a second delay from Gasly, who's driven brilliantly so far from lap 67 to 69. One count reduced die 2. Verstappen continuing to set purple sectors. That's for being the fastest on the track at any point. The race is on, but at the sprint to 6 that wakes Esteban Ocon hanging on to second as it stands for just his career podium, and we had podium. It has been a second one around this circuit. Nervy moments And the team principal, Oliver, sent another fastest lap for Verstappen. He is just flicking them off at an incredible rate right now. Over a second and a half. But I saw that's one up on that last lap. He is on cruise control, but his cruise is just on another level right now. But how about Liam Lawson, a 7-time champion, right behind him, clearly with more pace of hand, but he's not coming a real wrong. That's the thing. Mills, he doesn't have the pace to drive away from these guys, but he is doing a great job of just keeping it clean, not making any mistakes, and not creating the opportunity for either Hamilton or Perez to make a move here. This is a spirited drive. There's not just Checo's going for it. Then he's trying to get it to me. Thanks for this. Hamilton was still out of terror because your boy to give rhythm to his racing right and slightly put on his mind. As they make their way down the hill now. And on the film, heading to the late corner, friend. Perez finally get that line that he's been nothing for the wide. We are watching the battle for the final places in the points. And coming on the line outside of the commentary box window is Max Verstappen to start the final lap with right on 2.6 miles of the generational tie to victory. As you say, this is just championship momentum back in Verstappen's favor. In a big way, he has not left the Grand Prix with an extended lead very often over Lando Norris since the summer break. Only Austin, I believe, is the only time he's outscored them and actually increased that gap. But right now, it is going to be a monstrous swing in Verstappen's favor after what's been an incredible drive. It has been an uncomfortable time away from the front for Max Verstappen. It really has. They're still fighting all the way to the final line, to the final point. That Max Verstappen has put together something truly remarkable. Still an opportunity for the final places in the points, really, to change towards the end. And Verstappen is taking off the final corners. He is plunging down the hill now. In the Brazilian rain, the Dutchman has delivered a defining drive. He climbs that hill and to country victory. Up through the gears to a huge moment in the Drivers' World Championship. Blowout champion strikes back. Max Verstappen wins the Southern Grand Prix in 2024. 17th period. Not put most. These first million for that period. Minching up and you could be what you should be able to tonight. It is the man on who takes his fourth career podium, and here you are joined by his teammate at his fifth career podium, and for the first time in years, Team Stern to bump us on the podium. That opinion fired me. Something to smile about. Tells the reaction to the lighter. My sentiment, chance for the sentiment. And with the turning penalty at night, the 3 drops that I'd be afraid to this another. McTaylor was in fifth, Norris was in sixth, racing under the race on the 9. But others under 3 tenths of a second away. Perez was denied that final point. But that was deflating. It was generational. It was superlative for Max. Hello, Tom Cunningham. That boy was that worth the want. You other than the earth. What about who red stars? It will be brothers. Simply immaculate. I put it up. They just love hearing that emotion out of Max Verstappen. Oh, just I don't know. Close to his morning. He's distracted and you kiss it and Max Watch off back to vision. This murderous Wilson is all I've got trying to. There's no scripted please have to get out. With Fernando Alonso. Alonso are in the green Aston Martin. And now, with the Pillar Street moving out the wheel tracks. They're on the intermediate ties. They're looking from right wide. This is the time of the film. This is a challenge for Fernando Alonso. Wide line it down. Then the Alonso. Alonso to clean the place when he made him. Chip Page. One of the way out. And he's in the pass. The two-time march champion. George Russell is the release leader. But each ladder. Norris Lucas. The motor is in third. Esteban Ocon the pressure on. Victor forced his way by Perechon and clear out the place. Liam was a different position and take it with no cost on Wilson. Now two former rivals Verstappen and Hamilton going at it, and Verstappen's trying to claw back some positions there. That Liam Lawson move, Pod Perdano Alonso, that's not going to be liked by this man here. There might be more words exchanged. It's way those two look. This one's over, but then side by side, the Salbert on the Haas, only Bearman trying to hold on that position. But wrong, it's some strange all over it. Leaks here and join, and it's no way showing. And he can find it there, and it does so. His teammate need now up 6 places. It's a lot of position. Norris, that good. That all kind of drugs needs something eating. The left beyond him, all petrol assist. Throwing ball position. He's lost the place to Jones Russell. Good rip, Jim Tully. Good addresses, Tornado. Norris still under investigation. And Thrillers 3. Bring on top and look, what's up? As he makes one of Joe Intention's at place. And line on that charge. Richard insectly leader only at tonight. Not just to be brought up to DJ. The confidence that Max Verstappen has in this running right now is phenomenal. That is the first time they've gone through turn 1. Speed, it's both you're in the wet, and he was so confident on the brakes late on the inside. The Mohawk up down in turn 4 was a bit more big flag, not wide enough to break. An opportunity for him to the man. Verstappen in his conditions is just so Brian has his Hamilton behind him. This is a great start to the Red Bull driver. Bring the action sign for George Russell. He moves up to best position. Lando Norris down to second. Never win the intermediate time at the moment. As the man Alcorn was the driver putting pressure on the piece without nothing so that it was able to take the place. This is our bud with Lewis Hamilton, or engine cell. We've been a good man. No Max Verstappen once again. They see these two been threading up to this around this circuit. Lando Norris in second. Max Verstappen in second.